Philippines, what are a lot of the people that are going there um, engaging in
Right.
commerce? What kind of commerce are they engaging in that you see? Because I know there was one brother who was doing the lemonade stand, and he got on YouTube and was talking about how he was successful, him and his wife doing the lemonade stand. But are there other people that is actually doing anything else?
I mean, as far as brotherhood, I'm not sure too many brothers that are doing business out here. But as far as the types of businesses, is more call center related, tech field
Mm-hmm.
type of stuff. That because they're an English speaking culture, you can get very good rates on setting up call centers and help centers and things like that. Um, there are a huge amount of people that have virtual assistants that are Filipinos because of
Mm-hmm.
the fact that
Me,
we're exactly 12 hours ahead of East Coast time. You could literally give your virtual assistant assignments. They're done while you're asleep. So when you wake up, guess what? You ready to go.
Yeah, and
yep,
I mean,
and I can
I'm
contest to that because I live that. Like, say, I have virtual assistants to help with my e-com. They do all of the lead work. By the time it gets to me, it's already things that are profitable and things that I could more than
unpack that because I
likely.
mean you brush over the whole e-commerce business, but you never go into depth. I mean, deal depth about that because and I've always wanted you to talk about it a little bit more, and especially now because that's one of the major things that people are looking to do is remote work, and e-commerce is one of those major facets of remote work that you can do in order to be able to free yourself. Are you there? Can you hear
Hmm.
me? Okay, there you go.
Here's the
Thanks.
thing. Here's the thing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear. Here's the thing. I will break it down like this. I was talking to some of my youngest over the weekend because one of my nephews, his daughter wasn't a birthday because she was like 9 months old, but I guess it was a we love her day, whatever. I'm pulling up for it. It's my people. So I was telling them is that like commerce is the biggest market in the world and is the biggest market in history. Commerce, selling things. If you don't have sites up to where you're selling stuff, what are you doing?
Hmm.
What are you doing? Like, you can sell stuff. I can name 5 different platforms to where you can sell stuff on. And people thinking like, oh, if I'm only getting 10 cents on a dollar, that's not enough. If I'm getting 15% of a dollar, that's not enough. I want to get 100% on it. Well, life don't work that way. And when you think about the best investors in history in our lifetime, we're talking about Warren Buffett. He's the best investor while we're living right now.
Hmm.
He like, say, people that do well in the stock market, 10% return a year is a plus for them. So you mean to
Hmm.
tell me
That's true.
10%, a 10% return, 15% return is not good enough for you? You know what I mean? So it's all about what you want to do. Now, here's the thing, and I'll share this is a Black Cleaner exclusive. Is that one of my things is I started in the credit realm and how that pairs with what I'm doing. Like, say, I got the Plum card, I got my wallet right here. I say I'm gonna stop showing receipts, but I do got my wallet right here, so I can show my Plum card. But the Plum card is an American Express credit card to where it give you 60 days interest free for purchases. It's perfect for e-com because a lot of things I can sell within 60 days. A lot of things that I lock in, it sells within 30 days. And
Hmm.
because I'm using a credit card, I'm playing with the house's money. Imagine going to the casino
That
and you
part.
playing with the casino money. I'm
Yep.
sorry, go ahead.
That part. No, I'm saying that part. What you just said.
Yeah, for sure, for
Love
sure.
it.
So it's about everybody want an overnight fix. Even when it comes to weight loss, when it comes to getting money and stuff like that, you want an overnight fix. But listen, you didn't get in that that hole of debt overnight. You didn't gain all of that weight. I feel like my computer messing up. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I
You're
mean,
cutting in and out a little bit, but yeah, we can hear you.
okay. I was just making sure it wasn't because I'm on my laptop as well, so that's why I was trying to make sure it wasn't me. But yeah, you're
Drop
lagging a
down and
little
come back
bit.
up on my phone because for some reason I feel like my computer is messing up.
Okay, Mr. Fiduciary. I
Hey,
think that's
hey,
gonna be your new name from
Mr.
Ronan. That
Fiduciary.
way I can tell you all apart, Mr. Fiduciary.
Okay. Hey, I
I
ain't
was
mad at you want to tell him. I'm sorry.
the whole AI because I know that's what you've been studying, and there was somebody who I was watching. It might have been a reel, but they were saying that right now has leveled the playing field for the whole world because the first people to be able to get on and master that, those are going to be
Yeah.
your future millionaires and
I went
billionaires.
from
So how's
AI
that?
image generation to image video animation to now I'm using Claude Code and Claude Cowork, and it's automating a lot of different things, and I'm pushing that together with some with my Spotify. I have a Spotify. I have a Shopify store, and so I'm integrating it to do work for me, change over my products and do some things for me while I'm even asleep. It'll go out and evaluate the hottest, latest thing in the travel market and start doing the research to change over the product, change the product on my website, and do a whole bunch of other things in the background that when I wake up are already done or is looking for my approval as far as the design or something. Then it also does a lot of my animations. If you come on my show, I do a lot of little video intros and different things like that. That's all AI work that's done through the process of what I've been learning. So, yeah, I've been messing around with AI for the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I've watched industry change, and I got a sheet over here with about 20 different AI software programs that I've either used, still use, or gone through and eliminated because other platforms came on that included those things.
Okay. Yeah, because it was John Hope Bryan that was talking about it. He was saying how people were complaining about AI and black folks don't know about AI and this, that, and the other. And he made a point. He said, white folks don't know about AI neither.
Exactly.
So we all even right now. So
we even playing field right now. I mean, the person and there's so many ads are out there right now talking about within the next 5 years, AI is going to make a lot of people millionaires, literally, because other people are ineffective at learning. They don't want to try to learn. They just rather pay the people that do know. So if you're one of those people that do know, guess what? You're going to be one of the people contacted and say, "Hey, can you do this for me? I saw your video. Hey, I really like this. Can you hook this up for me?" And then in the movie game, there are so many AI contests out right now that are paying people $100,000, $200,000, $500,000 on producing anywhere from a 5 to a 30-minute video on contest alone. But guarantee once they see the end result, you don't know how many people are contacting those people on the back end and say, "Hey, instead of me spending $1 million or $3 million to hire a set, get actors, set up a backgrounds and everything else, can you AI a video for this?" UGC market right now on TikTok, IG, and other things where people are marketing certain products, most of those are AI influencers. They're not real. There's an AI influencer right now that's $3.5 million contract right now. It's an AI influencer. The guy is running a female AI influencer getting paid.
And what I noticed too was when I was watching the Michael Jackson movie, I don't know if you all seen that, you could tell that a lot of the visual effects on the actors were AI influenced. Like, I mean, when you're looking at Lorenz Tate playing Barry Gordy, and he's actually looking like Barry Gordy, you can only see a small hint of Lorenz Tate, and it's like, wow. And then you're looking at Catherine Jackson, and who was playing was my girl Nia Long, and even I'm listening to Don King's voice, and Don King is being played by Dion Cole, and I'm like, wow. But he don't look like Dion Cole. You only notice it because of his voice. So I thought that was deep as well.
Yeah.
You know how they're using it.
Matter of fact, while we're in the background, while you sitting here talking, I'm designing a part 2 of the live that we got disconnected from. I'm actually making the thumbnail as we're talking.
Okay.
Say part cool. 2.
Appreciate it. And then, you know, we're also dropping a lot of gems on this one that wasn't on the first one. So I really appreciate it. And I appreciate you know, Charlie Chan, you know, for coming on, because, you know, I wouldn't been able to get that the e-commerce gem that he just you know, dropped. Same thing with the you know, the AI, because both of you all are specialists in that regard. And that's one of the good things that I do love about this space, is because you have and Prime said it. I'm not going to take the credit, because Prime was saying, you know, you have so many people that are specialists in so many different fields that you should be able to, you know, utilize these people and network with these people. And if you can't work with them, at least be able to get the information that they're offering to be able to better your life.
That's a fact. I agree.
So, but what else was I about to ask? What do you think are some barriers besides the naysayers? What do you think are some barriers that's preventing, you know, traveling and building abroad?
People don't know where to start. They don't know how to start. There's a lot of people that plan to do things that never execute on their plans. I mean, one brother we know of that sits on the panel a lot of time, he had ideas of wanting to go somewhere and things came up. Life happens. You get sick, family gets sick, you have responsibilities that are now on you that you didn't have initially, or you assume the responsibility that might not even be yours, and you allow those things to hinder you from taking that first step. You got to take a step. It took me a year to prepare to move overseas. You get what I'm saying? I planned for a year. I talked to my lady over a year and a half before I stepped on this island. And even when I stepped on this island, it took me 35 days before I actually went to go see her, because I wanted to set up my resources here with the VA, the embassy, and everything else here in Manila at BGC. I stayed there for at least 30 days. Plus, it allowed me to acclimate to the time zone change. It's a 13-hour difference. You know, from here to America. So I wanted to get acclimated to that. The weather kind of like eased my way into it before coming down to the problem. Most men like, and I was getting asked by people on the show, it was like, yo, you gonna see your lady yet? No, she knows I'm here. I'll be there. But as a man, I need to be able to I can't be so out of control that my only concern is going and seeing the lady. I got to be concerned about me and making sure my shit is locked in.
Exactly. Got to get yourself right first. Exactly. Now, let me ask y'all this question, because I gave this analogy. I don't know if you all were watching when I was talking to Coach Lewis about, you know, what happened with my mother and my aunt, her younger sister.
Yeah.
When they ended up buying the house together. My mother, you know, she had her, you know, she was able to graduate and get her RN certification, and she was able to start working at the hospital as a nurse. So she started making, you know, decent money, and she ended up buying a 2-family tenement home, which is a duplex, if anybody doesn't know. But the only difference between a duplex and the 2-family tenement is upstairs, downstairs. You got an apartment upstairs and you got an apartment downstairs, but it's only 2 apartments. So she bought that house back in 1979 for $33,000. Now she could afford the mortgage, because of course the mortgage at that time was only like, you know, $400 a month. But my aunt, who had Section 8 at the time, she said, you know, they decided to work together. Now she said, oh, I'll let you use your Section 8 in order to contribute towards your half of the mortgage. Okay? And that in turn helped my
Wait.
aunt.
So let me be clear real quick, because I kind of heard the story before, and I made maybe a rash comment, but I wanted to hear. Now, she was paying half of the mortgage, not utilizing for the whole mortgage. Is that what I'm hearing from you? So
Yeah, she was only paying half the mortgage.
your mother was still responsible for the other half.
Yeah, she was responsible for her apartment, and my aunt and her my
Because
aunt
it
was
was
responsible for upstairs.
okay. Okay, go ahead.
So that's basically what happened. It was, but everybody was saying, well, she's getting her money from the government. But to them, they would like, we don't care. What we're doing is we're utilizing the system in order for us to be able to, come up. Not, oh, yeah, you getting your money from the government, so I'm just gonna exploit you and use you, as a tenant, and I'm just gonna buy this house and whatever. No, they was like, this is an opportunity for us to come up, because yeah, you got Section 8, but you're my sister. I'm not gonna, just exploit you for your Section 8. We're gonna, use this as an opportunity for both of us to be able to, come up on the system. And in turn, it did. It happened where my mother passed away before she got a real chance to enjoy the fruits of her labor. Me and my brother, we were able to enjoy the fruits of her labor because we was able to pay off the house. But and then also too, when my mother passed away, instead of me leaving that house and going to move in with my father, all I did was I just moved upstairs with my aunt, and she became the matriarch of the house. And her and her husband, because she ended up getting married, and the combined income of her working and her husband, they were able to get off Section 8, and with the money that I was getting from my mother's death benefit insurance and all of that, she was able to keep the house going. And they was able to, continue and raise the kids, successfully without any type of struggles or problems. And now all of the kids is doing well. Everybody who lived in that house, that was raised in that house, is doing well. I mean, that, and also too, that house became the family house, huh?
That's how it's supposed to be. Like, this is a springboard for you to spring into what you got going on.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
Exactly. But when I was saying that, they was all like, nah, she's, I mean, I'm not going to take nothing away, but I understand what some people are saying. It's like,
business aspect, I even said it. On a business aspect, your aunt had it easier than your mother.
Exactly.
In order to pay the mortgage, because she was getting subsidized by the government. Meaning, because she was on that subsidy, she was able to pay her half. Your mom had to go out and hustle, whether it be working, and she enjoyed that. She was going to do that anyway. So on the business aspect of being that family side, I would have said, well, what's the overall mortgage? If she didn't know what the overall mortgage was, then 95% of the time when people do split like a duplex home, they're living on one side and they're leasing out the other. The person that's leasing the house is pretty much paying the whole mortgage. The person that's living on the other side is living pretty much rent free. He's just paying his overhead as far as lights, electric, all that stuff, right? That's the way it usually goes. But because it was family, she still assumed half of the mortgage that if she had rented it out to somebody else, she wouldn't have had to worry about.
But here's the thing, Ron, and I got to give you respectful pushback on that.
That's for business. No, but what I'm saying, that was business, not family.
Right, for sure.
But
it's so many times where if I came to you, Ron, and I said, I got this business venture and it's profitable, and you looked at it and you agreed with the numbers, and I said, oh, you need to bring, let's just say, $250,000 and I'm bringing $250,000. Long as you bring your $250,000, why do it matter to me where you get it from? See, that's and to me, if I'm being honest, that is a way of people counting each other's pockets. You just put a requirement on me, and long as I can meet that requirement, long as if I'm using the government, drug money, women money, and all of that, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm coming up with
understand that. I understand the angle you're using, and I understand what you're saying. The point in the matter is not where the money came from. It was the effort behind the money, and then the fact that it's an asset. I said business-wide, any business person that buys a house, the overall mortgage is still one house, right? So the overall mortgage may be anywhere from, depending on how long they financed it, let's say it's $1,500, right? Anybody on the open market could rent half of that house for the $1,500 free and clear. That means the person that actually owns the house is living there rent free or mortgage free. For them to put their money up and do whatever they want with it. You get what I'm saying? As long as they're paying the insurance on the house, the mortgage is covered by the person renting the other half of the house.
I get
But
that.
because it's family, she subjected herself to having paid half of the mortgage. Now, here's where the issue comes up. Say, and it didn't happen in Black Cleaner's family situation. Some families get greedy.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
Most families
Black Cleaner's mother passed away first. So then the only person left, based on if it was a trust or if there was something set up, the surviving member could actually assume the whole ownership of the house. So everything his mother put into it, which was her hard work, not government money, now gets lost to the person on the title if they're not honest. Now do you see what the issue? Right. And then the other family members on that side, the auntie side and her kids, all of a sudden can turn around and gang rape or gang up on Black Cleaner and say, yo, this is my mama's house. Her name's on the title.
Some enemies, though.
Exactly. So it starts to become an issue if things aren't clearly stated in some document that controls it enough that Black Cleaner and his brother or siblings don't get screwed out of it because his mom happened to die first. And it's really on her back because it was her credit and financing that got the house started.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
That's business. That's not family. That's the business aspect. You get what I'm saying? Whether the family had the money, resources, getting it from wherever, out the mud, wherever how she was getting it. Okay. Still on the business aspects of the risk and everything was under his mother's name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I do.
It's not personal. It's not personal. It's
always
I'm looking at it as a business thing.
Family, though.
Hey, I get that. And some people don't know how to separate business and family.
I guess, and I could tell you, like, this is a real live thing that went on in my family. My grandma passed some time ago, but she had bought her house and she raised her grandkids from my mother and my auntie. And she had set it up in her house.
Step out for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Should I wait till you get back?
No, go ahead and keep talking, bro. I'm going to be a minute. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, do your
I'll
thing.
be back. If you want to take me down for a minute, I'll pop back up and turn my camera on, Black Cleaner. When I'm back.
No, you good. Ain't nobody coming up right now, so you good.
Well, here's the thing. Like I said, with my family, and this is a real life thing, and I don't want to go too much into it because my family may see this, and I don't want to cause any more unnecessary drama. But at the same time, like I said, with my grandmother, she left her house to her grandchildren, and because when she passed, they couldn't find the will and stuff of that nature. Miraculously, we're not going in, and because it's my family, we're not making accusations. But everybody knew. It didn't have to be on a piece of paper that this was going to the grandkids. But for some reason, the elders, because that wasn't documented, that the documents couldn't be found, they wanted to bust it down. Oh, we entitled to this. You're not entitled to nothing. Because here's the thing, as a person, you knew what your mother, when I say the older siblings, I'm talking about her kids, because she gave it to her grandchildren. You knew her wishes, and the fact that you would go against that would show your character as a human being.
Your integrity, yep.
Your integrity, your morals. So when people do that and they do unjust business, I think family is a reason to do more fair business, to do more business to where we could do it on a handshake. People forget that a blood oath was a handshake, a spit oath was a handshake, and that was me taking you at your word. Contracts only came in because people wasn't standing up for their word. You will say one thing in a business room, but once we got out in the legal realm and stuff like that, Ray Kroc and the McDonald's brother, perfect example. He promised them 1%. He said, I can't put it on paper, but I'll give you 1%. Quick question. Do you think they got that 1%? There you go.
Who's
That
owning
lab,
who's owning McDonald's right
you know
now?
what I'm talking. That you know what I'm talking about. They
Mm-hmm.
didn't get that 1%. That 1% would have been worth what, $1 billion today, type shit. 100 million at least on the low end. But because he didn't do just business, he got a chance to dig them down.
Yep.
So yeah, no,
And
man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
and I definitely agree with you because when I look at my family, my grandparents growing up, okay, now my grandmother's brothers, okay, they were prior military. So when they got out, I don't know what the military benefits that they had, but they both weren't on prior army and they had military benefits. My grandfather, my mother's father, um, they actually did business with my grandmother, their brother-in-laws. You know what I'm saying? So, and they were able to work together, save their money. They bought triplexes or three-family tenement homes. They bought corner store bodegas all together. Now they didn't have to do that because they were in-laws. You know what I'm saying? My they could have said, nah, this is the Andersons. Nah, you need to go over there with your family. You got brothers and sisters, but they decided to work together and utilize each other and buy these properties. So there were like three properties that with corner store bodegas, mind you, because it was us that was actually running these corner stores before the Spanish people came over and started taking them over. So that made us to become prominent in Boston until the baby boomers came in and they wasn't able to manage the stores, and then everything that you're talking about right now actually started to happen where people started getting greedy, and when the grandparents started dying, now one person is saying, oh, I don't want to sell the house, this is grandma's house, you can't kick me out. And then the other family member who done went to college, graduated, and it's usually, I'm not even gonna say that, but because they have their own money, they'll usually
you
just
said a
say,
lot by not saying nothing, Black Cleaning.
Exactly. But they usually say, I got my own stuff. Like we were just saying, I got mine. You got to get yours. I'm not gonna sit here and fight with you over this. You all do what you do. But at the same time, too, what happens when the person who is fiscally responsible, just like what Ronan was saying, Mr. Fiduciary, that's his new name for me, is out of the picture and being silent on the endeavors, grandma's house gets lost to back taxes or debt, or becomes blighted because of lack of repair because you done let the junkie who staying in the house instead of working together just on what we were just talking about on the basis of just integrity, having integrity, because our grandparents had integrity. Okay, they looked at the situation and because of what we call during segregation, Jim Crow, community survival, they had to work together in order to survive. So they had to overlook people's flaws and just go with the mission. But now all of a sudden, where there is no need for community survival, you can go out here and get whatever you want. Now you have that person who has greed in their eyes, and they're saying, something, I got to get mine, you go get yours. And then that creates dissension among the ranks. And the only reason I'm bringing that up right now is because that's what you're seeing when you travel overseas as well. When you're going abroad, you still have those people you have, as you said, the people who have the let's work together mentality, but then you have the other people like, I ain't working with you, you broke. What you got?
And let me ask you this: do you think people like that have longevity?
That's a good question. That is an excellent question. And the reason that I'm saying that is because The devil is a god too.
Hey, you went down that road, brother. I'm just gonna follow you.
And it was funny because I was watching some reel, and the guy is sitting there and he's talking to his grandmother, and or I don't know who she was, but she was an old lady, and he was all like, I'm supposed to be this unscrupulous, heartless, cold person, but yet I'm sitting here so successful. And I have all of these, accolades and rewards from being so cutthroat and so harsh. And you were so good and so, thoughtful and, filled with integrity. But now you over here sitting here with dementia. How is that? And then the lady says, sometimes the devil will make your jail cell so comfortable and leave the door open so you in the jail cell is so comfortable that you don't want to leave until one day he shuts the jail cell and now you can't leave.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, okay, do you think that has longevity? Sometimes it does, because my brother always says this too, and it's a deep the devil will put you on a first class trip to paradise and make the plane crash before it arrives.
No, that's deep. That's definitely deep. See, but here's the thing that when you like put it in terms such as that, the opposition, i.e., the devil, will put you in places to where for you to take advantage of good people, for you to, so that plane can land, and it's for you to take advantage of good people. You if that makes sense, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I heard a pastor say when I was young, I'm from the South, so like church was life at one point. I heard a pastor say, listen, the devil will bless you too. You would think it's from God, but the devil done bless you to walk in somebody's house and see $100 on somebody's dresser. That's not a blessing. That's thievery.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So no, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like me personally, I do believe in karma for the most part. You know what I mean? Like say, and I have stories about that. In fact, I probably could do a story time about that. But one of the most influential things that have happened to me in my life was when I was trying to look out on somebody else and help somebody else, and something just happened to fall in my lap as my favor. You know what I mean? So no, I get it, but at the same time, I think the weak shall perish. And there's strong people on the evil side. You know what I mean? Me personally, I could tell, like, I'll say this. Scarface had a line in the movie to where he said, I've never fucked nobody over that didn't have it coming. That's where I am. Like if you were in the trenches, and if you live this life that I used to live, all is fair. All is fair. But it's the people it's the aunties that go to church. It's the grandmas that take care of her kids and stuff like that. Those are people that are supposed to be taken care of, not just by the family, but by the community. So I lay in there because I'm starting to battle, but that it's just a different experience. Like say when you're trying, everybody's not meant to be built with. Like you got a person to where, like say me, I would be an investor. And I got a person like, okay, well, your investment would be you put in sweat equity. They'll be like, oh, well, no, I feel like I need to get more than you because I'm putting in actual work. Well, I put in the money for you to be able to put in that actual work. So what makes you more valuable in this situation than I am? So, yeah, I'll land there though. I could go on and on.
I definitely agree with that. Going to the comments, salute to Worldwide Nevy.
Shout
Where
out to
you at, man? You still in Colombia? You need to get up on here, man. We need to talk.
Nah, Nevi is another brother. Hey, listen, Nevi is the only person that over here that I would call my my OB, my original brother. Because before he had a channel, before I had a channel, before I was even like locked in with Ryan, me and Nevi met. And we had he's one of the brothers that made me know that this brotherhood thing is real. So shout out to my good brother Nevi, one of them ones.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of. He came here. Well, I know he's still got that content from Panama that he's just chopping up and making footage. I thought he was coming here in May, but I think he ended up going to Colombia instead. So, but I'm waiting for you to show up, man. I'm waiting for you to show up.
Shout out to
Same
Nevi,
thing
bro.
with
Bro, be doing this
DCPRC.
thing out there, man.
Say it again.
I said shout out to Nevi because he be doing this thing. He hasn't dropped no any financial jewels on us, but Nevi is extremely savvy when it comes to, if you just listen to the things that he say, Nevi is extremely savvy when it comes to like investments or properties and things of that nature. In fact, shout out to Nevi. If I may, Nevi, pull up, bro, because I want to say a conversation. This is nothing personal. It's just something that we spoke about in the back office to where like it gave me an insight on how Nevi think and how he moved. Bro, he's a very intelligent brother. He's the Canadian part of this thing of ours.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Okay. Who's that? I'm sorry, I'm over here looking at the comments. Salute to Nevi. What's that one say? Can you see that, Charlie Chan?
Just a little bit, because it's on my phone now. Hold on, let me see. In my computer, hold on. It said, Nevi ain't a gatekeeper, share that Santo Domingo property with me. Shout out to him. That's what I'm telling you, Danny. You know what I mean? Nevi is one of the real brothers. When I speak about this thing of ours, Nevi's one of those brothers that I'm referring to. Mr. Peppers is one of those brothers that I'm referring to. Prime are one of those brothers that I'm referring to, man. It's a Jay-Z say in one of his raps, he said, what we gonna do? He said, the homie asked him, what we gonna do is not many of us. He said, less is more, there's plenty of us. I'd rather have the 300 that's gonna rock out than the 3,000 to where you're a gardener, you a dishwasher, you a chef. No, everybody that I'm linking with is warriors in this thing that I call life. So there's that.
I agree. Yeah, the mindset difference. And you actually, talked about that, basically, instead of the I gotta get mine, or self-reliance versus collective responsibility, the mission over everything. And that's what it is that I like about a lot of these people that you just mentioned, that they're willing to give up the plug freely. And also too, to speak on that, because I'm also one of those people that doesn't mind giving up the plug. But the only reason that I know that I don't give up, that I do that, is because I already know that a lot of people, even if you give them the information, a lot of times they're not going to use it.
That's a fact.
So why are you going to sit there and gatekeep it? If especially if you can't use it. And there's been plenty of times where I've, because I'm researching, trying to, better my situation all the time, I always come up on a whole bunch of information. And I might not be able to use the information, but I'll, pass it on to somebody else who might be able to take advantage of it. Like, one of these girls, I always talk about this girl that I was dating. She's from Zimbabwe, and she's also lives in Canada. And we met in actually Tulum, Mexico, of all places. And when she came to visit me in Atlanta, I broke out the Cash Flow 101 game, which is similar to Monopoly. So we was sitting down and we was playing the Cash Flow 101 game. And then I'm showing her basically because that's what the Cash Flow 101 game does. It shows you the formula on how to get out the rat race.
Yeah,
you played it? You played it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Believe it or not, in Minnesota, there's a RIA anywhere. It's a real estate investment community, but I'm part of the MinRIA, and it's Minnesota investment community or whatever.
But Minnesota real estate. Yep, I got
largest one in the United States, because I think we got over 250, almost 300 members. But I played that game, and that was one of my first things that I played, like getting into this circle. I mean, one of the first things that I did, getting into the circle. And that game really give you a lot of insight. So you were sharing game with her that she probably didn't even realize how much game you were sharing with her. You know what I mean? To where it was a card to where such and such want to borrow some money, but they're behind on this, that, and the third, and they can't pay this. Would you borrow them the money? And if you was to borrow them the money, you would lose. So I definitely played that game, and I think it gives you a different way of looking at things, for sure, for sure.
She played that game. She ended up, she was in nursing school during that time. Once she was able to graduate from nursing school, that girl took off. She, of course, because she started making six figures, because she was getting these six figures contracts. She went back home to Zimbabwe, built she built a quadruplex, actually 2 quadruplexes from the ground up. And she was able to buy a house in Canada, you know what I'm saying? And she's just pretty much, she was in China not too long ago. She texted me, it was like, yo, I'm in China, I'm at the trade show looking at the new technology. I got a lot of contacts. If you need some, let me know. But every time we talk, okay, and I bring up cash flow or whatever, she's like, yo, I owe everything to you, because I didn't know what I was going to do when I got out of nursing school. All I knew was, just do what my father did. Go get a nice job, high paying job, and get a salary and just work until you die. But once you showed me this formula and learning how to make passive income, and she actually introduced her father to the cash flow game. And, she's like, yo, that game changed my life. That formula changed my life. And I thank you for it. Me and her, we ended up breaking up, and she ended up going and dating a doctor. But she still, like she still reaches out to me and thanks me, and so yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if me and you are not involved romantically. I'm still gonna, look out for you and help you out, because at the same time, I know that if I need something, I could go to her. And regardless of if she's in a relationship or not, she's gonna look out.
Have you tested that theory?
Yeah, like the same, like what's going on with the with China. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yo, send me some of those connections that you dealing with in China. And she was able to send me, a list of all of the places that she went, where she got, medical AI technology that they're about to bring out, and who's doing it, and the different contractors suppliers that she was able to get in contact with when she was in China. So yeah, she whatever she gets plugged into, she passes it on to me if it's useful to me.
Nah, that's a blessing. That's a blessing, because here's the thing, and you know what, I'm still trying to grow, but it's so many people to where I could no, do I really want to say that? Fuck it, it is what it is. I'm on here with the bro, so I'm man, it is what it is. Like, say one thing y'all gotta know about Charlie Chan, man. I try to keep it real, but at the same time, y'all have seen me tell brothers it's a such thing as keeping it too real. Like the brother that came up and said he haven't had a woman, he hasn't been intimate with a woman in 20 years. That's keeping it too real, bro. Like, you should have kept that to yourself. You know what I mean? Now, he's a cool brother. If you see this, I'm not shitting on you or nothing, but I told you when you said it, I probably wouldn't have said that. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm glad that he did. Because revealing is healing. I heard somebody say that. revealing is healing, and that's one of the things that this page is about. Because we trying to heal over here. So if that's gonna help, if your testimony is gonna help you figure something out to level up and heal, by golly, we need to let it out, and we can move on from that.
I get that.
No judgment. No judgment.
But at the same time, you got to understand the space that we're in. Bro's gonna cook you. It's a lot of brothers are not here for healing. They're here to make themselves feel better than the next person or look better than the next person. Mm-hmm. So, like, I wouldn't have. Some things you just should keep to yourself. But at the same time, he did get it out there, and if it felt like you helped him out, I'm happy for him. But yeah, no.
So with that being said, go ahead. What was you about to reveal that you didn't want to? You was having second thoughts about it.
Listen, the way my mind works, it's like 1,000,000 miles a minute. If I don't get it out then, I'm like 10 miles down the road.
Too late. Yeah.
For real. I'm like 10 miles down the road, for sure. It's just that.
But I gotta ask you a question real quick.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What was wrong with him revealing that he was celibate against what modern society dictates as a man should be out there sowing his wild oats until he catches something, because most likely he will?
The same thing that was wrong with Akash. The same thing that is wrong with a lot of these men that are talking about, all women should be protected, but they're protecting a whore, a Jezebel. That's what was wrong with it. On the simple fact of the matter
him saying that he was celibate was something wrong with him being like,
say that again?
Him saying he was celibate was wrong or not wrong?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we are on the internet, you and I. If you say certain things, you're going to have to expect for the community to cook you. That's just how YouTube works. The community is going to cook
But here's the thing. If there's no shame in his belief structure to saying, hey, I'm going to keep myself here. I don't care what society dictates. I'm my own man. And I'm so free with it that I'm going to share with other people. And maybe I'll find somebody like-minded like myself that respects their body and their morals rather than wanting to run around and do the opposite.
Nope. My pushback.
He said nope. I love it. Go ahead.
My pushback on that is, it's not like you were saying, I went into monk mode, or, oh my God, I swore off of these chicks to goddamn become a millionaire, shit like that. The way that you came off, when I say you, I'm talking about the individual, you came off as you've been trying, you just couldn't score. That's different. Because this is the thing that, and this is just my personal belief, you could rebuttal Black Cleaner and Ronan. I think every woman that was born a woman come with a standard issue vagina. Might be me, you guys may have a different experience, but
standard issue vagina.
Yeah,
I need you to define what the hell that is. What's that mean?
You feel like you want to be a female. I'm talking about when you was born, you was a female.
Right.
That's what I mean. It's standard issue. Am I wrong with that?
I mean, yeah, we're all born with,
So you say, I'm wrong with biological females having a standard issue vagina.
Yeah, I mean, so do we. We come with standard issue, equipment.
I didn't come with a standard issue vagina, sir.
No, I'm talking about male body parts, brother.
Okay,
just like you came with a standard issue. So,
with that, what I'm saying is,
so the only thing that separates us, as far as all of us being the same on what would be a female gender or a male gender, we all come with standard issue parts. It's your personality and the way you carry yourself, right?
Exactly. So my thing is this, and then y'all have heard me say this before, and I'll say it again on here. Everybody on my 600-pound life got somebody. You mean to tell me you can't get somebody to share their body with you? That's crazy to me.
What if he's the type of person that don't want that without a good person being behind the vagina? He ain't trying to invite.
You tell me in 20 years you can't find a decent person, a good person,
person? Have you run through American women lately?
Who, me?
Of course you have. You know what American women are about right now. So if he's a moral, ethical young man and he sees all his women of his age standard or maybe even a little bit older all running to the club and he's a devout Christian and dedicated to his beliefs, why would he want that when he knows they already been run through?
If in that particular situation, lead with your faith. Don't lead with your lust. If that makes sense. Does that make sense, Ronnie?
Go a little deeper on that one.
Okay, what I'm saying is lead with your faith, saying, I believe in this. I am a God-fearing man, and I don't want to give my body to no woman that's not going to pledge her allegiance to me.
He didn't say that?
No.
What did he say?
That I just haven't had boxing in 20 years.
Had he had it before? Was he 20 years old or was he older than that and gave up?
And out of respect for him, I'm not going to say his age, but anybody that's been watching me know who I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he had boxed in the past. Was that his wife? Or was that like a girlfriend? Or
he was like 40, like I am, which means that 20 years went by. You was in your 20s the last time you got boxed.
Right, so but did he get boxed from somebody he was dedicated to that was religious? I mean, what was the idea behind him waiting 20 years?
The women that he was pursuing, like, didn't rock with
him. Didn't like him. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Obviously, people that didn't rock with him or didn't like his look or whatever about him. So he was looking at people outside of his class or his level.
Listen, after 20 years, everybody is ignorant.
Oh, Mr. Peppers is backstage, Black Cleaner.
Great. Go ahead. Hold on.
Go get another cigar. Another Black and Mild. Here's the thing, though. Like, I get what you're saying, Ronan, but at the
I'm just saying you can't knock a guy for saying I can't get boxed, but I've tried, and you can't knock the guy for saying I'm morally thinking about I don't want to get involved with somebody I already know is going to be crazy or been run through and maybe catch something she ain't going to tell me about.
I can knock
that. You can't down that side of it. Right.
Peppers,
not to say it's normal, not to say it's not normal. It's just, hey, that brother's dedicated on the idea, I guess. And if he can't get the woman he wants, he's saying, I ain't even taking nothing. Not even box you can buy.
Hello, folks. How you guys doing?
Peppers.
Yes, I'm in here, man.
Thanks for showing up, man.
Man, I've been listening. I'm on the road right now, but I had to chime in.
Come on, Peppers. What you got?
Hey, the way he said it, I already know where he's going.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let it go. Both salvos. Go ahead. Whichever way you going with it.
I have a little bit of pushback.
On who? Which one? Me or Charlie Chan?
On the big homie Ronan.
You.
Come on, bro. Come on with it. Come on now.
Ronan, I have high respect for you, my brother. I don't want you to think that, I'm giving, that I'm being pushed back for no reason.
No, I got very thick skin. Come on now. What you got?
Oh, no. It's not going to be any disrespect. Now, you're talking to a gentleman that was tuned into that live and heard this gentleman say make this comment. And it went. It was pretty surprising that he went 20 years and had no box. Now, what Charlie was explaining was that. One more. Sorry about that. What Charlie Chan was explaining was that he said that the women wasn't giving him any play. It wasn't like, oh, I have morals, it's my religious belief, or I'm an upstanding young man.
Okay.
He literally said the women wasn't giving him no play. Therefore, it's been 20 years that he didn't get any extracurricular activity. So I would say if in 20 years a woman didn't give you any play, That's you.
Yes, it's a him problem. Yes,
it's a you. Now I understand that you want to play like devil's advocate and be like, this young man outstanding and his morals. Nah. Nah, it wasn't like that.
I get it.
And I feel it, and I'm not mad at you on that one. But I am preview to the conversation because I was there on the live, well, in the chat, when everybody was going crazy and shocked when the man said this. Now, the man did go to Brazil with Charlie Chan and XYZ and whatnot. I didn't say no names. I only said Charlie Chan.
Mm-hmm.
He did go to Brazil with these gentlemen, and it's still, we don't know if anything happened then. So we could be looking at 21, 22 years.
Wow. Yeah, that's a him problem. That's a him problem, and maybe in some self-denial about his situation. He definitely aiming way too high for whatever he likes.
Exactly.
Oh, damn, Danny, you need to drop names. I know that, brother. Are you talking about with the G at the end of that?
I didn't say nobody's name. I didn't say nobody's name.
My subscribers.
Only name I said was Charlie Chan.
Are you saying it was him, Danny? Wow, that's my boy.
It wasn't Charlie Chan.
Charlie backstage. No, I know that person you're talking about, Danny. If that's him, then damn, I feel bad for my boy. He's young.
I didn't say nobody's name.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's you putting yourself in some kind of a terminal. Yes, I know who you're talking about. Damn.
Hey, man.
He sends me emails all the time. I'll be trying to coach a young man all the time. But hey, Charlie,
I got him.
My man.
Go ahead, Pepper. Sorry.
Oh, I'm not confirming or denying.
I'm sorry that brother's struggling. I'm sorry. It's just disappointing to hear that the young man.
I'm not confirming or denying.
But there's a lot of brothers like that are incels.
We understand that it's probably
there's a lot of brothers,
issue.
Right, but there's a lot of brothers that are incels that are not socially inept enough to have conversation with women and feel awkward when they get around them, or even get stage fright. I don't get how that happens. But I know there's a lot of, obviously there's statistics that say, 80-20 rule, right? 80% of the women getting pregnant by 20% of the men. 70% of men aren't married and don't have children.
Let me ask you this though, Ronnie. How many of those men are not even trying though? And shout out to you, Mr. Evans, for not saying the gentleman's name, because my goal is not to embarrass him. Goal
I know the young man. That's why I'm not going to say his name either. I just know that Danny just blew him up. But
I didn't see where Danny.
All good.
No, but I didn't see where Danny just put in. Is that on your channel?
Yeah, but it should be in the general comments. You should be able to see it now. Right under it says Charlie Chan backstage.
I see that, but I don't see nothing behind it. Let me see.
Maybe I'm looking at it.
Maybe you're a little bit ahead.
Maybe he deleted it.
If you did that, bro, hold on, let me see. You said,
no, it's in there in my chat. Yeah.
You said password.
Damn, Danny. You should.
While Charlie's looking for that,
because Peppers didn't say his name.
No, Peppers did not say his name.
No, 100%.
One of the chat members said it.
Here's the thing: this thing of ours, man, we keep decorum about ourselves, and we don't never want to belittle someone, but facts are facts, and we could use these as case studies, just like with our coach.
Correct.
So, with that being said, it's not like bro didn't have an opportunity, and like Mr. Peppers just said, I met him in person. We was there in action in person. We was on the movie set together.
And he said movie set.
Yeah, because it was a movie when we touched down. We touched down.
The scenery and everything was there. It was all together. Cinematic.
And it's only the people that's been around for a while that know not only what Mr. Peppers was saying, but also because Mr. Peppers was there, his rebuttal to that. He was saying that he was expecting for women to fall at his feet. He said me and the other bro, we was doing well, but he wasn't doing well. Not acknowledging. Now here's the thing, I am who I am, so I don't care. Not acknowledging, you seen me get turned down. I just didn't let it affect my confidence. Like I spoke to her and she didn't go, but three feet later, the other chick that I spoke to, she went. It's called esteem of your MF self.
On a numbers game. Period.
So but I still didn't see what what's name say. Danny, I hope you didn't say
he said
name though. Because my goal is not to embarrass anyone. Those are just case studies to where we could build off of.
But we already now we understand why he don't come around the space anymore.
Well, I mean, whatever you put on the internet lives forever, right?
Forever.
So we got to be conscious about what we do, especially what we say.
100%.
And that's what Charlie Chan was trying to say earlier about some things should be shared, some things shouldn't be.
Those are all true facts.
Yeah.
The only issue I had,
sister in the space, and I'm not gonna say her name. I wouldn't share it. Now she's real. She's from the East Coast where they keep it overly real. But I wouldn't have came up and said that I got another one on the way. Everybody on this panel know who I'm talking about with that, but it's just a such thing as keeping it too real. Like shout out to Gary. Gary's the man, but Gary keeps it too real sometimes. I'm just saying.
That was hilarious. Boy, I wish I could have got on that live, boy.
Okay.
He keeps it too real. But no, I'm saying that to say.
I wish I was on that live. That was hilarious.
Yeah, that was definitely hilarious. But yeah, I don't know. Like, say, with what went on with that, it was almost like an internal battle because I was hearing like, oh, she's the exact woman that y'all talk about. Why y'all taking it easy on her? Listen, when people surrender, and you guys have seen me say that before, and I'm not going to even bring up the brother to where it happened with, but when he came up and he said something derogatory and I challenged him on it, he said, I didn't think about that. I don't have, and he said, I'm sorry for saying that. And I took that time to say, guys, when a person bend the knee, let's not harp on it. Let's not beat a dead horse. Take this as a learning moment and move on. We got bigger mountains to conquer. And guess what? He hasn't said that since. Because as a black person, for you to come up, and I'll just give you guys some context for the people that have been around, for a black person, for you to come up and say black people don't have no culture, I need you to explain what you mean when you say that. You see what I'm saying? Black people in America don't have no culture. I need you to be able to articulate what you mean when you say that. And when he said, oh, I can't articulate it, he said, I apologize for saying that, we moved on. It's not something I want to kick you over. Just take this as a learning lesson. Let's build on it and move on. I'm not here to put people down. I'm not here to belittle people, but I'm here to build. And if you're going against what we're building, it's my job to dismantle you.
With that being said, I had a question. Why is it, because what I started to notice is here in Panama, but also abroad, the females are able to build, organize, and get things popping overseas. I see a lot more than us. I can't say better because, I mean, we're individually doing our thing, but I see a lot of them working together as a community and they're getting things popping. So what does that, how can we take a page out of their book and what can we learn from what they're doing? What is it that they're doing right that we're doing wrong? Let's start there.
I need to know first of what they're doing. I haven't seen anything like that. I've seen them on YouTube. I've seen them getting popping as far as YouTube channels, but as far as actual business, I haven't seen that. So I need to know exactly what they're doing overseas that we're not.
Okay. Yeah, I know a lot. Well, here we have a lot of the in Panama. Shout out to Charlotte Van Horn. She is pretty much the main person who people go to. She does the Panama Black relocation tours. So if there's anybody responsible for bringing all of these black folks to Panama, black Americans to Panama, it's her. When they be like, what are these?
Yeah, why not?
You point at Charlotte.
So does she charge a consultation fee or some kind of fee for that?
Oh yeah,
I know a lot of brothers that charge fees to do things like that. I mean, Love Crossing Borders, he has a whole consultation fee thing with consulting to going to Colombia and living there. What to expect, what areas, things like that. I heard very detailed presentation. You know, you got Zoom to Thailand. So on that level, we got plenty of brothers that sell consultations that help people move abroad. So one for one, like instances, give me another for instance that a woman is doing something that you know of that we're not doing.
Well, what you think? It's you know something. It's mostly in the tourism and hospitality field that I'm seeing them. I'm not seeing any of them that is actually
running restaurants per se, or
they're doing the restaurant thing. You know, they're doing the tours. They're doing, as you said, they got the YouTubes where they're you know they have a full like here. Shout out to them butlers in Panama where they was actually here to come to Panama, and now they have the whole network of retired expats going, you know, where they're the concierge, they're the go-to people. If you want to know what's going on for expats in Panama, you go to them. They, you know, they're on, and actually they're a couple, and you know, but of course, who's heading everything? It's the wife. You know, he's just there playing the background and being support.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't say they're not being successful, but like you said, there are certain roles they're going to play, and people are a little more comfortable with females, I would say, than men. Yeah. I mean, even when you go to another country, a lot of women are not intimidated by who we are as black men, but we're pretty big guys. All very in shape, you know, fit. And a lot of women say we look good, we smell good, we do a lot of things right, but they're still intimidated by our size. So then when you have somebody wanting to travel overseas, if it's not another brother, how many women do you know get consultations from certain guys versus feeling more comfortable with getting a consultation from a woman? It's just going to be natural because a woman's more nurturing in her style and her approach, where a man is a little more, obviously if you're in sales, you know how to cater that towards the person you're talking to. You kind of mirror their personalities. But in the long run, women are more approachable, one. And two, if they're doing the little bikini thing on the YouTube channel, obviously a lot of these girls that have over 50,000 or 60,000 followers that have, you know, some kind of short or something with a bikini on, they're going to get way more attention than a dude in a pair of shorts running on the beach. If he ain't got a girl in his thumbnail, guess what? He ain't getting the attention that a regular YouTuber female is getting if she's there on a thumbnail. You get what I mean? It's just the female essence that's on that thumbnail that's going to get her or give her more attention, regardless if the same information is being given out at the same level or quality. The thumbnail alone is what? The driving factor. And then the pretty face or whatever that's behind the actual conversation. Guys are going to be more mesmerized by that. Most YouTubers know they need to get a chick on the thumbnail to get the attention first. And then what? Throughout the video, whether they're giving quality information or not, there's got to be a conversation about the level of girls, how the quality of them, what they look like. Show some nightlife with some girls dancing, some booty shaking, blah, blah, blah. That's the standard makeup, where a woman doesn't have to do that on YouTube. She's just going to naturally draw them in because of her essence and obviously the way she looks. She's not that good looking of a woman, then she's going to get it from just the common information she's giving out, but she's giving it out in a feminine way. And if you don't notice, a lot of American women kind of are a little more feminine a little more approachable when they're overseas versus being in America, where they're a little more standoffish. Once they get overseas, they kind of realize, God, I need to be around some of my people and some of my men, you know, and they get a little more receptive to us. That's why so many of them get upset that they see black men and we don't say nothing. When we're in a different
My question to you, Ronan, is why do you think they come off a lot more approachable out of the country?
Because they now realize how much they do need us and how much they do miss us once they leave. But now they can't do anything because they've already committed. Only thing they can do is hope they can find something overseas in that realm that they're attracted to, that's still a black man, and all the other things they're looking for as far as parameters. But it's already 2 sheets to the wind. They're already overseas. So now it's like they're desperate for the attention of the black man. And because the black men are already in their comfort zone and in their peace, they're looking at them like, yo, why would I even think at this point, you know, to entertain it? Even if she's a great woman, you know, even if she's kind of subdued now that she's abroad and can appreciate a black man even more, most black men that are over there already are established. It's too late for them to backtrack and say, yeah, I'm going to go over and kick it with her.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Shoot to the comments. Hold on one second. Let me show that one. Yeah, so it says, who's that? Shout out to Chalupe. Thanks for watching. Charlotte has more than just consultation. She actually does the relocation tour. So she actually has a tour where she flies people from the States and they stay in Panama, but actually she's done branched out too. But she started with Panama, and she would do the week to 2 weeks where she would show people around and how to and do the whole how to relocate from the States to Panama. And now it's gotten so big now to where she has branched out and she's starting to do relocation tours to Colombia. She me and her birthday, because we're both Tauruses, I was trying to invite her to my birthday party, and she was all like, oh, I'm starting to do a relocation in Brazil now. So now she's getting all of, she's starting to expand her reach to where she's like, hey, I can show you all how to get, relocate to any of these countries. And she, and they pay big money in order to go on these tours because they trust her.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. You're approachable, trustworthy. Why not? If you know how to leverage your value as far as the information you know, and that's what a lot of these guys do with their consultation businesses, they're valued people as far as the information and the longevity and the experience they have. People want that. And if you want to leverage that for income, by all means, do it. I've been in sales for 40 years. Sometimes I impart things for free, and sometimes it took me too long. You ain't getting that easy. Because I have a habit of breaking things down to where it sounds real simple. Like, it ain't that easy, but I make it sound that way. Mm-hmm.
And then you had Blacks in Tulum. I know that that thing was booming when I went out to Tulum. I know because of the what's going on with the cartels and them assassinating one of the cartel leaders, that they started shutting stuff down in that part of the region in Mexico. So I was hearing that Blacks in Tulum is not able to do what they was doing before, but when they was doing it, they was doing it, and it was mostly there'd be a couple of brothers in there, helping them along, but it was mostly the females that was running that show. But there was one promotion company. Shout out to Black House Promotions, who was running the parties and stuff. But which leads to my next question: do you think we should be, partnering with our sisters to build abroad, or should the brothers just continue with the Brotherhood?
I'm on my way back in the house, but that's a damn good question. Ronnie, you want to chime in on that? And when I get back upstairs, I could, because that damn near touched my soul when he said that.
I would never have a problem with partnering with somebody that I can trust. and that I knew who she was. So a long-term friend or somebody like that, whether she's female or male, if I knew that she had a good business acumen and that she knew her shit, I'm not impartial when it comes to business. If she knows what she knows and I know is accurate, why should I care what gender that person is? To get the job done, I'm good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me, it's definitely all a part of the mission and alignment. You know, here, what I've noticed is, you know, and me, and Charlie Chan, we were just talking about it earlier, where, you know, as soon as, you know, the brothers start talking about what we're about to do, there's always that naysayer who wants to either be contrary or even, you know, slow us, you know, do something in order to slow the momentum down. So that's the thing that I'm always, you know, coming to grips with. And maybe it might be it might be me, because I remember when Rainier got on you know, his on Charlie's live and said that you know, I put out unlikable vibes, and I can say that I do, because I am, you know, I am a Taurus, just like Dame Dash, and you know, we do put out those types of vibes where, you know, it's like, you know, we're Earth signs, so you know, we have that rock solid type of mindset about us, to where we're an acquired taste. Even with Cameron, he was talking about Dame Dash. He was all like, "Yo, he's an acquired taste. You either gonna like him or you gonna hate his freaking guts." And I have that same type of mentality where you gonna like me or you gonna hate my guts. You know what I'm saying? In terms of if you're a certain type of person, because everybody knows who has met me, I don't do anything. I'm a pretty, you know, cool dude, you know, and that's what Miguel said, because you know, me and Miguel has kicked it a couple of times, so he knows when we're together. Usually I'm silent. I'm a hole in the wall. This right here that you're seeing right now, me, I'm not this you know, online on board personality. The only reason that I'm doing it is because of the mission that I have in order to build overseas. And I know basically on what we're talking about right now, I have to build up, you know, my followership, because the only way for me to be able to get the mission accomplished is just to be able to get people, when I make a call and I say, okay, I need this, you know, like how a lot of these people get online and they be doing these fundies, but they doing the fundies for debauchery and for negative stuff. So I want to be able to be like, okay, well, if you gonna give this dude, you know, $2,000 to go smash in, you know, Kenya, can I get $2,000 in order to be able to open up this booth over here? And actually, we could do it as an investment. You know what I'm saying? We could do it as a Kickstarter campaign. If you all, you know, help me, but in order for me to be able to do that, I have to start from scratch. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I'll land there because I'm rambling. Y'all get
No, you're not.
I'm trying to do something on a positive note. You know what I'm saying? So in terms of business, you build up your follow. You know, they say people do business with who they know, like, and trust. So so they got to get to know me. They might not like me right now, but if they learn my personality, they'll get to like me. And then,
here's the thing: you don't need everybody to like you. Listen, you don't need everybody to like you. You need just the right people.
That too. I don't need everybody to like me, because I don't care if the passport pookies don't.
Danny,
like
you're more than welcome to offer any advice you want. You're capable of putting input in on this conversation as well. What do you mean? Do you want the link? Do I need to bring you up, or you want to stay in the chat? Hold on, I can drop it in my chat too.
Okay.
I don't think I did, but yeah. I'd be interested in hearing your advice.
Because it was funny, because I was partnering with the sister here, and we start actually the brother who has his sports bar. We started helping him promote his sports bar, because a lot of the people were not coming because of they didn't like the service. And you know, he just started, and so because he was a black business, we was like, yo, we want to be able to make sure that, the brother gets some support. So I knew that when I put the word out, ain't nobody coming. I could be like, yo, I'm DJing, I'm doing this here, ain't nobody showing up. But when I, partnered up with Homegirl, everybody knew her, they liked her. So as soon as me and her partnered together, and I said, yo, I need your help. We promoted the events. All of the people were showing up like gangbusters. But we wasn't able to keep the momentum going or keep the crowd going because his service wasn't good. But now, he done moved to a new location. He's able to get, a steady stream of customers up in there, and his service has been able to improve somewhat. So now he's able to maintain some customers. But at the same time too, he's still using the format that we gave him in order to get his business. Like I can go down there today and he's still using, our weekly schedule that we gave him. He's still using, because I was the one who was saying, yo, you need a DJ here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Don't be just using YouTube in order to play music. People want to be able to have a vibe going on, and you can't do that with just doing YouTube. So we started hiring a DJ to come over there. So,
right. But highlight what Danny said real quick. He said, I was just going to say, be cautious about bringing your girlfriend to the States. I've had everybody from O'Shea Duke Jackson and everybody else say this. Okay. I am 58 years old.
Damn.
I have 4 grown sons. I have 4 grown sons, one of which is getting ready to turn 40 in May.
Why did I think you was 55, Ronnie?
I don't know, because Fearless is 55, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, well, maybe.
But anyway, so I've been around a long time. I've seen every game in the book. I don't play games, and I assess women real quick. I even told you I tell women to go take a personality test because I don't want to deal with your mental issues either. All right, so believe me, anybody I sit down with, my family knows I've already run her through the ring. There's nothing she could do besides fuck it up from here. Okay, because I don't get tied down like that. I'm very cut offish, if you can get it. What I mean by that. You can think you have me wrapped around your finger, and the next thing you know, you won't hear from me.
Hey,
this is not my first, second, third, fourth, fifth rodeo. This is my 100th and something rodeo type of thing. I've cut off better. I've cut off worse. My cutoff game is strong. Okay, so believe me, if she's somebody of note that I'm dealing with, she done been through enough. And she's still going through some evaluations, some vetting while I'm here. Personality-wise and everything else. Her actions, things she does when she thinks I'm not watching versus the things she does in front of my face. I don't ever stop evaluating people. And I understand people change over time with exposure and more information and knowledge. Their personalities could change in information that they gather. I need to know if she's susceptible to the world and social media influences outside of her own upbringing. I look at all these factors, brother. Believe me, my family knows I don't bullshit around. If I'm here, she's somebody of note. Y'all should understand.
Okay,
but I'm just saying, I appreciate you for looking out for me. I appreciate you for thinking of me. But believe me, it ain't going down like that. Not with me.
Can I chime in right fast?
You can, sir. I hear you pouring a drink. Is that an alcoholic or a water drink?
Yes, sir. I'm
That sounds like a pretty healthy alcoholic drink. Goddamn. I heard at least 4 fingers high, at least 4.
At least 4. At least 4, but I'm on here kicking it with my good brother Black Cleaner, man. So I feel like I can let my hair down. This is not like one of those other panels to where it's not part of this thing of ours where they don't really get where I'm coming from. What I will say about that is, to Black Cleaner's original question, I could do business with Perry the Platypus from Phoenix and Ferb.
Where's
I can't.
Perry? That's my favorite.
You feel me?
Oh,
I can't me myself, I can't fly out of the country to meet a woman from this country to goddamn it build with. That's just me. You know what I mean? Because if that's the case, we should have linked up here. And me knowing what I know about where we're from, if you was anywhere partly decent, somebody would have snatched you up. Let's just be honest, bro. Let's just be honest about this. You know what I mean? If you are from here and you are partly okay, you would have been snatched up. That's why a lot of the good women are snatched up in their early 20s. Early. You see what I'm saying? So when you get to 35, 45 and stuff like that, and you never been married, now here's the thing. I tell guys like, oh, she's 35. It's like, look at her credentials though. Because if she got married when she was 22 and her husband just passed when she was 35, you can't put the same restraints on her that you would put on a female that's been single this whole time. And she's a perpetual baby mama. You just can't do it. The numbers don't add up like that. But when it comes to business, I know black women are savvy. I love when it comes to business dealing with them. But as far as a relationship, I'm not going to Panama to meet you, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm not going to Colombia to meet you, ma'am. That's why when you look at YouTube, oh, this woman from America went to Colombia or Thailand, and they looked at her like she was invisible, because I didn't come down here to meet you. I could have met you where I was, and we could have built together. But now that I'm building outside, now you're like, hey, I'm an option. No, you're not. Let's be honest. You're not. I land there. OTO, how you doing, sir?
Good.
Came to chime in. Like, welcome back.
Bro been rich all his life. He been in shape all his life. He done had to give a gap all his life. I bumped my head along the way. You know what I mean?
You know, hatred is an evil thing. You know what I'm saying?
Are you saying I'm hating?
Hateration is an evil thing, bro.
Hate is gonna hate. Love is gonna love.
I'm giving bro his props.
In a backhanded kind of way.
I want up for you.
Yeah, I just been rich all my life. That was wild, right? Crazy work, man.
Shout out to OCO. Like say, not only are you like say financially savvy, but you are mentally savvy. You know what I mean? And it seems like you've been that way for some while now. So I'm just getting into the good part of life. Seem like you've been into the good part of life for a long time, my brother. It was a backhanded way of me giving you your props. How about that?
No. I hear you. I'd say financial's probably been my newest acquisition. As far as romantically, I'm savvy. Intellectually, I'm all right. As far as emotional intelligence, that's probably been the best thing for me across the board. And I say that to say, because I was listening to you gentlemen, and you were just talking what you were saying, Charlie. And I was just like, man, sometimes I think we don't know people. I would say, man or women, but I got to say people. Because I was just recently listening to a space, and a gentleman was talking about him dealing with a girl. And on paper, he was saying, I'm the good guy, because he has a good job, right? He hasn't broken the law, etc. But one of the girls he was interested in, she chose a guy that did not have a job. Did not have good credit score, right? So net, he was a good guy. The other guy was a Pookie or Ray Ray. You get my drift? Mm-hmm. Come to find out, actually, he continues to talk, and unbeknown to him, he's digging himself a grave. But once you get more information, right? Right. Once we get more information on the ground, he's calling up some guys to beat up the guy that she chose, because he's mad that she don't want to be with him. And I'm like, well, hold on. You did what? He's like, yeah, I called up some of my rough friends that I just know of. I'm not a rough guy. I'm not a tough guy. So he admit he's not a tough guy. So he hired or got some tough guys to scare this guy away from the girl he wanted to be with. Now, remind you, in this whole conversation, he says, I'm the good guy. I'm the better choice for her. He said, "Hey man, I actually only do this about 3 times a year. I send her a text message 3 times a year, telling her she missed out and she's gonna regret her choice years after."
Mm-mm. Oh, you got some mental problems at this point.
Right, but in the whole conversation, he's saying, "You know what? I hope she has the worst life ahead of her because she did not choose me. She was my girl. She was supposed to be the woman I was supposed to be with. But guess what? I guess he didn't care about her consent neither in this arrangement in his head." And I just sat back and I heard to the other guys be like, "Yeah, man, that's something happened. People make stupid choices like that." And I'm like, hold on. We sitting up here thinking this guy is making the right moves? It seems like she dodged the bullet. And he was mad because from what he said, he looked better.
In his own mind.
Oh my God. My bad. Go ahead, OTO.
So no, I'm gonna land the plane here. People are effed up and we don't really know it. Mm-hmm. We really think this guy's a good guy because on paper he may look good. But when you hear stuff like this, you're like, whoa, my God, how are you saying you're the best choice? And whoa, how are you not understanding? I'm pretty sure Charlie's familiar with this. They say this down south. Let the girl choose.
Gotta know
it. Let the girl choose. I'm not about to go get Black Cleaner beat up because a shorty done chose and she chose on Black Cleaner. Okay, she choosy. Okay, my homie, he went in, right? But I don't have no hate and envy towards him. And it just made me realize that a good amount of people are not like that. They will dislike you because you with the one that they want to be with. So just remember that.
Facts.
So it goes back to the brotherhood that Black Cleaner was talking about, right? What kind of, I guess that's somebody you want to make sure that's not inside your brotherhood.
Or at least,
because again, I always say this. This is one thing I really don't rock with men. If they scarce of 2 things. If you got a scarcity mind around resources, meaning money, or especially, more importantly, the number one thing is I definitely don't rock with you if you have a scarcity mentality around women, because you will stab anybody in the back. Even before money, Charlie. That could be altered, you feel me? But the women part, that is entrenched. That is dangerous. So always be mindful of that.
You cooking. Hey man, it's nothing more dangerous out there than a simp that's goddamn it willing to profess his love for a chick. You know what I mean? And with that being said, I would like to refer you guys to a movie called Casino. The big boss dude that had the casino and all of that stuff, she was still messing with the $2 pimp and bringing him all of the stuff. It wasn't about the dude from Casino, his looks, his wealth, or his power. It was about the dude that got into her ear, and she was bringing bread to him. Yes, sir.
Come on, Sam Rothstein. That's my man.
We know we talking about there. That's just like, ooh, y'all not gonna like this, but I'm gonna touch on it anyway. That's just like it was a law to where certain women couldn't talk to certain men, or vice versa. You see what I'm saying? And I feel like that is a thing for the simps. That is a thing that for men that can't compete. Oh, you can't talk to him because it's illegal. And it's men that's of that opposite gender or that opposite ideology that think that you should relegate a woman to you by law because she's your same race. No, get out here and compete, bro. Get out here and compete. If you compete with another brother and he gets her, it's because you wasn't adequate enough. He said something that she didn't, that she appreciated more than what you said. Come on, man. Let's put some realistic on it. You got dudes that let me say this right fast and I'll land. The dudes that I don't respect the most is the dudes that he'll come home and he'll find his chick with a female and he'll find his chick with a male and his problem with the male. This male don't have no allegiance to you. It's the female. You want to beat up all the incomers that come to her? Well, here's the thing. Read The Art of Seduction and read the part about Casanova. These chicks was climbing out the window to get to him. These chicks was climbing out the window to link with him. So if she not rocking with you, she not rocking with you. Just to be able to provide a chick a future is different than a chick wanting to be with you because she want to be with you and she believe in your program. That's one thing about it. We always get into, oh, I'm gonna beat up this dude. Here's the thing. This is what I've always said, even since I was little. If I'm walking, like say, if I'm with my chick and she's out in public and she venture off, if a dude holler at her, I'm not finna run up, rah, because it's on her to tell him that she's spoken for. Now, once she tell him that she's spoken for and he don't take it, then I step up. Bro, she's saying she's good. I'm the one that's speaking up for her. You see what I'm saying? It's not for me to bogart any dude that want to holler at her. Because if you could take her, she's not mine. She's not mine at all. So you doing me a favor. But the dude that, oh no, I'm big and bad and I'm going to shoot everybody that holler at my girl. My nigga, when you go to jail, I'm going to be dicking her down. How about that? Not laying there.
Oh, that's just terrible. Your mic. You were breaking out real bad. Or is that me?
Might be you because I can hear him clearly.
Yeah, I heard him, Lehman Charlie.
I was finna say, that's YouTube hating on me.
Yeah. That was YouTube trying to dirty Mac, man. Mate guarding. That's what I call it. What you said, Charlie. That's mate guarding through the law. They trying to dirty Mac through the law. Yeah, you can't be with them. A lot of brothers do that today. You know, they want to Joan on Pookies and Ray Ray. That definition only exists because another dude mad that is sure he done got somebody that he couldn't get with his Google job. Well, Google can't unlame you. You know what I'm saying? A credit score can't unlame you. So if you ain't got the charisma, and if you ain't got the razzle dazzle to spazzle and get in seduction to get that, then it is what it is. But you rather say, oh man, look at you, man, his credit score whack. Like a shorty done chose up on a homie because of his credit score. Get out of here. At a certain point, she might change up her strategy. But hey, at the end of the day, attraction is attraction. So you got to get right or get left or know where you at and stand there and hold your ground. But, you know, it's easy to dirty Mac, outlaw it, you know, call people mud sharks. Like whatever the wave is. Oh, you a mud shark. And then this is what I'm saying. A couple of black men, y'all be missing out on this. Because most part, I don't hear, you know, black men don't really go ham like, oh, black women, you date outside your, they don't be really tripping about that. But other dudes, they always got it in their mind. Always. Asking their girlfriend, hey, you ever been with a black guy? Hey,
you think we have you ever been with a white tee?
Yeah, I never say no shit like that. You been with a white man, you been with a Hispanic, right? I'm not thinking about that. But again, obviously, the king of the jungle don't go around thinking like that, right? But the dudes who sit on the side, they have to think like that. I mean, that's how they see the world. And that's a reality they got to deal with. But yeah, they, like you said, yeah, man, have you been with a white man? And then guess what? This is so messed up, bro. Now, I don't know if you heard this. I heard brothers say, man, I don't deal with no girls if they date black men only.
I've heard white dudes that say that shit. Like you
no black men even say that too. They'll be like, I ain't gonna deal with if she only date black men. So I'm like, what you want your girl to be flipped by everybody? All the Hispanics get the flipper, whites get the flipper. Like you done fell for the banana in the tailpipe. Like if she like black dudes, she like what she like. There's girls who like white guys. I ain't tripping about that neither. Right? I'm black. I'm gonna let it fly. So at the end of the day, I'm just like, man, the stuff dudes be saying, I'll be like, it's a twisted world. So go ahead and make guard, call somebody Pookie and Ray Ray, or you can shut up and listen and see what they do and learn what they do. Peep game. Don't hate the player. Learn the game and get laced and be able to get what you want.
I agree.
That's for money and women.
Realize the reality of it too, because sometimes, like you said, okay, that girl ain't for you. You know, my cousin was on here, and he at the beginning, at the top of the show, that's one of his main points that he was talking about. He was saying the one thing that actually breaks up brothers building or causing dissension amongst the ranks is women, because as you said, there's a lot of guys out here who do have hate in their blood because, you know, the guys want the woman that the other guy has. And as he was saying, what's meant for you is not meant for you. I mean, is meant for you.
Jesse's girl.
Exactly. You wishing you have Jesse's girl, but guess what? You might not know what Jesse goes through. You looking at Jesse's highlight reel. You don't know what Jesse's girl. I mean, what Jesse's going through when he leaves your presence. She might be giving that dude hell. You know what I'm saying? He might be, having a run down to the what's it called?
That's some insecurity too. Running after some chick like that. Damn. Bro, get some pride.
So because there was plenty of times where my brother, if y'all looked at the video that I showed at the beginning, the dude with the locks. There was plenty of times I was hanging with him and he done got, some chicks, and I started, then some of them were cute, but then when I started, watching him be with the chick, I'm like, ooh, I'm glad you with her, more better, because I couldn't deal with any of that foolishness that chick that is putting you through. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad but in the beginning, I'm like, damn, yo, you got a dime piece. Oh, you got one. But then, little by little, I was like, yeah, I wouldn't have had that.
Nah, yeah, you got it. That's all you, homie.
That's all you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good luck for you. I'll be praying for you, brother.
Thank you. So
that's hilarious.
No.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Go ahead, though. I'm not gonna lie. I think OTO was just cooking because you feel like just because you got a Google job, you guys forget like how many of these females like they'll lock up the simp dude that's getting a lot of bread, as far as corporate situation, but at the same time they giving that box to Pookie. You know what I mean? You making vanilla love to her. Only thing that she didn't ever experience with you was missionary.
You got that F-boy right on that phone on speed dial. The minute you walk out, F-boy coming in.
I'm telling you.
Close the house down.
And guess what? They blame the F-boy opposed to blaming the female. That's something that I could never get.
That man ain't got no loyalty to you.
Okay, I said that earlier, but it may hit different when Ronan said. Yeah.
What are you supposed to do? Interrogate her and say, "Yo, you got a man? I'm sorry, my morals won't let me do that." That's why they call him the F-boy. He's there to do a job.
And it's gotten to the point with me now that I'm older now, because I was one of those guys who had anxiety about females because it really wasn't even about the female per se. It was about the pursuit of finding the smoking gun. So you can be over here like, aha!
I want to know. He's like, I don't want to go through life blind. I want to know.
Exactly. But then somebody told me something. They said, oh man, I can't even. But basically, they were saying insecurity people chase. What did they say? Man, I can't. But it was profound. Basically, he was saying, all you got to do is just sit back and be still, and the truth is gonna come to light. You know what I'm saying? Don't be over here being insecure and chasing it, because if you got your game and you're on top of your game, either one, she already knows that she effed up if she even goes out here to have fun. Okay, so and you ain't. I mean, if you suspect something, just be, as I said, just be chill, because going out there and chasing that, it is insecure and it's goofy. And once I learned that, I was like, something, they right. Why am I over here doing all of this? Nah, be who you are. Just be still. What's meant for you is meant for you. What's gonna happen is what's gonna happen. I mean, that's what I do now here in Panama. You know what I'm saying? I have a couple of chicks that I deal with. I don't call them chicks at all. I don't text them. I don't do any of that. I don't be over here, hey baby, what you doing? No. Every morning I wake up, I just chill. If they hit me with a text, hey, how you doing? Cool. If they don't, oh well, because I already know, what's gonna happen when they do come. They're gonna call me and be like, oh, I want to see you. I want to be with you.
No, they're gonna say, hey, big head. Hey, big head, what you been up to?
Exactly. And You gonna come over, we gonna go out to eat somewhere, you gonna come back and I'm gonna hit. So why am I gonna sit here and be waiting, okay, where
No.
you're
Say it
not
right now. She
When you
gonna
going
try to
out to eat
seduce the
nowhere?
hell out of your mind, and she gonna come back and give you the best loving so she can lock your ass back in again.
Exactly. Like, I mean,
You said
prime
it right.
example. It just happened to me. You know, there's this chick that oh, damn, I'm on my live.
Yeah, you can't say it.
This is my live. This ain't Charlie's live. See, I can be saying a whole bunch of stuff on y'all live, but I can't say it on my live. But I'll keep going. Anyway, to finish this story. She ain't, you know, I text her, hey, you know what I'm saying? She was supposed to be at work. She ain't say hey back. So I'm like, yo. So I blocked her. So she hits me up on Instagram. What you blocking me for? Why'd you block me? And I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? The least you could have done was say, hello, how are you doing? Well, I'm having a bad day at work. I'm busy. You know what I'm saying? You didn't say hey to me. And basically what I had to say to her was this. When you come in my presence, I treat you like a queen. Okay? You don't have to pay for nothing. All you got to do is just show up and be you, and I'm going to treat you like a queen. Okay.
I hate that for you, Black Cleaner.
The least, and what I said to her is, I'm not going to chase you to treat you like a queen. Point blank. Period. If you want to be in my presence, then you need to show the utmost respect, because I already know who I am. I know I'm a good guy, and you know what type of treatment you get when you're in my presence. So therefore, I don't got time for these one-sided relationships. See you when I see you.
I got a question for you, Black Cleaner, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you a good guy?
What makes me a good guy? The fact that me personally, okay. What makes me a good guy is the fact that I treat everybody with respect. You know, I respect everybody in all things. That's what makes me a good guy. I don't try to judge you and you know, find flaws with you, whatever. Now, I might be not, and that's really what it is with me. I might say stuff to be frank with it, to where it might rub people the wrong way. That's only because I'm not as articulate as Ronan or, you know, O2O here. And so in trying to sit there and articulate my words, sometimes I'll just be like, I don't want to sit here and try to think about it. I'll just put it out there and just be brutally and just say what I need to say. And some people are like, I hate how you said that. Why'd you have to say it that way? It's like, yo, that's the only way that it came to my mind. You know what I'm saying? It was like, what's his name? I look at the example of Moses, when Jesus told Moses, you know, hey, I got a job for you. You need to go to Pharaoh and tell Pharaoh to let my people go. And he was all like, why me? You know what I'm saying? You need to send Aaron. Aaron's a better speaker than I am. And then, you know, the burning bush or God was all like, well, I'm the one who made your mouth. I know what you're capable of doing. I need you to do it. So that's really what it is with me, is I already know, you know, the way that I articulate things sometimes rub people the wrong way. But it's not, I mean, but if you was to be around me and see my actions will show you that I'm very respectful. Does that answer your question?
That's correct. Nope. And well, a little bit. Not so.
He let you go all the way that way and then said, nope.
Because here's the thing. I have dealt with females in my life to where it'll be a gentleman. Let's not say Black Cleaner, but with the Black Cleaner ideology, to where, oh my God, let me do this, that, and the third, and hold her to such a high standard. But she come over here and she's doing the most, bro. Like, she's doing the most. Like, say, a lot of these shit, that's what was going on in my life. And unfortunately, on O'Shea Duke Jackson live, when I pulled up over there, somebody said, oh, this is I want my ass ate Charlie. From my life, I've never said that. My thing is what I said is I never would shame a chick for her freak flag. She's too freaky for me. It's just too freaky for me. But at the same time, I'm not gonna shame her for it. Maybe the next guy would like that. But I call myself a supreme Mac. I'm not finna. Oh my God, you like to eat ass? No, you should stop that. Don't do that because guys don't like. No, do your thing, baby. I want you to be you. I want you to be you. Give me your truest self. And you got the guys that, oh my God, she's such a good person. She just ain't never been loved. Get the F out of here. Because the fact of the matter is, you got chicks that can sell box for 10 years, and you guys, still a dude out there that'll wife him up.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm gonna now. I gotta give you some pushback on that.
Please do. Please do.
Lord, he fighting for the 304s now. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. Forgive them, black men, for they know not what they do. Okay, Dr. Umar Pandering Johnson. Let's go here.
All I'm saying is that there's someone for everybody. Okay.
Oh my God.
So number one, okay, what do you think all of these player pimps out here is doing? They taking these girls that are the 304s and are very because if it wasn't for them a lot of times, I mean, you have some guys that's out here that took a girl that was poor, unfortunate, wasn't going any place in life, and was able to take her and turn her into something, and then they was able to go out and take on the world, them against the world, Bonnie and Clyde, ride or die. And then when things started to go south or go sour, then he was like, all right, well, the pimping game is over, the excitement is gone. All right, well, what else are we gonna do? And then he turns around and goes to the square life and takes the girl that he was pimping or whatever, and makes him the main chick or the bottom chick for him. That's all I'm saying.
That is a gross misdepiction of what happens there, bro. If I'm being honest.
Oh.
And I'm just trying to come from that standpoint instead of the simp standpoint of turning a quintessential 304 into a housewife. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that, yeah, you can't turn a 304 into a housewife, but you can turn a 304 into a bottom B. That's all I'm saying in essence, because a lot of those girls out there, okay, have learned, number one, how to deal with men, okay? And we were just talking about this earlier when we was talking about business and how a lot of these females, and Ronan was gave the perfect analogy on how these girls is able to attract all of these customer base because they're soft and nurturing and, and beautiful. So who do you think is more soft, more nurturing, and more beautiful than a person who was in the business of having to do that every day?
Now, I'm going to ask that next time you come on live, you need to have on the cape. And I'll tell you why. You're trying to save motherfuckers that don't need to be saved, bro. And I'm just being honest on the simple fact, a lot of these people don't need to be saved. On the simple fact, there's women out there like say, okay, can I relate to some books there? Because I guess if I go into it, it's going to seem like unsensitive or things of that nature. But read Pimp by Iceberg Slim.
I did, and that's what I'm talking about.
How can you conduct yourself the way that you do, and you reference that book as a guide?
Yeah, because see, the thing about it is with him in that book, okay, one of the things that he talked about was, a pimp is, in reverse to the women. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. A pimp is a hoe to his tricks.
Exactly.
His hoes.
Exactly.
His girls are tricks to him.
Exactly.
But do you know why though?
Yeah.
Why?
Because these women out here, they're looking for a certain thing that they're not getting from their customers that he can offer them. Okay, like the love, like all of the nurturing, like the no judgment, the knowledge, the education, all of these things. That's what they get because they're coming from a broken situation and they're looking for answers. So, but for him, it's like, all right, well, in order for me to give you what you're looking for, first you need to go out here and do this.
Yeah, no. May I push back, please?
Go ahead.
Well, no, that's not the case. And if I would urge you to read that book again. The fact of the matter is this: is when it comes to a P, he's telling a woman to where she's used to her P having value, her vagina having value, to a P saying, "I don't value that. What else do you bring to the table?" And guess what she do in return? She go out and find people that value.
Ding, ding, ding.
I'm just saying. She go out and find the dudes that value that P, get the resources from them, and come and bring it back to them. Because I bring it back to the P because he don't value the P the same way that a person's gonna value it. So
we're saying the same thing. We're just saying it differently because all I'm saying to you is this:
I would make the difference.
Because all you're saying is okay. He doesn't value the P. He values the money. That's what I was saying. But okay, what does she value from him in order for her to go out there and take those chances to bring him the money?
His attention. He wants his attention because he ain't giving it.
His attention. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there you go. And they just answered that. He's not giving the attention that the dudes that are giving that only want P from her. He's telling, I don't want your P. What else can you bring to the table other than your P?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So by comparisons, he's different than 99% of the men that she have dealt with. Where the other men just want the P. He said, I don't want the P. What else can you bring to the table?
That's a dime a dozen. Shit.
You dig?
Yeah. And not only that, you was in your bag for sure. For sure. And that's why I always tell dudes, I'll be like, bro, I know it might sound crazy to you, but this is real talk, true story. I always tell a bro, I never met any P that's better than the D I give to you. So what you really talking about? I'm gonna put you to sleep. So what we really talking about? Because when you really look at the landscape, it's only about 40% of all women that climax. So they in a deficit. They not in a deficit of men giving money. That's a surplus. Brokey dudes can give money. It's called credit. It's called a personal loan. Geeks got Google jobs. You know what I'm saying? Dude that never popped the chain, never, bust a llama, never fought, never did nothing. But he got a good job and he got some money. Shoot, he might be a class clown, but he on Twitch stream. And so since he got all these followers and he got all this money, right? He got the fame and the cash to go with it. But at the end of the day, he don't got that. And so I think that's a whole different type of construct of what you was talking about, Charlie, that most men are not familiar with. I tell a brother, I'm not treating you like no princess. You a human. You better get out of here with that. I'm the king. Last time I checked, the queen's supposed to be cool. Nah, it ain't no joke. It ain't no smiles over here, Black Cleaner. This is real talk. I could have concubines on the West Wing, living in bunk beds. This is how I could build out my life. So I don't appease you. I don't, oh man, I got to do what you say. I'm going to treat you like this. How are you going to treat me? That's the question here. Right? Because let me give you this nickel. If you really that guy who done work on yourself and built yourself out, watch this. I tell girls this a lot of times. I say, look, if you really lock in with me and I decide to make sure that you good, you secure, you straight, I'm going to die. I'm going to be gone. But I'm going to still outperform every other man that you sleep with from this day on. So you're going to be covered. Your children, trillion. You could be with 3 other men and I'll outperform them from the grave on the amount of work that I put on this. Oh, man, come on, bro.
Hey.
Now, I like that.
That's a hell of a
However,
deal.
Shout
I
out.
Go
like
ahead,
what
go
you
ahead, Black
said.
Tony.
I agree, and I like that. I'm just a little bit different, and that was another reason that I brought.
Yeah, you need to put that cape up. That cape should have been retired by now.
Listen. I agree with O2O because I'm not trying to do the whole concubine, I'm the king, this type of situation, and that's why I have brothers around me like Coach, Lou, like my brother, like my cousin Keen, these people who are married and have, been in relationships for a long time. So all I'm doing is showing you the kingdom that I'm able to provide. Okay. And I'm saying to you, in the words of Willie D, I treat a chick like a queen, but you got to realize I'm the goddamn king. And here's my kingdom. Okay. And the moment that you start acting unqueen like, you about to get exiled out of my kingdom. That's it.
That's cool because at the end of the day, they look at you like I got the leverage. So go ahead, get buck if you want. I'm gonna walk away with your empire plus your kids. Stop talking that. Y'all talking talk that y'all really don't stand by. That's why y'all got a moniker. It's called Happy Wife, Happy Life. They don't. You do. You could talk all that trash you want. Don't make me call the police on you. Don't make me call the PO. Don't make me get the judge out here. I'll take your kids from you. You ain't got no legacy unless I say you got a legacy. So y'all can talk that talk. I get it. But don't lie.
It sounds good.
Yeah, it sounds good, but they know that. They check you. You got on your knees to get with me. You better buck up straight. You got on your knees and beg me. So you could die for me. So you could provide for me. So at the end of the day, don't make me go ahead and get the judge in them. Don't make me get everybody round you up because I hold the power. I let you think you hold the power.
Danny,
I let you think that.
Well, I mean,
that's why that's why you got the men. Wait, don't you got the men? Sexless marriage, raging on OnlyFans. Yeah. That's mostly married men. That ain't single men. So you could go out here and say you better than the man out here that, oh man, you concubines or oh you incel. Okay, hey, you married men that are 95% of OnlyFans. Don't make me get to calling you guys out. You the sexless marriage. You never touch your wife.
That's a fact.
You the one who said it's about legacy. But how is it about the legacy and all I hear you complaining about is sex? I thought it was about the children. I thought it was about the wealth. I don't hear you talking about that because none of y'all got the wealth.
Damn.
I mean,
but I hear that, hey man, she ain't giving me no coochie. She ain't giving me no box. I want the preacher. It goes so deep that y'all done use the church to try to get the preacher to make your wife have duty sex with you.
Damn, that's a straight
ecclesiastically. Hey, don't make me get the don't make me get the pastor.
OTO going off tonight. I ain't gonna lie.
Damn, he didn't ask the pastor. Wait, hold on, Charlie. He didn't ask the pastor to come up with a better school program so his children could pass some STEM. He asked the pastor to ecclesiastically preach from the pulpit so she can get on the pole and do something nasty to him.
Oh,
that's a part of a relationship. Hey, come on, man.
Listen,
while the pastor's in the background say, "Oh, you not getting it?" That's because I'm tearing that shit up.
Shout out to OTO. Hold on. The church say amen.
Who's this coming up? Hold on. Who am I adding to the stage? Who's this on the stage? I can't see.
What the hell, Darnell?
He's back on. You want to chime in? Oh, nah.
What the hell, Darnell? What you got to say, good brother?
There we go.
What is a queen? They should be treated like a queen. That's what you want to say, Darnell?
No, I think that's Ronan's words. That's Lancelot over there. You got me confused with him. You
really don't know me.
Bullshit.
My kid has been put up. I told that.
Hey,
not the other day. You pulled your sword on me. I'm like, hey, brother, put the sword down, man. You ain't got to defend Guinevere. She ain't no. Guinevere's not under attack.
Call him out, then, Darnell.
Mm-hmm. What did I do yesterday?
No, it wasn't yesterday. It wasn't yesterday. It was like a couple days ago.
Okay.
I
or
thought
a
you were
couple
talking
weeks
about the
ago.
Shake Duke.
So Darnell, if I'm hearing
Oh,
you right, you
okay,
said
yeah.
Brother
Did y'all
Ronan
see
had
that?
on the
Yeah, yeah.
cape the other day.
Oh,
I'm
on
sorry,
OK Jackson show, I didn't have the cape on. They were trying to rip me up, and I was still holding my own. What
Nah,
you
they
mean?
was going at you, bro. I ain't gonna
Yeah.
lie to you. It was going at you.
I'm sorry. There was too many people talking. Somebody asked me a question, but there's too many people talking.
Who asked the question? I didn't.
I asked him. So what you saying that Ronan had on the cape the other day?
Yeah, it was on your show. Remember?
I'm asking you. What was your understanding of the situation? Was Ronan wearing
I'm
a cape?
confused. What cape did I put on?
You accused me of attacking what's her name? The chick living with a baby daddy that they weren't really together but having another baby anyway.
No, what I accused you of is not knowing her whole story while we already did. And by you asking questions that we already knew, all you had to do was sit back and listen.
Play the tape back,
go ahead,
brother.
play the tape back. I do recall that. And I do have a limited mind sometimes. I do be forgetting.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell?
But first off, thank you for having me, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. I guess we switched gears. I don't know what happened, man. I guess on the last show it got disconnected, but I guess we switched gears.
Yeah. We're moving forward, Darnell. We in the now, sir. How you living?
Man, like my stocks, baby. PHAT fat. Had a good day in the market today.
There you go. So we're we're in here now. Like say, Black Cleaner, that he's not going through anything that I haven't went through, or anybody else that have a YouTube channel that haven't went through. Like I have made a mistake and ended my live early as well. So that just come with the game. Sometimes you gotta it's bumps along the road of this thing of ours.
Oh yeah, Hey man, yeah, stuff happens. I'm just trying to get caught up to speed here, Okay. So you guys.
So by your depiction, you saying Ronan is caping though. Let's get back to that. You say Ronan is caping.
Well, he don't always cape. He Ronan two-tone. He switches it up sometimes.
That's what he said.
Now, I'm very consistent in what I say. Believe me.
Chalupe say, Darnell, have you seen the barber in the last month?
No.
Man, I ain't seen the barber all year.
Shout out to you.
Talking about last month. How about I ain't seen the barber. I can't remember the last time I stepped foot in the barber.
I think the last time you cammed up with me and Fearless was the last time you actually had a haircut. And that was damn near over a year ago. It was over a year. I've been here a year.
No. I think it was June. Was my last haircut. Last June. So almost a year. Almost.
Keeping it real. Well, here's my thing. Just to just to double down on the subject that we're talking about. Say a lot of you guys don't a lot of you guys don't understand the difference between a female that should be having your attention than a female that's just there for the moment. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean, bro. I'm sorry I cut you off there. I know, man. You look up the word "stupid" in the dictionary. I swear to God, you see my picture when it comes to dating. Boy,
that just means it's experience, brother. You got people out there like Akash, or even with shout out to Abba and Preach, but even with what Abba was going through. What he's going through right now is a female that he linked up with through social media, and she was more or less a fan, and he tried to make a fan a main chick, and guess what? It came back to bite him like a big mouth alligator.
Yeah, but that situation, it's I don't know if you've seen the updates to that. Now you talking, he up to 5 women now making accusations against him.
Yep.
Two of them got proof that they were in a relationship with him.
But how dumb are they? Like, say it's some shit to where, like, say, I wouldn't even say because I feel like it's too obvious. oh, I want to go naked head kingpin because I got a low sperm count, so don't worry about it. What the hell? what the hell?
I'm gonna use that one. Nah.
Let me say this. Those girls knew what they were getting into, and if they got pregnant, hey, they just hit the lottery. They knew who they were.
Especially the first one, man. The first one, that chick. I ain't gonna lie, man. Something was really off about her. Like I actually went to her.
You talking about the Swedish girl or the Libby girl?
No, Libby.
Libby's Filipino, man. I'm gonna tell you straight up. It ain't necessarily they methodical. They're not dumb. They're not dumb.
I'm not.
I'm just telling you, they're very methodical. And here's the thing: their background is a Catholic. They don't believe in the abortion thing. So he knew that going in, and then he also said that he wanted it at first, and then changed his mind, and then obviously that caused her to have to go and rethink her whole moral background, and that's why she kept on going and then getting cold feet. She also has her family. I'm in that environment right now, and I don't want to tell you stories, but I'm just telling you I know of stories right now of girls that might have been pregnant and were scared to tell their parents because they having those kids.
Yeah, that sounds good, but let's keep in mind this. I was a multi-millionaire. That would have been a blessing to tell her parents that.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the key for me.
When I say multi-millionaire, that means he got more than 1 million.
Yeah,
but the thing is, though, like she was the one that told him she didn't want the baby at first. He was
multiple.
He showed
times.
Receipts. Yeah.
And if we're
but that
honest,
happened.
Can you put no?
Yeah, but you can't.
But that happened.
But here's the thing.
Look, I don't think it. What are we talking? Man, that shit don't matter, bro. It's just two people who was bang. No, it doesn't. Two people banging, clapping cheeks. One got pregnant. Who cares? What are y'all talking about? Like nobody cares. You're not gonna know the truth. You can say whatever. People do whatever. You're not going to know the truth. Only them two, they know what happened, and they probably disagree even on that. So they don't even know. So at the end of the day, that's his personal business. Don't give a damn. I found it funny a little bit because, he was on Fresh about it. But that's what he's supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? That's TV. That's entertainment. That's people. Right? We just talked about the pastor that was saying one thing, and let me do something to you in the back. Let me bless you.
Hey, keep in mind this. Just piggyback on to what OTO is saying. That's why a lot of churches in the community are suffering because the pastor is taking more advantage than he should. He's not as virtuous as he would let on. Pastor is getting women of the congregation pregnant. They're getting young women pregnant and things of that nature. That's why the church is not as strong as it once was, because the pastor must meet something.
It ain't my fault. It's the dresses. They keep coming to church, and they keep getting shorter and shorter, Charlie. Now I'm trying to be a saintly man and do what's right.
Hallelujah!
Woo! The devil. Oh, Adam bit the apple, and I want me a bite too. And you can't blame me for biting a little American pie.
I'm gonna clip you up with that one. Adam bit the apple, and I want me a little bite too.
I want me a bite too.
I mean, and that's gonna be in Spanish.
They've been doing that stuff for years, man. I mean, it's definitely not new. Like they've been, having, relations with women in the church, in the congregation for years.
The deacons too.
Oh yeah, deacons too.
Let me throw it to you this way. Let me throw it to you this way. Let me throw it to you this way, and then you'll get a real good picture. Big Boss at one time was a deacon in the church, being considered for being a pastor. When he got passed over, you see where he's at now. He's the head monger of all mongers. You look in the dictionary, it's Big Boss staring at you like a big boss takes no loss.
Hey, can I add to that?
I would say that
people don't understand.
Keep trying to say stuff. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold up. Go ahead. O2O with the towel on your face, trying to dry yourself off.
I'm saying now, let me tell you something now. I didn't go after those girls. Those girls came after me. See, you don't see I'm the victim here. They target me. You know?
Hey, don't
I'm
forget to pass the collection plate. Pass the collection plate.
Yeah, they set me up, man. You know what I'm saying?
Johnson, I really appreciate that extra offering you gave me. So I got to give you a little something special later.
Yeah, they love bombed them. They love bombed the pastor. That's what it was. See, you know what I'm saying? If he was smart with women.
Sister Joyce said you gotta spread my seed.
You gotta spread the seed.
Yeah. I gotta go over. Sister Johnson cooks the best apple pie and cobblers I ever had in my life, and I just gotta go over there and get me a slice.
Sister Johnson got the best apple pie, and I ain't talking about sweets.
Okay.
Come on, man. That's why the church is in such disarray now. You know what I mean? Because like Drew, everybody was mad at Drewski, but I think they was mad because it hit on some truth.
He's telling the truth.
You know what I mean? We got all these prosperity preachers and all of that stuff. Go ahead.
You telling the truth, all them super churches. Come on, man.
Yeah. I mean, does anybody remember a documentary called American Pimp? It used to run on HBO.
Was that with Rosebud, Double D?
Yeah,
with
a double dose.
Double dose.
Slim.
Tyreek was a pimp back then. Wasn't Tyreek still a pimp? Wasn't he on there?
Yes, sir.
No, he wasn't on there.
No, he was, bro. Tyreek was a pimp back in the day, and I think he was on that show.
He was not on Great American Pimp. I used to watch that back to back. Hey, I know all of the pimps that was on Fillmore Slim, Payroll,
Hey, shout out to Fillmore Slim,
Kenny Red.
But the thing is,
there was no pimp named Flex on there.
But the thing is, they kept alternating between pimping and preaching. You know, that was I don't know if anybody had ever caught that as a recurring theme. Every time they would interview these guys, you know what I'm saying? They kept alternating between pimping and preaching. It just depended on whatever was making them more money.
They're closely related, bro. Like what I was just gonna say is Bishop Magic Dunn 1 is an actual bishop. Look into his history. He's ordained. For sure. So look into his history. He's an actual bishop, and he got the documents to prove it. So they're that close. You know what I mean? So But at the same time, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, and I said that once before on another live, to where my daughter, like, she was a part of this traveling choir, and it was a whole big church thing to where she was singing that with her choir. And when I went there, and I was there to support her, it was a lot of good, well-to-do black people in there. But when I looked around, I said, "Oh, this is a retirement home for whores."
Oh,
wow. Y'all don't want to hear the truth. Y'all don't want to hear the truth because y'all got me in my bag now. Like, I'm gonna go OTO on y'all ass. Goddamn it. Shit. But that's where they're from, though. That's what it is. A lot of ex-whores think that you could go to church and God gonna take those mouths off your body. I haven't heard of that happen thus far. If somebody else has heard of, please inform me. But no, God don't take that mileage off that body, man. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. But
there to stay.
It's not the miles that get taken off the body. It's the simp that goes to church that chooses you. That's really what goes on.
Yeah, like, you sitting in the front row with your cape on.
Shout out to Worldwide.
No, I'm the pimp in the pulpit. Talking about the doors of the church is now open.
I bet they are. What doors you talking about?
What doors you talking about? Let me just 20 seconds. That's why you got such pimp pastors that say, "Oh, I'm looking for this amount of money." close the doors. We're gonna get this before we close the doors.
I remember those days. And then
See
that
what I'm
money,
saying?
this money is for the building fund, and the church ain't never got built. You still in that same small
Y'all
ass
ain't
building.
replaced the window yet.
Oh, that's a Dr. Umar special. What you mean? He took it right off the church.
Started on Dr.
Don't be talking about my brother, Dr. Umar, on this channel.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Everybody that know me know how I feel about Dr. Umar.
I don't like that man at all.
Say that again.
I don't like him at all.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. He's one of the worst in the worst of the worst in my book because he's a prosperity pimp.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? He's a race hustler, and I don't like that. You know what I mean?
I don't like him because he's a historical revisionist. He changes the story of history just to shape his ideals.
I don't like the man because he literally, he just cons everybody. I mean, like, talking about his school, what I'm saying?
This is live. Follow the journey. Don't be talking about my Dr. Umar.
Okay, all right, I'll stop.
Nah, your Dr. Umar got to get this work on the simple fact that he is one of the greatest prosperity pimps in our community in this day.
Well,
he's been taking up money for this guy.
What happened?
Oh, and haven't had one person go through that school. Do you know people that have donated to their school, their children has graduated and started their life since then? Come on now. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's black men like that, that give us a bad name, and it's not even just Dr. Umar. It's his type. Like I used to live in Detroit. We had a mayor, Kwame Kilpatrick. They used to call him the hip hop mayor, Brother Kwame. They called him the hip hop mayor. Man was buying. The city ultimately, long story short, the city went bankrupt, but he had money to buy his wife a Navigator on city money that Ford don't even make. I mean, man, he was juicing, all his friends with contracts, all kinds of. I mean, this guy was so corrupt. Even allegedly unalived a stripper, allegedly.
Your verbiage for sure. But at the same time, is we can't be having you guys I can't say we, but in my opinion, to get behind Dr. Umar is to get behind scamming. You might as well get behind the Somalians in Minnesota if that's the case.
May as well. Why not?
Sweet dreams, Nevi.
Shout out to my brother Nevi.
Why not?
But at the same time, this is my opinion on this. It's and I don't know what the future holds, but I will say I don't see myself going out of the country to meet a woman that I could have met in the country to build with. I could do business with anybody. I don't care. Like I say, I could do business with Perry the Platypus. But the fact of the matter is this: once you got to a certain status in life and all of your best years are gone, now you wanna, oh my God, I'm this, that, and the third, and I'm looking for a man for this, that. Nah, come on. It's not that's not the actual real thing. When you was going through your prime, the suitable guys you didn't want to deal with. Now you done had your hot girl summer and you got 1,000 bodies and shit. Oh, it's just sex. Yeah, no, you done let these guys then raw dog you and all of that stuff. But now dude supposed to take you serious? Come on, man, be serious.
And now you got kids, and you come with. Hey, let's face it, you come with baggage. You probably got debt. And now you're asking this man, to take on your kids, take on your baggage, be a man and be a provider and all this other stuff. You got to make, but it's kind of the old story of how they talk about, the story about the man, running a marathon. The woman is sitting way at the end of the finish line, You know what I'm saying? And while the brother been running this damn marathon, it's like, what am I getting? You know, at the end of the day, I busted my ass. You know, what am I getting in return? You know, for
Get
this.
me. Haven't you heard that before? What am I getting from doing all of this work? You get me. I'm the prize. But
Shoot.
that's for another story. That's for next week. That's for next week's topic. We're gonna be talking about the women a lot more next week. We talking about the brotherhood today. We talking about building. And why is it that we can't build? You know, we've been doing this.
When you say we can build, elaborate
now,
on that, good sir.
Say it again.
I said, when you say we can build, could you elaborate on that? Because in my honest observation, brothers have been building over here. Like, you got OTO that's over here doing this thing. You got Miguel and Unc J that's doing their thing. You got DC PRT that's doing his thing. Now, he haven't collaborated with nobody yet, as far as my knowing, but he's doing his thing. So when you're saying we, I would need you to elaborate on what you mean by that.
Well, we're talking about self-reliance versus, collective economics or collective responsibility. Us working together, like what we were just talking about with the women folk, our counterparts who are able to, network and work together and pool their resources together and, make things happen. Everybody, we're all lone wolves doing our individual thing.
Let's not compare ourselves to women, my good brother.
Well, I'm talking about the good thing that they're doing. They're working together as forming Voltron. We have not done that yet. We're just all individuals.
There are men that are working together. When I was in the DR, like I say, I went to a rooftop lounge that Jay Abroad had actually recommended. And funny enough, the time that I went up there, he was actually up there. But there were so many well-to-do gentlemen up there too. As soon as I walked in, I'm thinking I'm walking into a Dominican spot. As soon as I step my foot in the door, somebody, "Oh, what's up, good brother? Congratulations, you made it." And these brothers is talking about they own property out there. They're doing this, that, and the third out there. You just got to get in those rooms. Don't be around these pookies to where they talking about, "Oh man, I shot my ops in the face on camera." You know what I mean? It's a lot of brothers out there doing their thing. It's so much so, and this is a Black Cleaner exclusive. When I see certain people, black people doing their thing, I be like, "Oh, this is what," and I know this is gonna come off wrong, but this is what the black people fought for.
And I'm gonna say it anyway.
I'm gonna say it because I know it's gonna come off wrong, but it is what it is. But this is what the people have. When I see black people that's doing their thing, especially when they have a black family that's well-to-do, I said this is what the civil rights movement was for these type of people to elevate themselves. Now, here's the thing: people be like, "Oh, free Lil Ray Ray." Lil Ray Ray done broken 10 houses and shot 2 people. He should be in jail. Ain't no free him. He should be in jail.
Yeah, it's like I know what you mean.
Nobody, but he still got smoked that baby's party. Remember that part? We all in the same gang. That's what Eazy-E said. Baby ain't never hurt nobody, but he still got smoked that baby's party. But yeah, I get what you're saying, man. I definitely agree with what you're saying. But as Ronan was saying, the Gen Xers have been silent for too long. That's what you see when you go into these rooms, but it's not being put on the mainstream. Everybody's being hush-hush about their accomplishments and of working together. And should we be doing that? Well, that's what I should ask. Should we be, working in silence and not showing anybody our successes and just play it, as they say, bad boys move in silence?
Now, here's the thing. Let's tap into that. That's just like the story about Madam C.J. Walker. She wasn't the first black millionaire. She was the first black millionaire to flaunt her wealth, which is a difference. Because the formula that she got from someone else that was also getting money. They was just, especially at that time, black wealth had to be kept on the secrecy side. but she was the one that like really flaunted her wealth. That's why we could see her in the car from back then with her and three of her best friends in the car because they was flaunting. She was flaunting her wealth. There was numerous of people that was black that had money back then. They just didn't flaunt it. She was the first one to flaunt her wealth. So let's just be honest when it comes to that.
I think we always at least going back, to the 50s. I think we always actually I can even go back before that. The zoot suits. That was basically flaunting your wealth, kind of thing. It actually started out, poor thing, but it just kind of took off as a trend. The flashier the suit, basically think of it today as peacocking, but that was a way we used to fly. I think we've been doing that for too long. It's just changed. Instead of buying fancy suits and a Cadillac, now we buying Jordans now. You know what I'm saying? Got a closet full of damn Jordans. It's just the material.
Hey, you know what, Darnell? I don't usually agree with you, but I think you're right with that one. I definitely think you're right with that one. Like, say, you know what? How I explained it to my daughter is, my headphones gonna die. Either or. But I was saying, like, what was the Sunday's best and stuff like that? Oh, it was a black people thing. Who would be the freshest on Sunday and things of that nature? Forgetting that no matter how fresh you all are still slaves.
Yep.
You're still a slave. How do we build from here? Oh, so you want to be better than the other slaves opposed to being better. That's why Reginald F. Lewis, check out his book, Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun? He didn't want to be known as a great black financial guy. He wanted to be known as just a great financial guy. Go ahead.
Didn't they make a movie about him where he started a bank? He had a white man posing as, I think it was in Texas.
I know I know the movie you're talking about, and that's with Samuel L. Jackson. Was that about Reginald F. Lewis?
That wasn't about him, but that was just a different joint.
You gotta understand. Okay, was Darnell, check that book out. It's called Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun by Reginald F. Lewis. The way that my good brother OTO is speaking, I'm sure that he have read the book or at least experienced it.
Yeah.
I don't think that movie was talking about him.
Okay, that was just another great brother who did some great stuff. That's it. We got more than one, but I think probably
I like that.
Yeah, we got more than one. I think probably the biggest thing is like, bro, wealth. Everybody keep making wealth out. Like, just do research wealth, man. It's not something that stays with people. It's like a hotel. There's people checking in and checking out. What is it called? 70% of first generational wealth fails. Then the second is 90%. So most people are just newly migrant to wealth. They're just newcomers. So it's no such thing as like this group, that group. Like, you just got to go out there and make it. There's no barriers more so than today than it was in the past. And so shout outs to Lewis. He said, why should they have all the fun? Well, your ass keep talking online with Umar Johnson instead of fucking just looking at a lease. Excuse my language. Instead of looking at leases, getting in the stock market, you trying to be like, well, if we were in ancient Egypt amongst African tribes, we wouldn't count. And this whole system that's why you broke. But at the end of the day, if you just stop hating the player and learn the game. Yeah, this white man language ain't allowing us to build this bridge. Like, whatever excuses y'all got is holding you back. Look at the Chinese. They just going out there and getting it. And again, it still takes industrialist people to actually give them the most of the value they got. It wasn't the CCP who made China so powerful. It was individual entrepreneurs that did great things and created great companies. And so net, that's what we need. We just need invaders. We need creators. And there's a lot of people that just go out there. But when I speak up and say this, then y'all be like, well, you black, you one example, shut up. That's your problem then. Anytime somebody come and try to give you some information about how you can make it, how you could end up being successful, you say, well, oh, I'm talking about all black people. You don't even make any sense. How the hell is all black people supposed to just be rich in one day? It takes each individual getting rich, and then you have a group which increases the numbers. Do you know how this works? There's no such thing that we all just got rich. Most of the white people were broke.
People can't do what you did.
Hey,
That's what they like to say.
You're not even white, OTO. You like you a dark skinned white person. You like
Yeah, there we go.
You can't do what you did.
I'm a bootlicker.
Hey, everybody's self-entitled, man. Everybody thinks it's just supposed to be handed to them on a silver platter. They ain't got to go out and work for shit. It should just be given to them.
And white people think it's just exact same. So it's not like y'all are the only ones effed up with that mindset. White people be like that too. It's just Elon don't be trying to save trailer trash. He just be making it away. He be like, yeah, I'm using the Indians. They be working. Right? You know what I'm saying? He Donald Trump be like, yeah, you know, we just keep pushing. Go ahead, Black man. Here come the butt.
The PayPal mafia.
But he came to the country. He came with the country with nothing. And skip Elon. Let's talk about somebody else. There's many moguls. Majority of moguls were broke. They didn't come from wealth. Go do the numbers. So you could, on this net, like y'all don't make any sense. Even if he was from the mafia, why didn't the mafia got 1 trillion? He almost a trillionaire. So again, I can go to somebody else. Let's go to Jensen. Jensen is a first generation American. He came from Taiwan. He came without his family. He had nothing. He was in an abandoned or adopted shelter. He was taken care of. Now he's the CEO of the most richest company in the world, and he created it from the mud. The 2 white boys quit. He's still in the game. The 2 white boys broke. His co-founders are out the game.
Real quick, OTO, what's the most richest company in the world?
NVIDIA. Exactly. 6 trillion.
Is it NVIDIA or NVIDIA?
Yeah, you can say whatever, NVIDIA, whatever. But 6 trillion. So again, the examples, I can keep labeling them. But at the end of the day, you're going to come up with whatever excuses you're going to come up because that's your mentality. That's why your life is the way it is. I give you an example of what I'm just trying to articulate. I told somebody, hey, make an investment. He said, hey, man, look, I only got a penny. So if I lose my penny, I lose more. You got $1 million. So you could afford to lose 100,000. I can't afford to lose a penny because that's all I got. Makes sense to him, right? Now I've met another guy who had a penny too. I said, yo, how the heck did you invest in real estate? He said, because I had nothing to lose. I'm broke. At the end of the day, all I had was a penny, so F it. Let's make it happen. So both people had a penny, but both had different mentalities. That's why they both had different results. That's what it is. Go ahead, Charlie. Or Black Lady.
That's where the book Richest Man in Babylon come in. If you guys read that book, you will understand, like, if you add 1 egg to your basket, like say if you can live off 10 eggs, you can live off 9. So if you will add 1 egg to your basket for building, guess what eventually would happen? That basket would overflow. That's what they say in the book of Richest Man in Babylon. And they still use those tactics to get rich today. So
and peep this. This is the funny part, right? Let's say we just track in value, right? This is the funny part. Like when we look at, I used to say it too, so don't get me wrong, until I actually figured it out. But I'm sitting there, I'm like, look, let me go to Thailand. Let me create business. It's a developing country. Okay, Thailand, the whole GDP is 500 billion. That's what they are. NVIDIA, or any other company I could point at. In 2018, Apple was the only $1 trillion company. Now NVIDIA is 6 trillion. Now Google is 5 trillion. You missed out on all the wealth. There's a 6x. Whatever you would have put in, that would have been a 5x return. But you out here trying to go to Wakanda and try to find the link up with Nigerians to see if that's the way you can make it. And that economy is only 200 billion. They're nowhere near close to the multiples that we got. So all the wealth is here. It's right here. But because you hate the player and don't want to learn the game, then you can't even get in the race. You can't even be part of the conversation. But what do I know? I only just came from being a brokey to being in the position which I'm in today. And I'm just saying, hey, here's the information. You ain't got to go be a boss. That's cool too. I mean, that's not bad, right? But at the end of the day, you can get it as an employee.
So my question to you, OTO, you
Hold
came
on.
from a rich family then, right? OTO?
Hold up.
Oh,
Hold
Hell
on.
no.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Black
Look for the comments, OTO.
Nobody's
OTO, are you planning on buying that space? I already did. So that's the problem.
You got to get on the pre-market.
I've been in there.
Pre-market.
Yeah, well, if you're a credit investor, you can invest in the pre-market, in the private equity. I invested when stocks was like at 240 per share. Now it's at 1,400. So there goes another multiple. But yeah, I invested in it a long time ago. I saw the value, like reusable rockets. Like, come on, you got to be playing.
Okay. So OTO, let me rephrase that question. For people that want to get in on when they first come into the market, would you say that they should get in when they first come to the market?
What do you mean?
Like, say, because they're finna IPO. So.
Oh, you talking about like with a SpaceX or something? Eh? Heck yes, no. Sir. I mean, like if you asking me, then that's your problem. That's what I would give anybody advice. Like you trying to ask me, how to fish. I'm trying to tell you learn how to fish. I can teach you how to cook, but I can't tell you and hook and book the tickers for you. You have to have your own conviction, because at the end of the day, you're going to have to sit with the decision you make. You have to have the conviction. You have to understand why you invested. You know why? Because once you don't know, you like, well, Black Cleaner told me, or Ronan told me, the moment the stock tremors, moves, slight decline, you out of there. Because you don't even know what's going on. That's what a business.
It was Boiler Room. You guys ever watch Boiler Room? There's a movie that says, never pitch the bitch. And they were like, what you mean by that? Never pitch the bitch. Because she going to call you morning, noon, and night. The minute the stock shifts by a percentage or a quarter percentage, you always going to hear from this chick. Do not sell to them.
Ronan.
Yeah.
Do you know Clam King?
Clam King. Which one?
Yeah.
Not particularly. Just have him cam up real quick.
He's cammed. Well, we'll see what's going on.
Why, he ugly? No, I'm just kidding.
I just don't know these people. Coming to the stage, Clam King. Welcome to the room. How you doing today?
Oh shit.
What's going on with your audio?
Yeah.
I think something's going on with your audio.
No, we can hear you.
We can hear you, but you're kind of delayed. A little bit.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
You sound like you're Aussie?
Yeah. I'm Australian, but I live in Florida.
You live in Florida, okay.
Yeah.
I hung out in Aussie for Australia for about 2 months. So I hear that accent better. What happened? Oh boy left? I don't know that guy, but yeah. I don't know if he went to reboot or what.
Oh, you there? You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, good. No, I think there was some glitch going on or something like that, but all good. Yeah, I can hear you better now. That's much better. Right, I hear what you were saying on Nvidia. I truly believe that he's on the right track. I think sometimes you just gotta you gotta do your load. You gotta not be too scared to make the big calls. I think that's what it's all about sometimes. I think Jensen is all in, and that's where he'll make it. It's pretty hard to go all in sometimes. Everyone's got their own things that they're scared about. They're scared of doing things. It's all about fear. People just internalize their fear, and they don't want to make the big calls.
Okay. So what line of work are you in?
I'm in financial management.
Okay.
All right.
But I just want to point out that Jensen Huang, his cousin is the head of AMD.
Lisa, yeah.
Yeah, so that seems like a little bit of a coincidence, considering they both came from absolute nothing to both ending up in the top of their field in this in the same industry. I've talked.
I
With
think
a few
she
people,
recently
seems
elevated to the CEO. She was just an engineer prior, but Jensen, of course, longtime CEO.
Right, but that just seems like a bit of a coincidence, right? Like both from the same family, essentially, and then both coming to the top of their fields in essentially the same industry. I don't know. I'm not so much of a big conservative guy, but
maybe they were study partners.
I think he's a little bit older than her, but I'm sure she got some good
advice
from him. Yeah. And the guy that's now in charge of Intel is also Chinese, right?
Intel? No. I don't think Intel. No.
The new CEO of Intel is Chinese as well.
Really?
Me too.
Yeah. They just recently switched over to Chinese CEO.
Yeah, because they had Gellenster before, but they got this guy now.
Yeah, what's his name? I don't know. You can't pronounce that.
Lip Boo.
Lip Butang. Yeah,
Lip Butang.
Yeah, that's a real American name. Yeah, I don't know. There's just something about that says the Chinese are taking over the entire tech industry. Maybe they're getting ready for something. You know what I mean?
Hell nah. Them motherfuckers ain't taking over damn thing.
Well, you got 3 people from that side of the world that are all
under American companies. Like
but slowly they can shift all that sort of stuff over to China.
No, I mean the opposite actually happens. The opposite happened. Last time I checked, they tried to sell Manus to America to Meta. Most capital outflow is from China, not from America to China. It's the other way around. So even the millionaires, ultra high net worth, and try to leave.
But most of the capital actually flows out of America. Technically,
because we have 72 trillion. That's why. But so China only has like 10.
Out.
Most of it stays in.
No, most of it actually eventually flows out.
Okay, you got
it, man. You're right. Equalizing. The markets are equalizing.
Well,
whatever.
No, he's right. He's right. He's right because the dollar is the world reserve currency, so of course it has to flow out.
Yes, but majority of the currency is in the United States and the richest countries in most of the capital markets.
Currently, it is in the United States. But
until that changes, then there's no evidence of the other stuff. People been saying that for a long time.
How do you feel the markets are equalizing? Equalizing how?
Well, China is on the rise, and slowly the American currency
is
slowly. Well, their economy is growing every year.
Yeah, they have an $11 trillion economy now. India is another fast growing.
What product?
I'm sorry.
What's the product that they're exporting that's giving them 11 trillion in the market share like that?
Well, they
manufacturing.
That's not a product. That's a service.
Well,
they haven't invented in a long time. That's all their service provision.
The number one electric car company, as far as units actually sold, is now Chinese.
Yeah, you had to be specific. The largest profit
BYD
is Tesla.
Don't forget about Foxconn. They make all the iPhones.
Don't worry about Apple, which makes the iPhone. Added value further down the train.
Apple doesn't make it.
I said they sell it. They are the retailers. They get majority of the margins. They get the larger profit.
I don't have a bull in the fight. I just think that the problem is if Chinese do sort of take a lot more sort of value out of the economy, who are they going to put last? All right, they are very, very racist. They are the most racist people, basically. You can't go to China, and Chinese are incredibly racist. They are some of the most racist people.
I didn't know that.
Oh, surprise! You didn't know that.
No, I was going to say. What point are you trying to? What point are you proving?
What I'm saying is that if China was able to, take over a lot more, economy out of the world,
they can't control. They can't handle it.
Well, they can.
The Chinese yuan. No, the Chinese yuan is not worth the thing that it's printed on right now.
It's a controlled currency. It doesn't float on the market.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. move.
Okay. Watch this.
The
Until
trades
China wins, it's simple. Until China wins, then we'll talk about it. But they're not winning and nowhere near close.
But when China
and that's
does,
dictating. Wait, hold on. Let me just finish. That's just dictating that.
Hypothetically,
I don't care about the hypothetical because I only want to deal with reality.
I'm telling you.
Now, if we just continue to grow, China can only catch up if we stay stagnant. Now, that's dictating that we stay stagnant. We're not going to stay stagnant. We're really killing it and crushing it right now with AI and robotics. So it's dictating that we're going to stay stagnant, and then China's going to catch up.
And robotics?
Of course, but we're doing good too. So, okay, if they're behind us, walk with me, ABC 1, 2, 3. If they're behind us, and then we're in the front, and we're both doing great at AI and robotics, what happens? We continue to outpace them because we're already in the lead.
No,
what I'm saying. What my
concern and not on. Okay, go ahead. I'm done.
My concern is that if China does have more influence within the world, they're not going to treat everybody as fairly as what the
That's
previous
why they will never
occupiers.
have global influence. They nobody's trusting China. Don't get it twisted.
Right.
They'll do business with them because it's business. But when it comes to global reliability, nobody's going to rely on China as a whole for their economy because they can be wishy-washy, like you just said. American dollars are stable because we get along with everybody. We might have a little big brother, little brother conversation, but at the end of the day, everybody trusts us. We have been reliable up to this point. Even when OPEC didn't renew us being the petrodollar, what stayed stable? The US dollar as the currency as petrodollar. Regardless if we're under contract or not, they're still using it.
America is the world's currency. Wouldn't you agree?
At the moment, yes. At the moment, yes. I can see a future. I can see a future 10, 20, 30 years down the track where that is no longer the case.
Listen, what's going on right now? Is everybody hold on.
No, that's okay.
We're just dealing with my apologies.
Let me say this real quick. What's going on right now is everybody's really butthurt because America got into this thing with Iran. And it's really not America got into it. We're just backing up Israel. And all of a sudden, all
Why
media.
Are you backing up Israel? Why are you backing up Israel?
Hold up. Let me finish.
That's what
all
the
global media leaves out Israel like we picked the fight. We're just using this as a target of opportunity. We don't give a damn about Iran. We don't use their oil. We don't get none of their products. We have our own oil deposits. We also just picked up Venezuela in January, which has the largest global oil deposit of the world, to add to what we already have as resources. Matter of fact, most of the tankers are coming over here to the Gulf of Mexico to get their oil while this whole thing is going on. We have nothing to lose in this conflict, even if Israel picked the fight. We don't care.
Not America as a whole. Not America as a whole, but the African American community has a whole lot to lose if China gets any more influence within the world, is what I'm saying.
I don't care about that neither.
So
at the end of the day,
I don't know about that part,
until it don't, I don't even care. Look, it don't matter until the day that they do that.
I can show you videos.
It's okay.
Of African American tourists in China. They are incredibly racist against black people.
Bro, you don't need to sell me. I already know they're hegemonists. They're not only racist, they're just hegemonists. They don't even like Japanese. They don't like Iran. They don't like much of anything besides
they love white people.
Chinese.
And
really.
No, they don't. They don't like them neither. Because recently China tried to pass. No, they don't. Because China attempted to pass where they allowed other people to become citizens of China. Chinese people said we don't want no sand ninjas and we don't want no white ninjas. They don't like none of that. They might like some attributes, but they don't like you. They like themselves. 5,000 years of history. Go ahead.
OTL, may I chime in? I think the new gentleman that's on the panel, he just think that you're speaking from reading standpoint. Would you care to show? I mean, not care to show, but care to share your experience in how you know such things?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So like Charlie.
So whatever, yeah.
No. I've just been overseas for 20 years at U.S. embassies working as a diplomat, top secret security clearance also. So at the end of the day, I seen, experienced, heard, and understand many things about the world. And again, I'm not saying that we're perfect.
What did you do?
A
at
lot
the
of
embassy?
things, a lot of
I've seen
different
it.
types of functions inside of it. Yeah, exactly, right?
I
So
tell you, I
that
gotta.
it wasn't handing out visas. Now there's many different types of departments inside the embassy beyond visas for people who just don't understand, not necessarily talking to you.
Well, like
But one thing
I don't know what you.
there's many different things inside the embassy. I'm saying, right, beyond visa, you got the DEI, you got CIA, you got many different organizations and agencies inside the embassies, depending on what
and
they
which
do.
organization were you part of?
Financial
MLO.
management.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Boom. So now let's move forward. So now that we're moving forward at the end of the day, I think
After 5
that
minutes.
until that happens, it happens. I'm thinking that we're in a great position as United States of America. I could go to the capital outflows. I can look at the capital inflows. And also, too, thinking about it, what makes our companies so great, which always beats Chinese companies, is because they're hegemonized, because they're restrictive, because you can't even download WeChat unless you're a Chinese citizen. You can download our apps. It don't matter what citizen you are. So
I
we
can
have
download WeChat. I can
3.5
download
billion.
WeChat.
Okay, good for you. Now,
can I chime in on
3.5
this?
billion people
There you go now.
can be
Just
on
let
our
him finish. Just let
applications
him finish
selling
and
products
he'll let you
and
rebuttal.
services. Yeah, just let me finish. And then whoever said that, they can go. And so now 3.5 billion people are on our platforms doing services and products, and we're able to trade commerce. So our companies are so global, people run to get them everywhere across the world. That's why we make so much money. I digress, and somebody else can get in and say their perspective.
Okay, so
Mr.
I just
King,
wanted
go
to
ahead.
say. Okay, I'm sorry.
Nice
Mr.
glasses
King?
too, Black Cleaner. Did you just put that on?
Yeah.
All
Mr.
right.
King, did you have a rebuttal?
Look, I agree with what you're saying in essence. I think that the problem is that you're not looking forward into the future. You're basing all your opinions on what's happened already in the past. You're not thinking about the here and now and where we're going. And that's the problem.
What's your
I get
interpretation?
it.
Wait,
Wait,
let me
I
just
agree with that.
I want to hear.
All right, go ahead.
I want to hear his projection on
Hey,
where
We heard it.
My
China-
standpoint
China's
is
coming
let
too.
him and OTO cook. Like that's my thing. I
Just-
want to hear
and I-
the back and forth between the two.
I wanna
If
say
that's
this.
I would
okay.
like to.
Let's
I
say,
would like to chime in if I can.
Darnell, you're good. You're good. You're not in any of it. Look, so one thing I say is when it comes to, all right, so let's say I don't have the ability to look at the future. Now, again, I'm not saying you don't because I don't know you to make a statement like that. But let me also give some evidence to show you that I do know because I invested in SpaceX IPO, or excuse me, the private equity well before it actually IPO'd. I predicted that. I invested in many of these multi-companies. That's why my return record has been 52% annually for the last decade plus. So I could see the future of companies that do great. So when it comes to that, I don't need to talk. I just have the results. So I think I'm also still seeing into the future. I was the one who invested in the video when people thought China came out with DeepSeek, so that meant that it was bare for NVIDIA.
How did
a lie?
Okay. How
Google
did you
was
invest
dead.
in a company that you
Cool.
can't pronounce? That's what I think is the.
Oh, well, you just press the button. That's it. That's all.
Yeah.
And I can show you the trades. That's it. So that doesn't get you nowhere. Making fun and going down that direction doesn't
I'm
help
not
your
making
argument.
fun. I'm not making fun.
What are
I'm
you
just
doing
saying-
then? It just be a
Why are
man
you
and say
saying
it straight up.
NVIDIA? Why can't you just say NVIDIA?
That's
We can
how I
work through
say it.
We can
Okay,
workshop.
watch this.
We can
Watch
work
this.
it.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
pronounced a
The
bunch
returns
of
are still the
different ways.
returns.
I've heard of people in different
Watch this. Watch this. No, I'm wrong. Watch this. Watch this. I'm wrong. Okay, let's continue. I still got the same returns.
Can you say it
So
correctly
can we
then?
get back?
But can you
So,
say it
anyways,
correctly?
going
What does
back
it
to the
matter about the
subject. Going.
pronunciation?
He's going. It has no judgment. It has no bearing on the conversation.
that has no-
He's
All right,
focused on the wrong
just for me,
things.
just for me as a man, can you just say it properly?
NVIDIA. How about that?
You're
NVIDIA.
not. You're.
I know
What do you
can
mean?
say
You
it
as
right.
your
I know
man.
you can say it right. I
What,
want him
what do
to
you
say it
as a
right.
man?
Why does it
What are you
matter?
talking
What
about?
is wrong
Again,
with you?
It is
going
the
back to the
American-
conversation.
Okay.
Going back to the conversation,
just
right?
say the word
I still
correctly,
invested.
please?
I still saw it in the future.
You know you're losing
And at
when
the end of the day, it
I
still
can't
got
get
the
past
same
it.
return.
I
It
can't
has
get
nothing to
past
do
it.
with the subject matter. It has nothing
That's
to do
your
with
personal problem. You can't get past it.
It's not.
Yes, it
I
is.
want you to be better as a person by saying the word correctly.
I'm still a better person. I still get better results. That doesn't make you a better person. Where does that even make any sense?
You don't know.
So now somebody's a better person if they pronounce something right?
OTO, may I chime in, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
Whether he could pronounce it or not, do you think that diminishes his returns?
No, it does not.
I don't think so either. Do you think that? That's my question to the gentleman that just pulled up on the panel. Do you think if he could pronounce it or not? Do you think that?
What do these two books say? But I don't know, right? Like that's what matters, right? Though I got okay. So, anyways,
you
going
got
back
the book.
to it.
You've got the book.
Into the future. Again, I've seen into the future. I'm not saying I'm God and I know everything. But the record shows that yes, I do look into the future. Now,
look, I unlike said your position, that you read books.
Unlike your position, I'm not saying that you can't see into the future. Or you're not doing that. I'm not saying that you can't look into the future because that's just not what I do. That's not a part of the conversation. I don't even know you. You literally just clicked on the link, so I can't make that type of statement, even with the stuff that you said thus far. All I'm saying is that I had success doing this, looking into the future and predicting the value that could be built into a specific asset that I'm investing in, not only just in stocks, but also in real estate. And so at the end of the day, that is my resume.
All right. What was your name? Sorry, I keep trying to refer to you and I don't know what to call you. I'm sorry.
020 is good.
020. Video. You just sound the N out. And then video.
Do you have a point to be made? Decide for a pronunciation class.
The pronunciation.
He's neurodivergent.
It just the word correctly, and then we can move on. We can
move on without him having to say anything. Make your point.
He's neurodivergent.
My point is, it is crazy. It is crazy to me that you've gone your whole life reading books and doing all this sort of stuff, but sometimes the applied knowledge in the real world doesn't come through when you can't even say the word correctly.
Yeah, no, I disagree wholeheartedly with that because
I'm glad you are the adjudicator here.
Well, you're all of a sudden the speech therapist in the room.
That's a fact. Because
I think that there is some value in saying words correctly.
But the value is in the conversation, not maybe somebody misspeaking a word or two.
Not even that, Ronnie. The value is in the return of the portfolio.
No, let's stay on context. Hold on. Let's stay on context. We're talking about China and the value they're going to be bringing in the future. We were kicking facts on why they would be lagging behind us. And you still have not rebutted that fact, but you're still focused on the fact he mispronounced NVIDIA.
I'm sorry, I have autism. I sometimes get stuck.
Oh, so that explains a lot, but that's a personal thing. Continue.
That's a personal problem because I have PTSD, but you don't hear me losing my mind because I have PTSD. So what? Move on with the conversation. Move on with the conversation. Move on with the conversation. Or what the hell
PTSD about?
Ronan,
if we could let him reply to OTO, that would be perfect.
Hold on. I just want you to understand because I do have a roommate who suffered from the same thing, autism, neurodivergence, and pretty much what happens with them is, it messes with their psyche to where they can't function. That's really what it is.
Thank you.
Okay.
That doesn't distract from the fact that I have fucking mental problems too, and you're irritating the fuck out of me right now. How about that?
I'm sorry. You have PTSD about me or something.
Darnell's been wanting.
No, I have PTSD over ignorance.
So I want to be able to give Darnell
right now.
No, here's the thing.
I get it, Black Cleaner.
Hold on. You're using your disability as an advantage over the conversation, and I call bullshit.
It has not been an advantage in my life. I have achieved success. I have achieved success through adversity.
You get on a mic and you introduce yourself in the rooms you don't know when you know you have a fucking issue. And I'm supposed to feel sorry for you? Get the fuck up.
I just want him to say the word correctly, and then we can move on. Why does he not want to say the word correctly? Why does he
Why
not
does
want to
it
say the
matter?
word?
Because he doesn't
Why
he doesn't have to answer to you. Nobody does. You are a visitor in this room, sir. You chose to come up on the panel. You chose to interject yourself in the conversation. So if you can't stay in the topic of the conversation, you need to move on. Nobody needs to justify themselves to you.
Personal privilege. I feel like I'm being I feel like I'm being attacked right now. Sorry,
you
my speech.
absolutely are. I hope you are absolutely being attacked. You're absolutely being attacked right now. You're right. And anybody in this room hasn't heard me go to this level on anybody on a fucking panel up until you stepped up in here. Your entitlement is fucking sickening to me. The fact that you're a white man in a black room, the fact that you're a white man in a black room and you come in here and demand certain entitlements because of who you fucking are is sickening to me.
Ronan,
I don't give a fuck.
As a human in this world, we all have certain
entitlements. Oh my God, I got a bleeding heart for you. So the fuck what? You have a choice whether you come up
I'm
on
actually
the panel.
2%
You
Aboriginal
have
Australian.
a choice
I am
whether
just
you
as
come
black
up
as
on a
everyone else
panel
here.
or not. This is your choice to stay here and get this mental and physical abuse by verbal attack. This is your choice to sit up here and listen to me rant like it is.
It's your choice to attack me right now. It's your choice to attack me.
To exit out of the fucking room on your own instead of waiting for somebody to kick you the fuck out of
I'm Native Australian. I'm Native
Ronan,
Australian.
Ronan, can I say something, Ronan? OTO is cooking them. OTO is cooking.
That's why he won't continue the conversation. That's my point.
It's either he's going to address
You're
OTO
you're
directly.
chimping out right now. This is what they mean by you're
Get that
chimping
nigga
out.
out of here with that.
Yeah, he just said chimping out. He was waiting to use a racist.
Get him out of
here.
No, but that's what they mean by that slur. That's what they mean by that slur.
That's a black racist fucking comment.
Get that motherfucker up out of here.
For identifying yourself. We appreciate you. You won't be welcome.
They mean by that. Okay, I'm sorry that you couldn't have a discussion. I'm sorry you couldn't say
No,
the word correctly.
You can have a discussion because you can't stay in the topic. You want to focus on fucking pronunciations and enunciation of words and not the fact.
Get that motherfucker up out of here with his weak ass.
No,
the fact of the matter is,
I'm sorry that my brain doesn't work the same as yours. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's slower.
No.
By your own admission.
Because you, can I say something, Ronnie?
Oh, yeah.
Because you are inferior, you had to go to a racist remark. My thing was,
the real N-word in this world is NVIDIA, and he can't say it correctly. The real N-word is NVIDIA.
I can tell you this. She has never heard me raise my voice so much. She comes out here out of concern to see what the fuck is going on. So I can tell you, while you have a little autism issue, while you have an autism issue, she's never heard me lose my mind.
Is that your daughter or your wife?
Might be trolling or something.
Does it fucking matter to you?
It was nice meeting you, Mr. Clan.
That you get to know who the fuck
might
she
be
is.
like on a panel and joking,
Yeah,
and then
you need to go ahead and get him off out of here, man.
That's a fact.
No, I think he was probably just trolling, and he had like some screen up live stream and was like,
the hell out of here with that
funny.
shit, man. Don't ever let that dude come back in here.
Black Cleaner, when a person pull up and they're not of our hue and they talking about chipping out, get them the fuck up out of here, bro. Because they didn't come in here to debate. Because I want to hear I want to hear OTO
finish him off. Yeah, he was killing me on the road.
Let me say this. OTO was cooking his ass. I just wanted to see what the meal was gonna look like at the end, because OTO was in his bag when he was talking about that shit.
I was having fun.
Yeah, whenever you talk about chipping out, let's see how intelligent you are against a black man that is literally intelligent. You see what I'm saying? You want to go to the racist shit and shit like that. But
or an enunciation of a fucking word. Get out of here.
No, I get it. I get that. And then Black Cleaner.
And let's talk about the history of Australia. You come from a history of criminals, my guy. Let's not act like we don't know the history of Australia. We don't know the native people of Australia.
You're Aborigine. You are not native. You are a transplant that just got left there.
Transplant. That's why the skin cancer of Australia are higher than other places, because they are white people in a different area than they are supposed to be. They're from the mountain of Caucasus. Let's be honest here.
Well,
let's
look,
be
Charlie,
honest here.
let me say something real quick.
OTO to keep cooking his
he's
ass.
a boss.
OTO was cooking him. OTO was
Let me
cooking
just
him.
say
I was
something
just
real
waiting
quick.
for the dinner to get done because OTO was cooking his ass, and I just what it was beautiful to me to watch OTO cook him, and he was just talking about shit. Oh, you didn't pronounce it right. Does that diminish his returns? Does that diminish what he could show you what's going on here? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I think
mean,
like for a lot.
said,
Go ahead, Black.
Woosah.
As he said, he had autism, so I just let him.
I don't believe that for
allegedly.
Hold on.
Allegedly.
I just let the two people who have disabilities go at it: the autism versus the PTSD. So you said you got autism and you having problems with
I
him
can tell
saying
you, bro,
media.
he ain't never heard me go off with that
I let
ever.
Ronan with the PTSD go off.
I've been here a year. She ain't never heard me go off like that. But she had to come in and
I ain't never heard you do that, bro. That I was like, what the hell?
PTSD came out.
Black Planet,
Shit.
this is what
But I don't like for white people coming in the room feeling like they're entitled to fucking say whatever and demand something from a black man.
Black Planet, when a motherfucker come over here talking about they chimping out, get them motherfuckers the way out of here.
No. Let me add this real quick. Let me add this, Charlie.
OTO, you was cooking that nigga, and I ain't gonna let it go.
Yeah. Let me add this real quick because I kind of peeped it from a certain point in the conversation, right? Like it sounds like some right conversation, like China's gonna take over. We're blank, and then even as we got into the conversation, it became, oh, you can read a book, but you don't understand it. You don't see the future. Oh, you're not pronouncing the word right, which is, again, that's fine, right? You can say that. But again, let's go back into the conversation and talk about the chips or China's position and etc. And Darnell, I know you wanted to have a piece and you wanted to say something. So let's go back that way versus where it went. Yeah. It's all good, man. I mean, like, wait, hold on. Before that, Charlie, it's not even, you ain't got to go to Australia and him being white. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm imagining that he's not going to the Maldives and he's going to Switzerland and he's not driving a Porsche through the Alps. Like, his life is probably not amazing. And that's what he does. And it could be amazing. And that's what he does. I don't want to spend my time doing that type of stuff. I'd rather just focus on the fundamentals and execute versus saying, hey,
I'm sorry.
I'm smart. I could pronounce it and you can't, and let's just make fun. Okay, cool. But again, the returns are the returns, and it is what it is. Go ahead, Darnell.
Yeah. So the only thing I wanted to bring up was, it's not necessarily China. Some economists believe it's actually going to be India. India is actually has been consistently the fastest growing economy, going at, want to say, about 2 decades now. So they're saying by
that's
20
because of their population, bro. You got to look into all of that.
May I finish, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So India is believed to, it's believed they're going to grow to become the, at the pace that they're growing. I believe it's by 2051, 2052, somewhere in there. It's believed that they're going to be the #1 economy in the world.
Who's this?
India.
India.
Now,
okay.
Yeah. Now,
but India is taking over for a lot of the manufacturing that China is losing. That's why China went ahead and shook hands with Trump this week, right?
Right.
You understand the politics behind it.
Here's the point. Here's the point that I'm trying to bring up. Okay, yes, America, we are very innovative, okay? The only problem is, over the course of time, a lot of times you have arrogance, hubris, and I say that, I used to live in Detroit, okay, when the Japanese auto manufacturers started bringing their cars here in the 50s and 60s. At first, we laughed at them. The big three laughed at them. Ford, GM, Chrysler, Chrysler Dodge laughed at the cars coming from Japan. They laughed at Toyota. Then you had the 70s, you had the oil shock. The thing is that America, we weren't as innovative as we thought we were. Hubris, the devil's favorite sin, or vanity, is the devil's favorite sin. All right. They saw the future. They built fuel efficient cars. So what happened in the 70s when gas prices started going up? You know, and we weren't building fuel efficient cars. People started buying Toyotas. Next thing you know, by the 80s, 90s, they started taking over. When it came to televisions, for example, RCA, GE. When was the last time anyone seen a Zenith or a RCA or or any other American television? Again,
we don't need to have an American television, bro, for our country to be doing good.
But you're missing the point. Basically,
I'm not missing. You keep saying I'm missing the point.
Shut the fuck up while it's.
You were talking for a while, bro. Keep going.
Man, nigga, I've been listening to y'all talk for like.
Bro, we don't need
N-word now.
Brother,
I'm sorry.
all we're saying is we don't need history lessons on a point that you go around robbing his farm. Just get to the point.
What you return in the market, Darnell, too, but go ahead.
That's the point, is that they come in and they make shit cheaper, just like China is doing today.
So?
But again, it's going to be people that are too fucking arrogant, can't fucking listen for 2 fucking seconds.
Bro.
You know?
This is mad disrespectful, bro. This is so disrespectful. Nah, it's people like you. It's people like you that's mad disrespectful. No. I'm not talking about me and you. I'm talking about this is mad disrespectful for people like you to disrespect the people out here who's putting in massive amounts of work. We got Jensen who works crazy amount of hours to make sure that his company is as effective and efficient. This motherfucker innovated the GPU. He actually innovated the algorithms, the software that we have today. He is the king. He goes to China and he's mobbed like he's Michael Jackson. Chinese people respect what he's done and the hard work he's put in. And you keep talking like people are sitting on their hands. You might be sitting on your hands. Some companies that are public or private might be sitting in your hands. But there's a lot of companies out here making a change in the world. Google, YouTube has changed people's life globally. They make an impact on people in India. They make an impact on people in China. At the end of the day, we have great corporations and great leaders and great employees that work hard day in and day out, and they dedicate themselves for 60 hours plus to have reusable rockets in an industry where we were in the back. Now, most of the rockets are done by SpaceX alone. 90% of the market accounts for all satellites in orbit today. Prior to that, we had to get our missiles and our rockets from Russia. So we're in a great position. We've changed that. We have grown. We continue to grow. We're going to build out our infrastructure. There's people who are going to Silicon Valley, going down to Texas and starting up businesses in industrial industry. There was just yesterday, there was a humanoid robot that was packaging packages just like it was a worker at Amazon, and it still hasn't stopped. There's 151 hours that it did so far, and it's continuing to go on. It's so much innovation, but somebody like you sit back who don't even want to get a shape up and then sit around and talk about other people not doing it and slacking. You're slacking. You're projecting. You're talking about yourself. Don't talk about other people, man. That is not everybody else. That's you. You speak for yourself. You're slacking. You're not doing much. You remember your history, but I'm worried about the future and the present, and we're doing good as far as geniuses go. And guess what backs me up? The numbers. Now, you could say in the future, you're going to lose. Well, until that day, you do what you do, and we're going to do what we do. We're going to continue to run up the block with 6 trillion. We still got Google, who's just 5 trillion. We still got, Amazon? Amazon just put out and said, hey, you know what? We'll move product for everybody. We're a global logistics network now. They're beating UPS. They're beating FedEx. They're beating USPS. A lot of companies are doing great things. You're just not a part of it. Just say that.
Let me say this real quick. The brothers, the Clam King, hold up. The Clam King guy left a comment in the private chat. If y'all choose to read that to yourselves, I'm not going to read it out loud and give him anything, but he obviously doesn't know who we are. We have plenty of companies that we own, black CEOs included. And no, Chinese aren't just biologically predetermined as being smart. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Now, the company he boasted was BYD. What I did know about BYD, while they do put out good quality product, what they do have a problem is with software glitches, sensor manufacturing, slow after sales support, occasionally component failures. Now, if they go and launch on a global scale, how many more issues are going to be amplified by his one reference of how great China is? What China is great doing is copying off of everybody else's patents, reinforcing that patent with one little change, and then resubmitting the patent like they fucking own it. That's what China's good for. Okay, manufacturing. That's what they restructured themselves in the 60s to do. Okay, that's not what they're great at as far as, oh my God, they're going to take over a global economy. They're not reliable. Nobody can fucking trust them when they turn their backs. If you don't know, they're the quickest person to turn around and win a deal and use substandard products in order to fucking deliver it. That's why their shit is never reliable. Even if they try to match up to American quality, it's never good. So the fact that you bring up BYD as an example shows me how literate you really are as a white man.
I wouldn't sleep on
because they're not reputable.
Nobody's sleeping on it. It's a pretty good company, but you keep making it up like only one company wins the game. There's no Pepsi. There's no Coca-Cola. Right. There's more than one company in the market. You guys think that's why y'all live in scarcity. That's why your pockets are low.
We said the same thing when Toyota brought their cars. That's what Ford said.
Bro, what are you talking about? Tesla, wait, hold on. Stop the show. Tesla makes the most profit. You can make great revenue. You want to make profit. So at the end of the day, it's not about making more revenue. It's about making more profit. If you know anything, it's about how much you keep, not about how much you made. You can make a bunch of money and lose money. That's not good. At the end of the day, BYD lose money. It did not just turn profitable. Please don't talk about stuff that you're not actually in. No, it did not just turn profitable. What year? Okay, whatever. You keep saying yes, it did. Okay, good to go.
I'll pull it up for you.
Pull it up so you can count again. It is not just profitable.
Shut the hell up and let me think.
If you just make money, if you just do something in your life, stop telling me to shut the hell up.
Nigga, I made $10,000 today.
And see why you keep telling me the N-word. Congratulations, you finally made some dough in your life. And guess what? You made it off the stock market. I guess you didn't make it off of Chinese companies. How about that? Did you make it off of Chinese companies? Did you make it off of BYD? So how about you get off their nuts? Yes, it does. Because it would prove my point that the American companies are doing good. What kind of... Really, bro? Are you slow?
Are you slow?
No, I'm not.
Cocaine.
I love it. I love it. Let the chaos reign, brother. Let the chaos reign.
They need help. Profitable 2021, profitable 2022, profitable 2023, profitable 2024, profitable 2025. That's why you never listen to a guy who can't get his shade up.
You just started from 2021. That's 5 years of profitability. They've been losing money before.
You said just. You said just. Go look at Amazon. What did you think? Amazon always made money? Go look at Amazon. Brush your teeth. No, that's just business. That's not moving the goalpost. You said just. Now, what does just mean? Just only means 3 years? It only means 4 years? It only means 5 years? What does that mean? Just. It just started. The company is only 17?
I think he's cooking you, Darnell.
No, he's just.
That's why I said don't play with these numbers, bro. Now you're just cursing. I'm speaking numbers and you're cursing. That's a big difference. You're calling people N-words. You're not speaking any revenue. You're not speaking any profitability.
Not speaking anything. It takes you forever to say anything. Hell,
I just said profitable. No, I didn't. I said profitable 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Rather than just say, I'm not going to tell you what I did at the embassy.
I said MLO. That's it.
It took you 5 fucking minutes to say that.
What are you talking about, bro? Okay, and I said it. Now what?
Run the fucking tape.
Why does it matter?
Okay, I said it. Now what? Where did you work, Buster?
I worked a lot of fucking.
Have you met a president before? Have you held a top secret security clearance? No. Stay in your lane. You have no awards. Nobody speaks for your character. Ambassadors, top law enforcement, RSO, chief stations, the CIA. Now it's yeah. You see how incompetent people are? The moment you start pulling out resumes, the moment that the president says, hey, this is a good guy. Yeah, whatever. See, that's what I'm saying. Evil.
Marker.
Hatred. You going back to the subject. This is what you call brotherhood? Hatred and contempt? Shoot, if it was me on the other side and you started saying something, guess what I say? Wait, hold on, slow your roll. If it was you saying something like, yeah, I did this, I'd be like, do your thing, Darnell, talk your smack. Yeah, brother. You said I made money. I said, congratulations. What did you make it by? By an American company. Shout outs to the American Empire. See, that's how we move different. You sitting up here, yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Because you talking nonsense. You just
no, it's not.
You do.
You just saying somebody talking nonsense is not nothing. Charlie will disagree. Ronan will disagree. Now we're all stupid. And you're the only smart one.
They would.
Of course. Why? Of course. Because they're biased. What are they?
Yes.
I'm biased.
How am I
Yeah, they are biased against the truth.
Extremely.
Against facts. Yes, they're biased on facts.
What facts have you? You haven't said any facts.
Wow.
Tesla was profitable 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. When were they not? You still Googling? How slow is your Google, my man?
It depends. You give me.
And shout outs to an American company. You're using an American company too.
And it's not
a Chinese one. So keep Googling it.
I'm not
still amazed that so many people are rooting for fucking America's demise in the petrodollar. I'm still amazed by the fact that you guys make money in America and that's the way you fucking live, but you're rooting against the fucking petrodollar, which is the American USD. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all really like chaos.
It's not that
I don't get it.
It's not that people like. It's not that people like chaos. Okay, you have to understand. Okay,
your life is chaos.
Oh, shut the.
It's facts.
Damn, I wanna. Ooh.
Facts.
It wouldn't
you
happen,
can't
bro.
do nothing. You're not gonna do nothing.
You
don't talk like that.
You damn
exactly.
Right
so stop talking like that. The only tough thing you got is your profile picture.
Like
That's it. That's the only tough thing you got. Don't go there.
You already went there, and we passed that point. But the thing that I'm trying to say is, okay, when we're spending all this damn money, okay, right now, the federal budget, 17% is going to go to interest payments alone. 17%. How does a currency survive? If you
it won't. You're right. You won't. It won't, Darnell. Yeah. Run for president.
How does America survive right now? What is the American global economy based off of?
We borrow and spend.
Not GDP. They're made off the sweats off the American people. We leverage who we are every day on a global economy scale.
And now we're leveraging on
and we're still by 2 times to 10 times greater in GDP than any of the next closest 2 countries put together. What do you fucking mean? Nobody's close to us as much as we produce. Yes, they can manufacture for us, but they still not making the money. The money they're getting off of manufacturing does not compare to the company that actually is giving them the fucking job to do it. Think about that for a second. You're saying they're great manufacturers. Woo, woo, woo. Who's the company that owns the manufacturing? That's the point. They're the ones making the money. They're paying them pennies on the dollar to manufacture the shit while they're selling it on the global market for fucking profit. What the hell does it matter that China manufactures a whole bunch of shit for us? They still shook Donald Trump's hand not more than 2 days ago, even after backing Iran. So Iran is shitting bricks because who was supplying Iran in this war with their fucking products? Yet and still Donald Trump is sitting there with Chinese government shaking their hand. Do you think they're going to get fucking military support now? You see what I'm saying? It's a whole nother level when you talk about global politics and the economy. It's not fucking straight lines, bro.
And Rhoda, this is the funny part, right? He said, what was it? What was the company you said? Foxconn, right? Foxconn profitability in 2025 is 5.92 billion. Apple, you said they make the phone for Apple. Apple made 112 billion in 2025. But you think Foxconn is winning?
You better talk
slow. Slow.
The manufacturer and the owner that's causing the manufacturer to actually make.
But watch this. They live so much in the past, Rona, they don't understand that there is a chain. There's a supply chain. If you're lower down a supply chain, the manufacturer, you probably make less than the retailer who has the finalized product. But y'all don't know that. Y'all keep seeing America through some old ass infrastructure manufacturing play when it's far superseded that. Not only that, then you forget about the e-factories that we have now. That's mostly robots. That's mostly computer programmers. That's why some of our companies make some of the most margins, even operating as a factory. And China's like, wow.
Hey, Black Cleaner, why is this dude even in the back chat saying what he can do?
Really?
I've been banning him. He's been making multiple bots or whatever.
Yeah, but he keeps coming into your back private chat, which means you're bringing him in the room.
No,
you're not. Fuck him. I'll tell you why. Okay, y'all don't want me to.
He got a bot.
Yeah, he has a bot.
The fact of the matter
is, I ban him or I kick him off, he pops back up.
Nah,
yeah, but that's okay. I mean, watch this. Wait, hold on. We don't need to worry about that guy. It's like he that's the power he has. That's all you can do. Like, come on.
The dude got burnt.
It's really irrelevant. It's really irrelevant.
Sir,
what you about to say, Charlie?
You're not even indigenous to where you're from. You're talking about you're Australian. Let's look into the history of Australia.
Don't even.
Right.
Like he's in the back chat.
Don't worry about it. He's in the back.
Oh,
yeah.
My bad. I'm just saying. Let's look into that.
He's in the back of the room. Get to the back of the bus. He's in the back of the bus. Let him.
But come on, bro. Like, get the.
It's all good. It's all good. We got to worry about this guy. Darnell. No, I'm just kidding. At the end of the day,
I just don't understand how Americans can be so rah-rah and let the, you got your TikTokers, obviously, you got your YouTubers and all these financial guys. They always jump on anything that can sensationalize clicks and views. Doesn't necessarily make it facts. They jumped all over this BRICS thing. Where is it? That was 2.5, 3 years ago. BRICS is still a fucking imagination type of thing with one currency print up. With one currency print up.
Hold on. Time out. Ban that nigga fast.
Leave him in the private chat, bro. Let's leave him alone.
Yeah, ban that nigga right fast. And you a pussy. Where you from is not your motherfucking native land.
Don't
leave that alone. Don't pay attention
to private chat. And your dad is your grandpa as well.
Leave that private chat alone, man. Stay up out of there. But I just don't understand how you guys don't understand what global economy and global politics equal out. There's a lot of people that posture and leverage certain things globally to give themselves a persona or a look in order to be either intimidating to one nation and beneficial to another. It's 4-dimension chess. If you ever look, and I'm sure O2O has seen top secret clearances, it's always, if we do this, it's going to affect this country, that country, and this country. And if we do that, it's going to affect this, that, and we look at things on a spatial area. There is no straight line in global politics or the economy. It's a multi-tier, multi-layer thing. And while countries might be communist or capitalist or whatever, they're going to do business with business because, like I said, it's business. It's not personal. We might have the first personal agreement in the world, but when it comes to business, if you're a good company, they're going to do work with you.
Okay, so explain this to me. If we have an income, if the federal government has an income of, I believe it's $5.7 trillion a year, but we're spending 7.4 trillion, about 7.4 trillion.
You're not gonna like the answer.
We have a $2 trillion.
You're not gonna like the answer. You're not gonna like the answer. I'm gonna tell you.
How are we
gonna do it? You're not gonna like it. We're not gonna pay it back, and we're just gonna print more fucking bills. You want the truth? That's the truth.
That's causing
because we got the worst.
And what happened to the Roman Empire when they decided?
Oh my God, it's grateful.
Just saying.
Okay,
guys, here we go.
I'm just saying.
I just did a whole live. Listen, we just did a whole live on the petrodollar. I think you might need to go and look at it. We looked at any other country that and we gave China the UN an option. They are not strong enough and they're not trustworthy enough. That's why BRICS would never work. They can't stand. Even Japan at one time tried to be the petrodollar. They can't support it. We are the only one country that can do it. The only way they can do it is maybe a 3 or 4 combination of different dollars or currencies that might be authorized for trade. But we're still going to be in that mix. You're not going to get rid of us.
You told me that we're going to print more money in order
that's what we do.
So you're going to just play a game of kick the can down the road. Eventually,
that's what they have been doing since the 70s.
That's what they have been doing, Darnell.
And that's
why
with all the national debt is where it is.
Bro, you're really going against the
grain. And here's the other thing. I even looked at the gold reserves. China brought up a lot of gold. But do you realize that we still hold the most gold reserves of any other fucking country out there? We still do. And we had it by leaps and bounds when it was a gold standard. After the gold standard, we relaxed a little bit and sold off about 200 billion or 200 trillion in weight. And we still have the largest gold reserve.
Hey, can I get like 30 seconds?
China can buy up all they want, but we still have it. But go ahead.
Ron, man, here's the thing. I just want to speak to old dude, the little dude that's like his father is his grandfather as well. That's why you guys are plagued with skin cancer out there, because you're above you're punching above your weight class. You're from the mountain of Caucasus, sir. And the fact of the matter is this: reason why your guys are not doing well in Australia because you're not native to there. That's why you guys are dying early of cancer. And I don't really play about that, but that's the fact of the matter. And the fact of the matter is this: you guys was criminals. Let's be honest. You guys was exiled to that fucking island. Australia. To Australia. For sure. So you come up and your granddaddy is your father is real. Let's be honest. You guys are the most disease-ridden people on this fucking earth. I be trying to be cool on here, but the fact of the matter is this: you are a soy boy soft motherfucker. My 6th grade nephew will beat the fuck out of you.
Okay, I just want to
you
answer.
pissing me off too, Darnell, because you are motherfucking caping for the other side.
Hold up, I just want to answer unfriendly.
United front.
I just want to answer unfriendly.
I never caped for
no,
him.
you're caping, my guy.
How? When did I cape?
Siding with
what
them.
Did I say?
You're siding with them.
When did I side with them? When did
Hold
I
on.
side
Can
with
I just get with the
statement?
I'm afraid.
Answer that question. When did I fucking side with them?
You don't want to look at the back chat. Just don't look at the back chat. But anyway, let me answer.
What does unfriendly look like?
But here's the thing: this big
he was the one that was on the channel earlier. He was on the channel earlier. He's okay. He was on the channel earlier. He was okay last time.
Somebody just came up named Unfriendly Stoic. I'm telling them to cam up.
Yeah, that's him. He was on the channel earlier before we you got broken up.
Make them niggas cam up. Fuck them niggas.
I know who.
And I stand on it.
But let me say this real quick: the top 5 countries nominal. The top 5 countries by nominal GDP is the United States at 32.38 trillion. China coming in at a close second at 20.85 trillion. Germany at 3rd, which is $5.45 trillion. So what I said was United States by nominal GDP beats the next 2 closest, which is 20.85 plus 5.4 is 25 or 26. Let's round it up. 27K or 27 trillion over 32. We still beat them. We're still beating them. So yes, they do have high GDP, but we are still higher and we're more trustworthy globally, not China.
Yeah, as far as China,
my 2 points are still stable.
As far as China taking over, that's just not going to happen. Not as a communist.
It's definitely not going to happen.
You can't.
Unfriendly is good. No, per capita doesn't
Darnell,
matter.
That's why I call you what the hell Darnell, because there's no telling what the fuck you gonna say, bro. Even if it doesn't have no validity.
I was gonna ask you about that, but go ahead.
What the hell?
Wait, hold on. I do want to add this real quick. And this is just my take. And then I don't care if anybody disagrees. That's completely fine. I'm just win at life and continue to move forward. Listen, this is something that most people can't do for some reason with the national debt. And so when people just talk about the GDP or the national debt and don't talk about the ratio, I know that they don't have much financial literacy, because it applies to corporation, it can apply for personal financing, and it applies for the national financing also situation. So one thing that Elon recently said after he got out of Doge, right? After he was trying to save money budgetary wise, right? He was like, damn, that was a failure. I didn't get much done. It didn't work out, right? Of course, surprise, surprise. Trying to stop people's money. People going to be against you on that, even if it's for the government. Nobody really cares. They want their paycheck. So anyways, one of the things he said is, I have to grow out of this problem. That is the one way that America fixes national debt. The GDP ratio is not bad when you look at GDP to the debt, but it's 118. But growth is one way that you get out of it. If we create a larger GDP by creating innovations in things like AI and robotics, then we'll be able to get out of the issue of having our debt so large. So if our GDP grows to be 40 to 50 trillion, but we have 38 trillion in debt, that's not bad as far as geniuses go. Now, again, you'll say, how can we do that? Well, since the internet came in, the last 26 years, we added 16 trillion to the GDP, just because the IoT, Internet of Things. Prior to that, it took 200 years plus for America to get to 10 trillion GDP. So wealth is being accumulated vastly different than it ever has. So we can grow out of the problem. Hence why Elon said that after he got out of Doge. Now, also, I'll land it here at the end of the day. Yes, we have interest that we have to pay on the debt, but this is something y'all don't know because you probably don't have any money. If you have certain specific accounts, it sounds funny, right? If you have certain specific accounts, like let's say I have a line of credit with my securities backs for my securities, I can continue to borrow money from it. And then the interest just continues to incur. You guys think that I got to pay it. It's not a mortgage. You have to pay your mortgage every month. But in certain types of vehicles, you don't have to service the debt. You can allow it just to accumulate and accumulate and accumulate. You know why you can do that? Because as long as your portfolio continues to grow and grow and grow, then you're completely fine. And what they call that is buy, borrow, die. Now this is the last cherry on top. The Hail Mary of all Hail Marys. You guys never owned assets, so you don't know it exists. America has massive amounts of assets. It owns majority of the land. All it had to do is no different than what China does in some cases. It sells land back to the public markets, and it sells off its assets, and it allows it to service its debt by taking that money and paying down the debt. And if you look in American history, the only time that we considerably paid down our debt is when the government not only did small budgetary checks, but mostly from selling assets they held and paying down the debt. So you have to talk about assets too, not only on top of that, how much we generate called the GDP. So we have assets to sell off to liquid down or service our debt also. So we have many vehicles. We're doing good as far as geniuses go. Shout outs to the empire and shout outs to the debt problem. We got a growth problem in the future. We're going to have too much money. So shout outs to the growth problem because that's where it's really at. Out in there.
Famous last words of every
See, famous last words, right? Hey, guess what? And I'm pretty sure this guy was the same guy saying in 2018 that we were going down. And guess what? Back then, Apple was the only $1 trillion company. Now we have over 10 different companies that's worth more than $1 trillion. And I'm sure he said our economy's down, it's going to they're bad, they're terrible. It never pans out for these guys. These guys always pray for Y2K and everything else that they say, and it never comes to fruition. When do we start holding them accountable for missing? The latest conquest he had was the American stock market doing good. He literally just made money. So wait, hold on. Is he the Umar Johnson of the Wall Street game? While he makes money, he tells you that there's no money in it. It's the end of Roman Empire while he just said he made money in the stock market. Imagine that, Charlie. He told you guys he made money. At the same time, he said it's all going down.
Would you like to find out how
hold on,
I made money. As would you like to know how?
Hold on, no, I don't want a personal attack on
Not
anybody.
in China.
Hold on. I want to stay in the let's stay in the topic without ignoring personal.
No,
I don't want to go
let me
personal.
answer his
I don't want
question.
to
He
go
asked me a
personal.
question.
Oh my God, Lord Jesus.
Darnell doing the most.
How? Oh God, oh my God.
No,
the thing
I
is,
said that because I meant it.
Fuck.
I got one question. Just what do you guys feel about these major companies you're talking about, like Google, for example, moving majority of their workforce out of America, putting those same jobs in the hands of like India, other countries?
Can I rebuttal to that?
Yeah.
I feel the same way if you had a company and you moved it out of the country as well. Like, you're doing what's best for you and your company, bro. Like, let's just be honest.
Coming from the passport bros section, isn't that fucking sweet? Like, how does a passport bro say, how do you feel about the corporations moving themselves out the country? Ninja, you go out the country. I don't tell you not to do what you want to do. Shut the hell up. You wasn't the 1% in America. Now you're the 1% in Thailand. Shut yourself up. All right, enjoy your life. I'm not hating on you. Enjoy it.
No, I'm not a passport bro.
But why can't companies save money however they want to? If they want to leverage, and that's why China did what they did back in the 60s. India caught on and they reset up their companies in STEM, or their people into STEM, so that they could be better processors than fucking China. China and India are competing against each other, yet and still people want to rage about the BRICS, and those are two competing countries that are supposed to be involved in BRICS. How's that work out? You get what I'm saying?
They're saying that immigrants are coming to the country taking their jobs. The same companies are.
Those are the same jobs they didn't qualify in the first place. Those are just complainers, man. They couldn't compete for those jobs. They just want to say something.
I agree with you. But a lot of those tech jobs, they're trying to save money and they're moving them overseas. So that's something to think about. That maybe that's what's driving their profitability. That they're moving their work.
But they do business overseas.
What companies are you talking about? Unfair.
Let me go into this direction. A lot of the materials that are being used in order to build those technologies are overseas anyway. Wouldn't it make more sense, instead of shipping the technology here, just to build it on site or closer to where the minerals are being processed and ready for use, than to have it developed here after you have to ship everything back? Why not ship back a complete product instead of shipping back half a complete product and having to do it here at a higher wage? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't disagree with it. I'm just saying that we're the biggest companies that you're talking about that are American-based, they're making their money overseas, or they're taking advantage.
They're taking advantage. Their money actually. No. They make most of their money in America. Now, here's one thing y'all hate. Y'all hate talking about like facts. Microsoft, 70% employees U.S. based. Apple, 60% U.S. based. Google, 65% base U.S. employees. Amazon, 55 base U.S. employees. Meta, 70% U.S. based employees. Tesla, 85% base. And then, of course, we can continue to go down the list, but the majority are Americans. And these are global companies.
I think where are you getting your information from?
Just Google it.
Google.
Just Google it.
I went on Google and
and just with your GDP thing per capita, which tried to switch it up, the population is how GDP is decided, right? And with 1.4 billion people in China, it dilutes the per capita basis on what your theory was. So China actually makes less per capita. If you look at
my theory is not China. I'm saying per capita, it was a Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, most European countries that where based on per capita,
yeah, but they got smaller populations though. That's why.
And that's the whole point. But what even if you listen, and you're right. Per capita, the breakdown was United States ranked 9th, but China ranked 74th. per capita.
No, that's where they want
So
to go.
that ain't helping them. That's
because
making them
they
look
feel
worse.
like they're gonna get treated like, oh, the Chinese
But
people
none
in
of those
China.
countries that came in before America could handle the sheer volume of dollars that would have to be processed on the petro. You get what I mean? They might be profitable, but they can't handle that sheer volume. That's the problem.
Off of like wealth, because I mean, America still has the most wealth. We got the most billionaires.
Yeah, 94,000 per person versus 14,000 per person in fucking China.
But like in Liechtenstein, it's I think it's 226.
Well, like I said, we're nice.
Go to
There's other countries that are a lot smaller. There's other countries that are a lot smaller.
Go to Liechtenstein.
That's not. Nobody's arguing that point. Yeah, they're smaller countries.
Nah, people be arguing it because they be bums and they just be trying to like, I come out the coochie and I want to make money.
No, man. Hey, listen, I like to do unfriendly circles.
No, it's not unfriendly specifically. I mean, it's a point. It's not him as a person. Okay. Like, that's just the point people make. They always like reach to the country like, man, where everybody winning? Where is it the most like ninjas just come out the coochie and they end up making $70K a year? Like, I want to go there. Then just go there. That's a cool thing about America too.
The point is, they'll talk about this stuff. They'll go there and they won't do shit with the opportunity.
They can go there, run. That's the cool thing about America. You know, renounce your citizenship. You don't have to do that neither. Maybe keep it, but just go over there. Go live in Schneckelsnein or whatever the hell you're talking about. So you can go there and chill and live a good life. And your application will get approved because you come from America and not Nigeria. So that's the cool part. No, I'm dead. I'm serious. Go to Holland, go to Sweden. Y'all always be talking about these goddamn European countries. Where European countries, they be talking about, we ain't got no electricity. We ain't got no power. They can't keep themselves warm. Like, you know, I'm not worried about no Europe.
Hold on. This is how you know you got two Marines talking. We fucking trip out and go chaos mode.
Look, I'm just talking about
Liechtenstein and all that other stuff. Schnickenstein. Like, man, I don't know what the fuck. That place, bro. Go there then.
It's a beautiful country.
I ain't gotta look it up. I'm from America. I'm a multi-millionaire. I ain't gotta look up no Schnickenstein. They probably gonna tax me. I don't like the taxes. You probably like to get taxed. I don't want to tax.
Is the point. Even though they might have per capita, the best country, the best looking, the most comfortable, the most luxurious, is that a place you're going to go live and live comfortably because you make just as much as them? So what's the point if you can't go there?
What do you think is the best country to live in?
Whatever one you fit into. Whether that's
whatever one you go to.
Whether that being in America.
The best country to make a living is America. To make to make wealth is America. Living is different. Which one you talking about? That's why that's why the big corporations make stuff over there and sell it in America. The biggest market in the world is an American market.
Yeah. We price
Why? Let's touch on that. Let's unpack that. Why is America the best place to send your products?
Because it's got more discretionary income.
Yeah, we spend.
And also got more consumers.
We got a lot, but because we have discretionary income, that's it. Other people don't got discretionary income as much.
It's a cultural difference.
Bro, you can blame it on the culture. It's just the people. People make decisions. They're free. What are you trying to do? You want to be a Nazi and say they can only spend $3 a year? What you want to go down and fight the latest people who had? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is like Asian culture, right? These
Asian
people,
culture.
No matter how much money they make, they're gonna save like 30-40% of their income.
That's a lot.
They're gonna spend. Okay. It depends, but like if you like on average though, like you think of like in China, that's their goal is to save as much money as possible, right?
Bro, let me.
Hold on, let me just land my plane. Please.
Okay, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah. Now, where in our culture, people right now are financing McDonald's meals through Klarna and shit nowadays. So it's like, if we could finance it, we gonna finance it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but peep this. Is Asian still in the same culture? Is Asian American still in the same culture as you in America?
if they live in America, they're
Then why do they save? Why do they invest? Why are they good? They live in America because they eat rice.
They still have their culture, so they still have, they still have that culture with them.
Okay, but again, that's you though. Don't say it's America because they live in America. Don't you get transformed by America? If you come to America, it'll change who you are.
I'm talking about like people who are like American. They're born, raised.
Bro, I'm talking about born and raised Asians. I'm talking about born.
Let me say the average American, it doesn't even have $1,000 in savings, right? So the average
Not Asian American
is living check to check. The average American is using credit to finance their life. The average American, I know people in the hood in the projects that got big screen TVs and the latest iPhone, right?
Bro, the average American at least has 200,000 in net worth.
Sell some shit, man, because they gonna take out, they gonna go into debt to buy your shit. So yeah, of course, America.
What are you talking about? Underperformers, bro? That exists in Nigeria. That exists in Thailand. That exists everywhere in the world. In China, you think all Chinese people be winning economically? That's false. Those people exist in all cultures everywhere. People with finance got a bad relationship with finance. Period. They do the same things that you say over here in Thailand. They leverage on debt. They live off of credit cards. They're at the McDonald's. McDonald's is like #1 selling restaurant here. They leveraging too. They make the same mistakes. People make those mistakes. You keep trying to drum it up as it's Lady Gaga's fault or some shit like that. No, it's not. It's just people make choices. They decide what they want to do, and they be on F time. 1950s, the saving rate wasn't that great neither. So people just
and the biggest word is fiscal responsibility. Especially in our culture, we're not fiscally responsible. They're not taught to learn how to do their finances. Not until they're.
But don't most of us got a 401k though?
You definitely have the ability to get one.
So we good.
Right. But they're even lazy enough that they don't even want to do that. They're relying 100% on Social Security being available, even though the company gives them a 401k, which I don't advise them to do besides a regular match. But anyway, yeah, I mean, these are all my new issues, but it doesn't account for, what we were talking about earlier, and I know, Black Finger, what the hell is going on with your eyes over there in them glasses, bro? Your eyes are like this big to me right now.
I think he was reading something probably.
Oh, yeah, he's straining to read that shit, man. You need some reading glasses like me. These are reading glasses, bro. Go get you a pair. Go in the drugstore, pull out a couple of them.
Yeah. You look like Black Cleaner. You look like you was reading the 360 deal.
Wait, look, he got a cane, bro. He got the damn cane. Look at it.
Oh, yeah, you can't talk stuff no more. Yeah, that's out of order.
Now you make me feel bad. Now, see, why you do that to me, man?
See, you trying to be funny.
I got a neck brace on. Y'all motherfuckers talking shit about me all goddamn night.
You get
Nah.
I feel for Black Cleaner.
We don't know what you was doing to get the neck brace. We don't know.
Of course,
Black Cleaner's a Navy guy. He gets a cut. You aren't.
According to German 9, right? It says consumer culture is the single biggest engine when it comes to U.S. GDP. Consumer culture, the social and economic setup that encourages people to continuously buy goods and services, directly fuel the C, consumption component of the GDP formula.
You know why? Because the more we spend, the more we have to work. And if we're based off of GDP, you get Americans in debt. They have to work harder and longer. And who's making the profit? The company, not the person working. That's why it drives it.
But my whole point is that's the reason why the GDP. That's why.
Hey, Stoic, what was it again? What industry? I couldn't hear you.
You're talking about our spending power. We spend a lot.
Yeah, this consumer culture as a whole
is what?
Sorry, so
is the largest what?
Consumer culture.
Consumer culture is the single biggest engine of the U.S. GDP. Consumer culture, the social and economic setup that encourages people to continuously buy goods and services, directly fuel the C, which is consumption component of the GDP formula, which is GDP equals C plus I plus G plus NX. Right?
Yeah, but you got to break it down by industries. You get what I'm saying? Because watch this. You saying products and service. When you look up the industries, right? You look at them, and real estate, rental, and leasing is 13.8% of the GDP, which is very large, right? So it's going by the largest ones, right? And so that's what portion it represents. Number two is professional and business services, 13.1%. That accounts for legal services, management, accounting, scientific research, consulting, administrative support. Government, healthcare, manufacturing, finance is down around 7%, but that's like the 6. So you get what I'm saying? So services is included in that. But what are you saying? You know, that's not real estate, rental, and leasing?
I didn't.
That's the largest industry in the GDP.
All right, but let me just get this off. This is the velocity of money. When people spend money instead of saving it, that cash immediately becomes revenue for the business. These businesses then use it to pay employees and suppliers who turn around and spend it again. This rapid cycle constantly expands GDP, right?
It does. So now, because it requires the employee to work more, which is profitable for who? The companies.
It's true. They said
so then that drives what? That drives the what? Profits. Because they're working more, they're producing more, they're spending more. It's driving up the profit, even though it's leaving the people in debt because they don't know how to control themselves. They're not fiscally responsible. And guess what? The corporations you work for are taking advantage of that. But that's not their fault. It's yours.
All right, look. So this last part here is called the paradox between consumer culture and national debt. There's a direct ironic link between consumer culture and the growth of national debt we discussed earlier. To keep up with consumer culture, many citizens spend more than they can earn. This results into high household debt, credit card, auto loans. Because the U.S. Economic system is so reliant on citizens spending money to keep the GDP growing, the government is highly incentivized to pass tax cuts and issue stimulus checks during recession. Essentially, the government often takes on more public debt to ensure citizens can keep up the high consumption that prevents the GDP from crashing. So it's like
whatever, man. Listen. If you do 50,
I just said everything you did. Everything you read, I just said.
You do 50,
I just said it faster than you read.
Watch this. If you do 50, 20, 30, the economy doesn't crash. There's nowhere in there that it says if you take your consumption from, let's say you have zero saving. If you take it to 10 or 20, the economy will crash. No, it won't. Your capital's being allocated towards investments. That's going to stimulate the market. So either way it goes, it stimulates the market. Whether you're actually putting it in, watch this. I saved it. Okay, well, you know about fractional reserving? Do you know that your bank, the more money you have in the bank, the more money they can loan out for other things and services and products? So it all is holistic. So you got something in your mind like, if I save it, then nothing will happen and the community or the whole economy will stunt. No, it won't. All you have to do is save 20, not you specifically. I'm just saying that type of sentiment. All you have to do is save 10 to 20. That's not going to destroy anything. That's going to help you. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be prepared. We're not going to have defaults on loan. It's not good to have loans and everybody's defaulting on them. So at the end of the day, it's good economics. It stimulates still, even if you're saving or if you're investing. You don't have to consume. But that's why y'all mostly broke. Because all y'all see the world through is consuming. I'm trying to say, hey, look, there's some saving and investing. Well, if you do that, the Illuminati in the New World Order doesn't want you to do that. Man, shut the hell up. You just want Burger King and you want McDonald's and you can't control yourself. And that's the end of that's it. You like banging raw. So you got a bunch of kids that you ain't prepared for. Stop trying to map it out that the Illuminati, the New World Order, the CIA has set you up. That's not true.
All right. My question to you is, what if you're spending 120% of your income? Meaning you're spending 20% more than you're earning.
So you work harder to get yourself out of debt, or you die on the fucking vine. Which most people, they work harder, which means they're driving up the profits for who? The corporations they work for. You know, the highest employment company here in America? The federal fucking government. The federal government employs more people in the United States than any other company there.
That makes sense because you got the military, and then you got government offices, post office, all these federal services.
Yeah,
so, yeah, that makes sense.
All supporting themselves, but yet and still they pay them just a living wage because they're going to let them take advantage of the same systems they have in place that they're actually working for. Kind of like Walmart, barely pay your living wage and have you go out and get work, go get services through what? Social services, welfare.
To
WIC.
me, doesn't the economy seem like a Ponzi scheme? And
Absolutely, because America is a corporation now. It's not for the American people. It is incorporated. It's a business. They're not for the American people anymore. Didn't you know that?
If you look at the taxes, right? You're incentivized to keep your money in investments. A, because you want to outpace inflation. B, if like
but the trap is in investments. What is the first thing you do when you touch your money? Pay Uncle Sam. Even in your 401k, what is the first thing you do? You do tax deferment. Oh, it's a great thing. I'm going to put my money in my 401k and I'm going to overload it. Guess what? You deferred at taxes when taxes were lower than probably when you go to retire and touch that money and they're going to force you to touch it by 70. Guess what you got to do off rip when you touch that money? Pay Uncle Sam at a higher tax wage, at a higher tax percentage than if you went ahead and let them tax it in the first place and put it in a Roth or something that didn't. It still gains interest, but it gains it tax-free. But nobody teaches you that because there's nobody that's out there teaching fiscal responsibility and understanding what the numbers are really. I don't ever tell people not to take free money. Go ahead and get that 401k and put the matching in there. Nothing above that. Other than that, put that in something else.
Now, what I was trying to say, right, is like you look at the 1031 exchange or things of that nature, where it's like as long as you keep rolling over your money into new investments or whatever, right? Or you hold on to your investments if you want to get long term.
All you're doing is deferring it, though. When you roll over 1031 or 1035 exchange, you're still rolling that money over into a like item that's still tax deferred, so you don't have to pay the taxes on that lump sum. It's better just to go ahead and take that fucking bite right then, pay your lump sum, and be done with it and grow it tax-free outside the government's purview.
I don't disagree with that, but what I'm saying is that, like, for example, like what most of these like wealthy people, they don't be paying taxes because they're just gonna borrow against the assets, right? So they just borrow,
other people's money, not your own money. That's a rule.
Yeah. So it's like realistically, the people that are getting taxed the most are the working class,
or the people that don't know and aren't financially taught how money works.
Yeah. So like now, when you get into that investment life, essentially you could operate fairly tax free just by you doing like a 1031.
Just everybody's scared to take that hit on taxation up front. If you take that taxation hit up front, you grow everything tax free on the back end if you do it right. But everybody's scared to go ahead and pay their fair share.
If they keep their money in assets, right? That keeps the money in the Ponzi. Because imagine everybody try to
not if it's growing tax free, but if you put it back in the system for it to be taxation again, whether that be guess what? You got a bonus, right? You paid the taxes on the bonus from your company, right? You go and throw it in an investment vehicle, right? Guess what? It's now taxable again on the gains.
I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to paint the picture to this Ponzi scheme I'm talking about. You're incentivized to keep your money in assets, is what I'm saying, right? Or roll it over back into an investment, and that keeps money in the market, so to speak.
And it makes that so much more bigger by the time you have to pay Uncle Sam. It's a win-win.
You look at fractional reserve banking, right? That your financial frontier was talking about, like, it was a good thing, but in all actuality, that means they're lending out more money than they have cash or reserves. Right? So you could lend out, I think, 10x from what you actually have in the bank. So, like, for example, like, if I put $1 in, right, they can lend out 10. But and then those people that borrow the 10 are going to put that $10 in the same bank. Now they can lend out 100, and then they keep going and going. But it's still it's still the same $1 in cash reserves. You know what I'm saying? So now if everybody decides to go to the bank, like what happened during the Great Depression, they're not going to have the cash on hand. Yeah, bank run. Yeah, exactly.
They'll just close the banks and say they don't have enough in reserve.
And that happened with Silicon Bank not too long ago, right? Over there in the West Coast a couple of years ago.
I can tell you where it happened just most recently in 2022. China. When Evergrande Group closed doors because of the real estate crash, like in 2008 here in America, China closed all their banks. They had people upset because Chinese people are very devout on saving their legacy for their children. And they usually do it in what? Real estate. And like I said, the one thing that's definitely guaranteed, Chinese people, especially like real estate organizations and others, they will win bids and say they're going to give you a set bill of goods, and then they'll give you substandard parts in order to cut the deal on the back end, and shit falls. It's not reliable. That's why I say any company you bet with China, they might give out a good product. The reliability sucks. The support will suck, but it looks great. It'll work for a while. And by the way, I live in the Philippines, so I get a lot of Chinese products, and they don't last long. They look the same. They just don't function the same.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on where you buy your goods from, like what company or whatever. But I guess the point I was making is it's a giant Ponzi scheme that we operate in. And the only reason why it works is because consumers keep consuming, and then those that are invested are incentivized to keep their money in the market to maintain the Ponzi. But at any moment, if everybody decides to sell all their stocks or cash out, take all their bread out the bank,
they're still going to win because they're going to get their taxes off of you guys first. Now, after that, there's nothing to refuel that engine anymore. But they're going to win initially on the taxation. But after that,
you're not going to be able to get your money. The first 20, 30%.
Digital money anyway. Nobody's handing you cash. They're giving you digital currency. They can do that. But the reason the banks closed in China is they wanted their cash. They didn't want a digital equivalency of that. They wanted physical dollars they can touch, taste, and feel. And that's why they closed the bank. On digital currency, where you don't have to prove that you have currency, then you can't pull money out of the bank, right? You can't.
Isn't it going to be physical?
Yeah.
If I go to the States right now,
if you go to an ATM, you only can pull out so much. And even if you went into the bank, there's going to be a limitation of how much they can give you up front, and they're going to tell you to wait to get more. They're not going to give you. Why it's because they don't hold that much in reserves in the bank. For what reason?
Exactly. That's my point. They don't got the cash. They don't got the money to give you. they don't got it.
Not on hand. They can get it for you, but it's going to take a couple of days to get it from where it's actually is.
I try to get 25,000 out of Chase at the local Chase.
You got to give them heads up. I know. You got to give them heads up for that kind of transaction.
Like 2 weeks.
Yeah. You got to let them know.
God damn, 2 weeks.
That's why all cash deals are kind of unheard of. What the fuck? You want what? Man, you know how long it takes to get that kind of money?
Imagine you trying to pull $1 million out of the bank.
It ain't happening like that.
Do you really own your money?
That's why I said everything is more digital than you're aware of. They don't keep tangible, actual dollar bills in the bank. They look at what the day-to-day cost of operations is. They look at how many people usually come in on a daily action, like a damn fast food restaurant. Okay, we're going to need to keep at least 15 or 20K on hand because most people come in on this day and withdraw this dollar amount in cash. They might keep a little in reserve, and if somebody hits the panic button because somebody came in and said, "Hey, I want to pull a $10,000 check," they're going to tell you no. They got to wait. Why? Because they only bring in so much into the bank every day for transactions. That safe ain't full. The safe deposit boxes are full with your money, but their money assets in that bank, they only stack just enough for daily activities or weekly activity. They don't bring in that.
That's what I'm saying. It's all like an illusion almost. It's just like
it is.
As long as enough people believe in it, then you can keep the Ponzi going. As long as people believe in it, people are like the 401k.
If everybody takes that bump and they get out of all the different games, supporting everybody else's dreams, meaning stock, and you start your own dreams and you work on your own and you get your own dollars and you stop investing in everybody else's dollars, which hey, it'll never happen because it's still a good thing to invest in stock. But if everybody did that and you had to run your own game, then yeah, banks would be froze up for a while. They get their taxation on the hit.
Some hard assets like a property. At least I could.
Oh, I'm a touch, taste, feel, tangible guy. I'm gold, silver, platinum, whatever. Everybody will tell you I'm that guy. I don't believe in stocks like Frontier Financial and Darnell. I want gold, man.
That's okay. Hey, that's okay, man.
Yeah, I know you ahead of me, brother. I give you all your flowers. But
no, bump that. You get returns, bro. If I was coming up when you was coming up, I would have did the same thing.
But listen, the gold I know is trading.
That sounds like shots fired.
No, we good. We have panels together. We do collab. We good.
No, I was articulating that the time now to invest in security is vastly different than before. Like, shoot, when I early got in it, I had to go through somebody in order to put in a trade. Like, so I'm not trying to do that. That dude was funky. He told me not to invest in Facebook. And as you can see, it's a $1.5 trillion company. That was bad advice. But net, he wouldn't let me do anything.
Commission too.
Yeah, exactly. So he wasn't even losing. He just was like, no, I don't like it.
He still gets his commission on the trade.
And that's why I never around that time I would have been on some other stuff too. So I get it.
And now you got Robinhood. Click a few buttons.
Oh, Lord Jesus. All these inexperienced people playing around with the market. You might as well just go to Vegas and put it all on black.
Hey, hold on. Relax, Ronan. I sell options. You know, these guys are losing and they're giving me their money. So hold on.
Yeah, they call that smart money and dumb money. So yeah.
What are you doing? You selling leads?
No, I sell options. So basically, I sell the stocks that people buy when they buy options if they're doing trading. But I sell them only because 95 to 90% of them expire outside the money. So it's like worthless. The house always wins. Yeah, worthless.
So I'm talking about with the leads, the options that they're like options that are like two years or longer kind of thing.
Yeah, a lot of people do that because it's cheap. They're real cheap, and
And cheap isn't always good.
Now the leads are actually more expensive. It's just that they're more predictable because you have a
exactly. Way more predictable over the long term. If you know your fundamentals on the company and project it, but I really don't know stuff like that, so I just sell it. Because when you sell the option, you win regardless. You can't lose. It's not a losing position. Now, what somebody would say is, if the stock ran up to be 200, let's say I set it, and it was at 100, but then I was like, all right, set the limit at 150, and you hit it. Well, okay, I still made $50 on my share. Now, you might get the extra if it goes up to 200, then you get the 50, and I don't. But that's stocks in itself. Sometimes you sell, and then the stock runs up later, a year later, 2 years, but I had a surplus. I had a profit before I got out.
Give me your famous phrase. When in doubt, what do you spread it out? What's that? What's that phrase?
Zoom out.
Zoom out.
When in doubt, zoom out. Yes, sir. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's all good. But it's a good way to collect premiums and all this other stuff. So yeah, but I don't do it often.
Let me look. Well, most of you guys on the panel right now, you guys are living overseas, right? Or spend most of your time overseas.
Yes, sir.
It's my first year over. I just finished the year.
If I was in America, I'd be richer. So goddamn, I'm being broke.
I'll be back in Texas about 2.5 years.
Okay. Yeah, I bounce around a bit, but right now I'm in Asia. I've been here.
What part?
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're in Cambodia. That's right.
Cambodia.
Yeah, he's in Cambodia.
Salute to you.
Man, I already know.
Panama, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But if I was in America, I'd be richer. So shout outs to America. Like, I'm being broke by being in Thailand.
But what is the don't you get like tax incentives? You could do a foreign earned income exclusion.
Yeah,
that's income.
Yeah.
And if you make income, but I don't make income. I don't work for nobody.
I mean, if you do your business can make income, right? And then your business can pay you a salary.
I don't run no business.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, exactly. That's time, energy, attention, and risk. Running business, y'all employees complain about everything. I ain't trying to hire no damn employees.
And you got to have liability insurance, all kind of insurances behind shit.
There was a video guy who came to America. He was working with Google, and he wasn't working at Google, but he was working for like the people who service the food at Google. He was complaining. He was like, "Yeah, man, Google employees get to eat first." I'm like, "Bro, you the goddamn chef. What you supposed to eat before the employees? Like, you eat the food." Now he was complaining, Black Cleaner, and they were giving him free food. Google said they could eat the food, no problem, but they just can't eat, before the client. And he was like, "Man, that ain't right." Like, what you mean? Like, you complain about anything. And if anybody know, Google got all the food. They be having lobster, fucking filet mignon.
I think that depending on your skill set, right, you can make more money while overseas and keep more of your money.
Now that's if you're stupid. You can make more money in America. You talking about being financially illiterate. Like, that's different.
Yeah, well, you
can't. No, you can't. Because if I'm overseas and I do a house hack in America, I'm paying zero across the board. No matter where you go in Thailand, you're gonna have to pay rent or you're gonna buy. Either way. But in America, in Thailand, they ain't giving you no down payment loan and allowing you to house hack.
You could do that in Cambodia.
House hack.
You can finance directly through the developers out here.
With zero money down.
Yeah.
No.
That
ain't how.
And then it generate income. That's cap. No, they don't. They don't let you come over. No money down. All right. All the ninjas go to Cambodia. No money down.
I live here.
Okay, so it's no money down and you make profit. They selling you a duplex or a triplex or a quadplex.
Well, I mean, you need you could do that like a condo because you can't own like land out here.
See what I'm talking about. See, again, that's why I said I'll be rich. But if you're financially literate, you'll be broke anywhere. Like, it doesn't matter.
No, but you're talking about like, house hacking. I get the fundamentals of it, but that's you're basically saying have your renters, put equity into your home. Like, I get the fundamentals. I'm saying that I don't need to do all of that. It's like because of this.
Yeah, but you pay.
I pay what?
You pay rent. You pay on the note. You pay on the installment. I don't.
Yeah, but that's still putting my cost of living is still going to be lower than yours. No,
it won't.
Like, how much is your? Where are you from? What part of the state?
I was in Washington D.C. when I did it.
DC expensive as fuck, man. I've been in DC.
No, it's not. See, that's what I'm saying. You talking to somebody who financially illiterate then.
DC is just as expensive as New York.
Yes, it's expensive. Does that mean I have to pay expensive stuff? No, it doesn't.
Right, well,
I did a house hack, got me $1 million house, stayed in the basement, rented it out to Section 8, and I made $1,500 per month. Made.
All right. So, what was your cost of living after? Because you're basically living for free.
I'm a single man. All I got to do is eat food, and get on the subway and go to the J. Edgar Hoover.
All right. So, what about let's say quality of
groceries? $300.
You sound like you was living like a troll, like the nigga that lived in the basement.
Wait, hold on. I lived in LaDroit. Do you know what LaDroit is in DC? That's one of the most expensive districts in all of DC.
Yeah, but I'm saying day-to-day living. Like you can't tell me that.
I think you're imagining. Hold up. I think he's imagining your basement. No, I think he's imagining your basement being gray and dark and damp, like you didn't have it fixed up in some kind of way where you're comfortable.
No.
Not in Detroit.
I'm talking about day-to-day. Like, let's say
I went to the FBI. I did my job. I went out in the evenings in my suit, and I got broads, and I chilled, and I was winning. I didn't have to spend much. Oh, you paid for
wait a minute. He still owned the house.
Expenses
he still owned $1 million house, though. That somebody else is paying.
No, I'm not saying. I think that's. I'm just talking about quality of life. Like,
how's that not?
My life was great. I was working at the FBI. What other quality of life are you talking about?
I don't know.
I was eating good food. There's great food at the FBI center.
Oh, look. I'm not saying I get that point, bro. I'm just talking about your day-to-day living.
Oh, Jordans. Did I have Jordans? Did I play video games? What are you talking about?
Not necessarily Jordans. Like, all right, like for example, like, are you going to the highest quality fitness center? You know what I mean? Are you getting?
What? Yo, these millennials, bro.
Whoa, you don't know what the FBI fitness center looks like, bro? They train
I don't know anything.
Yeah, they train
What do you
mean?
Bro, I'm telling you, bro.
I'm asking questions.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I went to a good gym, man. But what does that dictate whether my life are good? Going to the good gym? You could do push-ups. Your bedroom got a floor, don't it? Do push-ups.
No, but
I'm not a gym person. But go ahead.
Like for me personally, like these are the things. Can I afford to get a massage every day? Can I
every day? I'm telling you, bro. These dudes, man. They knew.
Never in my life.
Black cleaner.
What
can I get a manicure? Can I get a pedicure on the daily basis? Can I get pampered?
Y'all grew up like that? Y'all grew up where you were getting massaged every day?
Two-parent household ninjas, bro. I swear. Two-parent household ninjas. They had it easy.
Every day?
Who, me?
Did your mom and dad get massages every day? What are you talking about?
My parents work like 60 hours a week. You talking about?
Right, but you're talking like you should be getting a massage every day. But your parents work 60 hours a week. Did they get massages every day?
He said, why not, bro? Why can't I get a massage every day?
Did your parents get massages every day? Did they?
Right now, my mom could do that right now in her retirement.
Sweet.
Oh my God! But did she do it by your age?
Oh, look, my mom is also an expat right now. She's leveraging. She's geo arbitraging right now.
Bro, but she where's she make her money at though?
America.
Exactly. My point exactly. Like checkmate.
Look, I'm not saying that you can't make money in New York. I'm saying that in the modern time, 2026, if I was a Gen X, I feel y'all. But you know, millennials, Gen Zs, we got the internet, bro. When I was born, when I was a kid, we had the internet.
Y'all are so entitled, bro. Y'all are really entitled.
About getting insurance, your business. We running businesses online. Everything
okay, cool. You got it then. So you shouldn't be worried about money. Right. You should be able to go to Switzerland, but you can't. You can't go to Switzerland. You can't go to Dubai. You gotta be in a Cambodia in the dungeon talking about I'm living my best life.
Wait, it could have been Liechtenstein. What you mean? It's not Sweden, Liechtenstein.
Switzerland is cool. I've been to Switzerland. I've been to
I'm
Geneva.
I'm saying live in it. I'm going to Switzerland in a 911. Were you doing that? No, you can't get a massage in Switzerland. You can't get a massage in America. You can't get a massage in America. You definitely can't get a massage in Switzerland. Stop the cap. Those are two different things. Right? Wait, am I lying? Is it more expensive for a massage in Switzerland or New York?
Is more expensive in money, bro.
Okay. So how you make sense then? I've been in Switzerland. All right, so it really don't matter about the place being expensive then.
My point is, like, I'm talking more about my generation.
Yeah, your generation expenses every day. What the hell is going on?
Hold on. Let me land my plane. You guys keep cutting me off. I'm saying in 2026, for the YNs that you're talking about, right? We don't need to be in America to make money. That's my point. I could make the same money that y'all want me to make.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
America, busting my ass doing 60 hours a week.
Yeah, okay. I'm not saying you can't. But none of y'all rich, so y'all can keep saying that. But
yeah, because you prehistoric, you already got your money, man. We still getting ours, bro.
That's cool. I'll take it. But I'm there.
Let me get that, and you know we look up to y'all. We trying to learn from y'all. Don't get it twisted. But my point is now is like the geo arbitrage thing. The Gen X didn't have that opportunity. The internet wasn't invented until '93. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah, I hear you.
Now that we're in this internet age now, we can make that U.S. salary. You could work a U.S. job. The first job I got was an SDR role, sales development representative, working tech sales, doing that in Vietnam, making a U.S. income. You know what I'm saying? I didn't need to be in the U.S. to do that.
That's good.
Yeah, I get you. I hear what you're saying. I'm not saying that geo arbitrage is false neither. I think it's real. But the only thing I'm saying is there's plays you could be running if you was back stateside too. Or just run them while you're overseas, but you're not. So that's what I'm saying. You're missing out on that. That's the upward side. That's the upside.
There's certain plays.
And then you get it and you leave. But you saying like, well, I need massages since I was 19 every day. Like that's, okay, whatever. But
I'm saying, listen what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying that, like, all right, the whole Section 8 thing you're talking about, that's a good play. But I don't need to live there necessarily. You know what I mean? I don't need to live there. So I could do the same thing.
But that's what I say. But when I say if I went there, I'll be richer, it's because then I'll be with my partners and I'll be willing and dealing with them partners and closing better relationships than I do virtually. Now, our relationships are good virtually, right? But I do realize that being on the ground is massively different than being virtual. So I understand that in a relationship. I'm not saying it caps your upside.
70 grand. If I'm making 70 grand a year in Cambodia, I'm supposed to make 70 grand a year in New York City, where that's basically
vastly different.
Yeah, it's vastly.
Yeah, give me New York City though. Give me New York City though, because ain't nobody in Colombia about to. I'm not about to see. I just look at it different. I'm about to make and shake it. I'm in New York, baby. I'm with millionaires and billionaires. Like I'm about to tap in. You're not about to be tapped in with no million and billionaires in Cambodia. Stop acting like y'all be with the upper echelons. Y'all be with the brokies. And then you be stunting on the brokies. Nah, stop the cap. Not you. You probably different. But don't cap like most people out overseas remote moving up with the upper echelons of those countries, because that's not what it is.
Like there's a guy, DeMark on YouTube. He's on the
YouTube.
He's an account executive. He's a tech sales too, right? And he shows different people like apartments and stuff. Dudes that are making like hella breach that are coming from the States. They're not buying like
it don't matter. They don't own it. I owned $1 million property in DC. I was stunting on all of them. You could keep it. You could go over there and get your feet rubbed by the Cambodians. You could go over there and show your little condo that you're paying $600, which is like triple what the locals make, right? So you elitist. See, that's what I'm saying. Watch this, Ronan. I always find it, right? These folks don't have a problem with being the 1%. They just mad because they not the 1%. They go to Cambodia and they become the 1% living in these lofty condos. They like stunting, talking about like, it's cheap. That shit ain't cheap. The local person, that's triple of what their salary is. What the hell you talking about? That's cheap.
And if you're going under a job,
expensive.
Don't tell me you're not getting per diem.
Yo, I was looking at you could get like a 5-bedroom villa in the suburbs out here for like $600 a month. And then if you
that's expensive.
Yeah,
that's expensive for Cambodians.
For $800. And I know I'm overpaying. Matter of fact, I'm gonna cut that in half by the time I get done.
He said I'm overpaying. Is that expensive for most people who make a salary in Philippines?
Absolutely. I told you what the national average is here.
Really,
$300 to $500.
No, but what I'm saying, Unfriendly Stoic, is you don't have a problem with being elite. You were just broke in America. So when you geo arbitrage, then you rich, and you was like, yeah, life is better. Yeah, that's what happened when you get rich.
That's my point. I'm saying that you guys are rich already. So for us coming up,
I'm showing you that.
This is the play.
No, I get what you're saying, but what I'm showing you is you're okay with people being rich. You feel me?
Of course.
You just wasn't rich. It's not America. America was expensive. You was just broke. Then you went to a country, and then you like, it's cheap here. No, it's not. It's expensive. Ask the Cambodians.
Now you've been able to put money up. You've been able to invest, and now you're even wealthier because you had the wherewithal in order to invest the money that you saved while you're not in America. Geo arbitrage.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like if let's just say you're making $50,000 a year. So
bro, I get the math.
Like, yeah, believe me, you talking to the choir.
I get the math. Yo, really. I lived overseas for 20 years. I get the math.
We with you.
Right?
We
the only thing I'm saying is the part that you're missing is you're like, it's expensive in America. Nah, you just broke in America. Look, it's expensive in Thailand. I can't say that it's not expensive. That's crazy. Ask somebody from Cambodia, in Philippines, and Thailand. They'll say whatever you're paying for your apartment is wild. It's crazy. They wish they could do that one day.
I had a girl tell me the other day, she's like, it's $350. I told her, cause my rent here is $350. I don't live in like the craziest. Yeah. I got a 1-bedroom. I live in a trendy area. There's malls. We actually got sidewalks and shit, restaurants. You know what I mean? It's like I live in a nice area, like the Western.
It says something when you say we actually got sidewalks. That tells you a whole bunch of other places don't.
Yeah, right. Go ahead, Unfriendly. All right, you were talking to Shorty.
And she's saying that when she asked him how to pay, it's like $350, and that's a lot because like the average salary is
so it's expensive.
That.
Yeah, compared to local markets. Yeah.
$3,000 a month in the Philippines is your top.
Okay, 4%. So it's not cheap. It's expensive.
But like this the professionals though, they can afford it. Like if you're a software
but it's still expensive for them.
Yep. Right.
Yeah.
They just can afford it, right?
You went to Cambodia and you make more money than their fucking educated doctors, lawyers, and so forth.
But watch this, Ronan. They be the ones mad at the corporations for going overseas. Look at them though. They ain't got no problem with exploiting the local market. Hey man, my black ass gonna get a condo with the sidewalks in a good neighborhood. I ain't hating.
If the company's geo arbitrage, and so am I, man. Like, shout out to Google.
Okay, look, I ain't got no problem with it.
Yeah, why you get mad at them then?
I ain't mad at them. I just say, just notice that, right? America's not expensive.
Hey,
you was just broke.
Welcome to the family, bro. It's all good.
I'm so broke. So broke.
No, not in Cambodia. No, you the richest man. They're like, hey, rich man. They call you boss man. Hey, boss man, you not no boss of nobody, but they gonna call you boss man because they know you got the money.
They know you got the money.
Exactly. But you go back to America, ain't nobody calling you no boss man.
Brother, you in Cambodia, you stick out like a sore thumb. They know you got money. You can't hide that shit. You black. No, you black. You got money.
I'll eventually have money. Give it a couple years.
No, they know you got money right now. Way more than them, at least.
Mm-hmm. I can get money. I have skills.
No, you got money. That ain't no get. You got it. And you got a printing press at home. Oh. You got a printing press at home, and you running that shit 24/7. You can get even more.
Look, Unfriendly Stoic, we with you, bruv. We know about the geo arbitrage. The part where you probably lost us when you was talking about, man, why shouldn't I be able to get massages every day? See, that's just the part where we was like, come on, bro. Why can't I get a pedicure every day? I mean,
a motherfucker, goddamn.
See, now you just sassy. Now you was being sassy with it, so we just had to say something.
Like I've been for example, food, right? My food budget lately has been around like $200-300 a month, right? But I've noticed if I bump it up to $650, right? I can have the highest end of food that would probably cost me thousands of dollars in New York. You know?
You're talking about eating out every day, not
Bro,
grocery.
stop. You
food,
keep
right?
stop talking about. And in Switzerland, it will cost you a lot.
I'm talking about like in-house chef type shit. Like,
God damn, bro, why you doing all that? That's wasting money.
No, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, you got your chef.
But people don't saying that still keeps my monthly budget, even at that high-end shit, at around $13.50 a month. So it's still like,
that's more than your rent. Why would you do that?
What? I'm saying total, including my rent, food.
But you just said your rent was $300, but yet and still you're going to pay almost $1,000 for the private chef.
No, $650 for food.
It's still more than your rent. Why would you spend more on food than your rent?
Look, this is the point I'm trying to make.
Now your priorities are rude.
What the point? Go ahead, man. What's the point?
It's phenomenal. Where it's like, if you can make a $4,000 a month, or $5,000 a month, and you're only spending like $2,000 a month, but your lifestyle
Yo, friendly.
is high.
Yo, friendly.
It's the best of both
Friendly
worlds.
Stoic. You got your pinky out right now? Hold your pinky and stand on your square and tell us again what you were saying, man.
Say great poupon. Say great poupon.
Yeah, great poupon. Nah, that's good, man. We want to see
you're
you win,
a little
man.
bougie like me. I like that.
I'm
overboard with it at your age, but hey, I like that.
I've been traveling doing the broke backpacker thing for 10 years. Since I was.
He said it's time for me to live a little upper.
Go
Go to the upper room where Jesus walked.
How much would it cost to live like this? You know what I'm saying? Like
in America, nah, man. You at 3 G's plus in America for something like that.
Yeah, we just don't like you because you living too good, too young.
It don't even matter. For someone who's living so good, why doesn't your can work?
Damn.
Exactly. Let's talk facts. Let's talk facts, Cleaner.
Why you gonna throw the brick at him, man? You just threw a brick.
Facts, Cleaner. Let's attack him. Facts.
I'm saying that right now, my budget right now for the month is under $1,000.
No, you should be able to splurge by now. What you mean budget?
No. Let him have a budget. That's smart.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you're right.
Stop
right
trying to
now,
turn him into a pookie. Come on, let that man have a budget.
I'm saying that I'm just imagining, imagine if I was living like this, how much it would cost me. And I was like, if I add another $1,000 on top of that the magnitude of like lifestyle, the amplifier there is crazy. You know what I'm saying? So I start thinking, like, all right, how do I do that and save $3,000 a month, $36,000 a year? I need to make 5 G's. What's that? $60K a year. I could do that in a regular SDR job.
Yeah, we know what you're saying, but we don't want you to win at this point. Like, you just talking about getting nails did, your hair did. You get your hair did every day too, man.
I'm talking about investing, still investing more than you're spending, but living like.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, you still invest in 60% of your income. You know what I'm saying? So
but we just hating because we had to get it out the mud, and you got it easy. So that's
you entitled motherfucker, you. But anyway, hey fellas, I appreciate it, man. I gotta go spend some time with my lady. It's good chopping it up with the brothers, but
turning his back on the brotherhood.
Hey, sometimes you gotta do it, you know. I got needs too. And I ain't looking for y'all to fucking resolve the needs I got. Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to do that for you neither. So go ahead, do your thing.
Well, I appreciate it. We're gonna close it down. It's
I gotta
4:49 here in Panama. It's 5:49 in America. I'm surprised. Is everybody on the panel now that living outside?
No, I go back there with you.
It's 5:50 here. But real quick, Black Cleaner, if you guys are in my chat, please go subscribe to the Black Cleaner. And We really appreciate you guys joining us tonight. But I am signing off. Peace.
All right. Well, nice seeing you. Thanks again, Ronan, for your support. Hit the like and the subscribe button. Y'all got any final words?
Yeah, just shout out to you, Black Cleaner. Oh, shout out to Black Cleaner. Shout out to Darnell, Unfriendly Stoic. Subscribe to the channel. Just keep watching them because this is where the real talk happens. Shout out to the Brotherhood show. I think it was muchly needed. And if you're a brother who want to get his nails did and his hair done every single day, then holla at your boy, the Unfriendly Stoic. Much respect to everybody, man. Peace.
Peace. Thanks for coming. Your support, 020. See you next time.
What I'm gonna say. Get a decent skill that allows you to work remotely, and you could have the best of both worlds. You can invest, and you could live a high-end life. You don't gotta, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, especially so what is your what do you think is a remote skill that you was just talking about? I mean, a good skill that that allows you to work remotely.
I mean, sales is good. Network security, software engineering. Let's see. You can do help desk. That's another one that's available. So you got a couple, options like that, where you can still work for a U.S.-based company or, some type of global company that'll still pay you 50, 60, 70K a year, and then still save like a good chunk of your income, whatever. And then if you don't have those skills, you could start off doing something like English teaching, right? And then while you're teaching English, that will cover your base cost of living, and you can work on getting a degree or your skill sets on the side. So if you still want to go overseas early, you don't want to wait too long. Teaching English is a good entry level point, but make sure you're working on your skills on the side to build your income in the long term.
All right. Well, I appreciate that information, Unfriendly Stoic. Do you have a YouTube or anything that you want to shout out?
Oh yeah, you can catch me on Unfriendly Stoic Live. That's my YouTube channel, Unfriendly Stoic Live. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Unfriendly Stoic Live. It's just short, but I do plan on doing some long form content. I do some consulting where I help people get teaching jobs, soft landing, help them get an apartment, visas, basically everything you need to get set up out here as an expat. And I also do help people. I do a SDR coaching where I help people land their first sales development rep job where they can actually make that type of income while living overseas.
Okay. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I'll definitely check you out because I might because I'm already, as I said, we're all vets and getting streams of income that way, but we could always use other ways of making money. Seven ways of getting paid for 7 days. That's how my cousin Keem would always say, and they say, hey, you should have at least 7 streams of income.
You're in even a better position because you don't have to stress over money. So that puts you in a position where you can really master a new skill that can even make you even more money. Mm-hmm. That's the real like game changers when you already have something. That's why if you don't have like those streams of income and you're just starting out in your 20s or 30s and you're just trying to get your feet wet, teaching English might be like the first route for you to come out here, pretty much get thrown right into the middle class out here. Like, let's say you make $1,200 a month from English in Cambodia. That's enough to live comfortably out here. And then you use your free time to gain some type of skill, certification, maybe an online degree. And then you got degree hacking where you can get your bachelor's in like 6 months. You know what you're doing. Using things like WGU.
Hey, I got a question for you. I apologize for interrupting you. I got a question for you on that.
Yeah.
My brother, he has a bachelor's degree from ASU. For Spanish. So like if he were to go to like a Spanish speaking country, with that bachelor's, would that help him automatically get, say, a teaching job, or is there some kind of other qualification he needs?
Yeah, I mean, in most of Latin American countries, you don't need a degree at all. But I would recommend Latin America because the pay is kind of trash there. Like if I had a degree, I would target Vietnam, China, or Taiwan. You can make 30, 40 grand as a teacher a year in the Taiwan or China and Vietnam. They're gonna pay you like two grand a month.
Well, the only thing is, like, for my brother, for example, like I said, he only speaks English and Spanish. He does know a little bit of Japanese. He's teaching himself Japanese, German.
None of that matters. They just want you to speak English, because when you're teaching English, you're really like a secondary. They already have a regular English teacher that's a native speaker. You're coming in there just for pronunciation and things of that nature. Like they can hear that native English. You know what I mean? For the most part,
right? But if you can't speak Cambodian or Thai or whatever, like, how do they hire you as a teacher? Because you can't teach them.
Like I just met this girl, for example, out here, and I was trying to figure out why the Cambodians English is so good. She's like, for the most part, most people learn, like this new generation, like Gen Z and on, they learn English before they even learn Khmer, because they're forced to learn it in primary school. So by the time they pick up English, then they learn Khmer. You know what I mean? So you'll be speaking to these Cambodians, and you think they're from Detroit or New York or stuff, and you're asking like, "Where you from?" Like, I was born here. I'm like, what? Because they're listening to the same music, they watching TikTok trends, they doing the 6-7 dance, all that. You know what I mean? Like they're tapped into the Western culture out there, and their English is just as good. You know what I mean? But as far as like, you don't need to know the language, the local language, in order to teach English. In fact, they like it when you don't know the local language. To be honest. So like your brother, I would suggest the Vietnam, for example, because the cost of living is low, and then his salary in comparison to it would be high. And then if he, maybe he does a side hustle, or he picks up a secondary degree, or he gets some certification, he could increase his income. Even if he decides to stay within the teaching industry, you can make as much as like 5-6K a month teaching English at an international school in Bangkok, for example. You know what I mean? But for those type of roles, you generally need like a teaching license from your home country, maybe a master's degree, a couple years of experience, maybe some higher end certifications like the Delta. So it just depends. But like, if you want to take the teaching thing seriously, you could go all the way up to 5-6K a month here in Southeast Asia. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
You don't have those same capabilities in Latin America. So if you take the English thing seriously, and you're like, no, listen, because you don't need a degree in Cambodia, for example. So like, let's say like I work at McDonald's right now, but I got a few dollars saved up. I can move to Cambodia, get a teaching job as an English teacher out there, work on my degree on the side while I'm teaching English. Then maybe transition to another country after a couple years. Get my master's. You can build yourself up where in a couple years you started at McDonald's, but now you're teaching at an international school in Bangkok, and you're making $6,000 a month. So it just depends on what you want to do. But a lot of people just use teaching English as a way to kind of get their foot in the door. And then from there, they can kind of build up on other side hustles and other things that they want to do.
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking when you were talking about English teacher, teaching English and stuff. That's what my brother wants to do. Is not necessarily teach English, but he wants to be a teacher. But like. The only thing is, like, my brother, he's a special needs adult, so you know, like he has schizophrenia and stuff like that. So it's kind of challenging for him here, you know, in the States, you know. But like if I were to go
Is
with
he
him,
like high functioning?
oh yeah, he's high functioning, you know, and it's just
He'll be alright.
what's that?
Like he'll be alright in age as long as he's like high functioning.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I mean the man, you know, like I said, he speaks that I know of 4 different languages that I know of, you know. And he's just constantly teaching, and you know, it's gotten to the point he's teaching himself. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was shocked he really made it through ASU. You know, ASU is, you know, is a real school, you know, not some bullshit online stuff. Like, I think right now, I think he's working on his master's as we speak, but you know, I thought that would kind of be good because he wanted to go. He likes to travel anyway, you know. So I thought that would be a good idea for him. You know, as far as
What kind
like
of work does he do right now?
right now, he works as a caregiver or something like that.
Okay, so he has a job. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want, you could just tell him hit me up, and I could kind of advise him on it.
Yeah, I'll do that. You know, because I think that'll be better for him. Because like here, he's not using his degree here. You know what I'm saying? It ain't. It's great he has it. It's great he has a bachelor's, but he's not using it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Out here, that's the baseline. So he could easily go to even a Japan, or I know you say he speaks Japanese, South Korea, Taiwan, China, even places like Indonesia. I more recommend Vietnam and Taiwan just because of the salary versus the cost of living. He could come to Cambodia. He will get higher pay as a degree holder. But you know, Vietnam, in comparison to the cost of living, is probably gonna give you a better bang. China, the highest, but then there's more freedom you would have in Vietnam than in China, or you know what I mean. So Vietnam or Taiwan, I would recommend kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, if you want more information, just tell bro to hit me up. I got Instagram Unfriendly Stoic. That's a way to reach out to me.
Okay.
Yeah. Same logo,
I'll definitely pass some of your info. I think, like I said, I think it'll be good for him. You know, after what you know, and I was listening to you talk the whole time. I was like, man, I really think that, you know, I did hear about stuff, you know, being English teacher and stuff like that. You know, teaching English and stuff like that years ago, but you know, didn't really know much about it. It sounds like you know a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the industry for a little bit. I teach online as well. It's one of my gigs to teach English to Japanese students. And I actually help people get jobs out here. Now, I got a client. Right now, he just came to Vietnam. He's going to be interviewing in June. I have another client. He's working right now in Vietnam. I have another client right now. He's going through my SDR training, where he's learning how to do sales development, and he's here in Cambodia. So you got different options, just depending on how you want to play the game. So usually I just kind of start with understanding their long-term goals, and then I kind of lay out a couple things they could do. And they kind of choose what path they want to go.
Oh, okay.
But like for younger cats,
well, we're approaching the five. We're already at the 5:01. So we're about to close it out. You got any thing to say, Darnell? We already had heard from you. Stoic, we thank you for coming. You have anything else to say, Darnell, before I close it out? Final words?
Yeah, I just want to say, just want to say thank you for having me. Always, always a pleasure. I think this is my first time on your show, but you know, it was a pleasure. I'll say this is that, when it comes to, we were talking a lot of stuff about finance and stuff like that. A lot of times you do gotta be careful, with certain things, so just always remember that, we were just talking just general finance. It's not, no advice and stuff like that. You got to do your own due diligence, yada, yada, yada. So don't nobody start doing stuff because we're doing stuff and then, we're saying something and, I lost all my money,
Do your own research, guys.
Yes, sir.
Facts.
But it's good to hear that information so you can have like a base level understanding that you have.
A baseline. There's nothing wrong with putting information out there. Hey, you want to learn more and stuff like that.
Even me, I'm trying to get into investments. I don't have no investments like that. So I've been looking at REITs and real estate, and you know what I mean.
I would
dividend.
I would be careful with real estate right now, man. I know, I'm trying not to give advice, but just be careful. Like, I wanted to answer 020's question for like the longest damn time when he'd asked me, how did I make money, if the market's going, if the market's going down or whatever, if I think the market's going to crash. And I was telling him, that's because I shorted the market. Yeah, that's how I made. I shorted the Philly semiconductor index. And yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. The first couple weeks it was kind of tough, man. I was at the point. I was at my breaking point, where I think if I had lost, I can't remember, but if I had lost like $3,000 or $4,000, I would have got a margin call, So I was like, oh man, I was holding the line. The next thing you know, boom, out of nowhere, up like went up like a rocket ship.
No,
and I ended up, like I said, the past, I want to say since, when did it start? Was it Friday or? I think it was Friday. It was Thursday or Friday. That's when things started turning around for me. And in less than a week, I'm up 20 grand. Yeah.
That's the next level right there.
Exactly. Kudos to you, bruh. I appreciate you giving us all that information. I hope you all check us out on next week. We'll be talking about it'll be a little bit more of a touchy subject because we're gonna be talking about dating overseas and race and everything. But we'll get into some business stuff too.
Ooh, that's gonna be real touchy.
I appreciate you having me on, bro.
All right.
All right.
We'll see you next time. Appreciate you. Thank you all for joining. Really appreciate. Thanks to everybody who's gave the support. We were on here. I started at 7 p.m. It is now 5 a.m. So I thank everybody who's been watching and rocking out with me this long. As they say to all you night people who had the night shifts and you truckers that got the long hauls, we did it for you. We did it for you. I hope you all appreciate it. Tune in next time. I'll be here Monday again at 7 p.m. Panama time, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let me get the what's it called? Get the music ready. I appreciate y'all for everything. Really, really do. This is the Black Cleaner signing off. Where's my music at? Thanks again.
Members that we've lost out because I like to keep this tradition going. So this is a toast to family.
To family.
The Black Cleaner.
Thanks again to Tribal POV for the new intro outro song.
Black.
You a fool for
Real
this
stories.
one. Appreciate you again. Hey.
No filters. Follow the journey across the world we've roam, searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth, the Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey, no filters, no pretending. Follow the journey, real stories, never ending. From Panama nights to Cartagena views, trying to understand life from a different point of view. Conversations get deep when the camera's cut on. Talking purpose, pain, and trying to stay strong. Traveling wild, black in a world full of judgment. Trying to find freedom while escaping the dysfunction. Some people chasing money, some searching for healing. Others just trying to understand what they really feeling. Nate's Odyssey, every episode authentic. Talking real life lessons, people scared to mention. Relationships changing, friendship fading slow. Trying to find your purpose while still learning to grow. Follow the journey across the world we roam, searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth, the Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey, no filters, no pretending. No, follow the journey, real stories, never ending. Messy love Mondays and them late night talks. Money mindset streams while we question our thoughts. Building abroad but discovering yourself. Learning real freedom ain't just wealth. Black fatigue conversations hit different at night. Trying to carry pressure while still chasing the light. Every live stream feel like therapy sessions, helping people navigate pain and direction. No fake flexing, just honest reflections. Travel stories mixed with life confessions. The beauty and struggle of the global economy, trying to elevate beyond survival mentally. If you ever felt lost, if you ever needed change, if you ever question life, this journey might feel the same. Follow the journey across the world we roam, searching for peace while trying to build a home. Trying to build through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth. The Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey, no filters, no pretending. Follow the journey, real stories, never ending. Travel, culture, relationships, reinvention. The Black Cleaner. Follow the journey.